the Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Sing, Sing, Sing. Take it, Ted.
La-di-la, oh, now you're singing with a swing. Sing, 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 sing. Everybody start to sing. La-di-la, oh, now you're singing with a swing. When the music goes around, everybody goes to town. But here's something you should know. Oh, baby, oh, sing, 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 sing. Everybody start to sing. La-di-la, oh, now you're singing with a swing.
That an enemy is at work, ready to destroy the finish on your automobile? That enemy is the sunlight. Day by day, the ultraviolet rays of the sun destroy the binder carrying the pigment of the lacquer or enamel. If you don't want the sun's rays to steal the beauty of your car's finish, then wax your car without delay. Give it a lustrous coat of Johnson's Auto Wax. The sun cannot penetrate the tough wax polish. The finish will stay bright and beautiful, and your car's trade-in value will be much higher if you protect it now with Johnson's Auto Wax. Now, if you haven't already used Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish, then you don't know how easy it is to make your car sparkle like new. Johnson's Auto Cleaner works miracles on a faded and dirty car. It quickly removes road film and discoloration without injury to the car finish. You'll say it's the easiest cleaner you ever used. Right now, if you go to your auto supply store, service station, or regular wax dealer and purchase a pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner, you will receive a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free in celebration of Johnson's 50th anniversary. I'll tell you more about this free gift later on. Well, here is something. His Honor, Judge Blatherskite of the Wistful Vista Domestic Relations Court is on his vacation. But the court docket was so full they had to find a substitute for him. Yes, you're right. Fibber McGee suggested himself for the post, claiming large experience in the matter. So here, just about to open the session, we find on the bench those two giants of the judiciary, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, be quiet. Knock, knock!
Who's there?
Quiet, I just says that because I can't find the dad-ratted gal.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, thanks. Now,
Shall I call the first case, McGee?
shoot, who is it?
Mrs. Petunia J. Verse, suing for divorce from Vernon V. Verse, the poet.
Okay, first case. Verse versus verse. Party, step to the bench, please. Now then, sis, what you want to leave Vernon for?
He's a poet.
Oh, I see. You want to get rid of him just on account of because of him being a poet?
Yes, I do. Well, that don't hardly seem reasonable, Judge McGee.
No, Mrs. Judge McGee, it don't. Listen, sis, it ain't judicial, legal, moral, or natural for you to want to leave your husband just on account of because he's a poet.
I should say not. Look, Judge, here's one of his poems.
Oh. Will Vernon Verse step up to the bench? You read it first, Verse.
The night rides by on silver saddles.
Oh.
The moonlight glints on many paddles. The cowboys are always chasing cattle, while the fleeting moments just get rattled. There!
Did you write that, Vernon?
I certainly did, Judge.
Divorce granted. Next case. Who's next, Molly?
Mr. Elwood, the third.
The third what?
The third Elwood, ignorant. Will Mr. Elwood step up to the bench?
Oh. Hi, Bud. You Elwood?
Yes, sir, that's me. I want you to do something about my boy.
Well, what's he done?
Well, he's always borrowing money from me. He won't live on his allowance. Why, just today, come to me and wanted $100 to bet on a horse.
What horse?
Strumbum and the third of that product.
Get that, Molly.
I got him, indeed. Rumbum the third. Go on, Mr. Elwood.
I want a restraining order. He's got to quit hitting me for money.
Bailiff, take this man outside. Lay him down, loosen his collar and his belt, and put ice packs on his head. Keep him quiet and give him artificial respiration.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Come on now. Come on.
What are you doing here?
Heavenly days, McGee. What was that for?
Did you catch on, Molly? He was suffering from a touch of the sun.
Oh.
Next case.
Robert Burns McTavish. Mr. McTavish to the bench.
McTavish, you swear to tell the truth?
Aye, Toots.
What do you mean, toot? And don't say aye, say yes.
Aye, lad. I give an eye for an eye and a toots for the truth.
What was it you wanted, Mr. McTavish?
I'm wanting the advice of the court, Your Honors. It is about the little woman. She threatens to leave me because I walked out of a moving picture show. Mary of Scotland. But I couldn't help it, Your Honor. I was suffering.
Suffering from what? Heartburn?
No, hepburn.
Well, I advise you to make up with her, Sandy. Take her to see Anthony Adverse. Case dismissed. Get that down, Molly.
Sure. K796B, McTavish. Adverse decision. Heavenly days, what's that with you?
That's the grand jury's coming in with the true bill, Molly. All right, men. Will the foreman read the true bill?
We find it absolutely true that Johnson's Auto Wax and Polish will protect your car from dust and dirt and make it shine like new again.
Thought that case was settled long ago. Next case.
The next case is Mary Rowe versus John Doe, Judge McGee.
Thank you, Mrs. Judge McGee. Mary Rowe and John Doe to the stand. Well, folks. Well, what's your trouble?
Well, my stars, Judge, he knows I'm a Democrat, and he spends the whole day long cutting out sunflowers out of yellow fells. Goodness, I don't know what to do.
Well, we can't let politics bust up a happy home. Now, what are you thinking? Oh, I got it. Mr. Doe, from now on, you wear a sunflower felt and let her wear a rose felt. Case dismissed.
That's setting a precedent, McGee.
Next case.
The next case is Community versus Como. Mr. Perry Como to the bench.
Hello, Molly.
More respect for the bench, Mr. Como.
All right, darling.
Well, that's better.
What's the community got against Perry Como, Mr. Judge McGee?
Well, Judge McGee, the arresting officer said he was found with one arm around the fire hydrant and the other arm around the lamppost. He told the officer he was a trio.
Is that true, Perry?
I forget.
Oh, now, come. You did do that, didn't you?
I forget.
What night was this, Perry?
I forget.
What were you singing?
I forget.
Bailiff, take this man out. I remand him to the custody of Ted Weems for this next musical number.
What's the number?
I forget. What is it, Como?
Did I remember?
Did I remember to tell you I love you? and I am living for you alone. Did I remember to say I'm lost without you, and just how mad about you I've grown? You were in my arms, and that was all that I knew. We were alone, we two. What did I say to you? Did I remember to tell you I adore you and say forevermore you are mine?
The Court of Domestic Relations is in session again with Judge McGee and Mrs. Judge McGee on the bench. Next case.
What's the next case, Mrs. Judge McGee?
The next case, Judge McGee, is Jackson versus Watson. Breach of promise.
Parties in court?
Are Jackson and Watson in court?
Just the defendant, Watson, Your Honor. We have a deposition from the complainant.
Defendant to the bench. Now then, young fella.
Oh, it's Silly Watson.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Miss McGee. Hi, Miss McGee.
Judge McGee, please.
Yes.
Are you the defendant in the breach of promise case, Silly?
What?
Listen, Phil. This gal Rosebud Jackson says you promised to marry her. Is that right?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Well, I mean, I did, but it ain't right.
Oh. You changed your mind?
Yes, I did.
Why?
What?
Why did you go back on your word, Phil?
Well, Miss McGee, please, I had to, kindly. It was late at night.
Yes, and believe it or not, you were waiting for a streetcar.
How you know that, Miss McGee? I sure was.
Well.
Just here, Rosebud, she come along and she says, "Hi, Silly." I say, "Hi, Rosebud." She say, "How about you and me getting married?" I said, "What for?" She said, "Never you mind what for." And she grabbed me and kissed me. She said, "We engaged. We're going to get married in October."
October, eh? I see. Going to make you the fall guy.
And you told her you would, Silly?
Yes, ma'am, I'm afraid so.
Well, why did you say yes if you weren't sure?
Well, Miss McGee, it was late at night and the streetcar was coming. It was the last one. I had to do something, please, sir. You wouldn't let me go till I say yes, and I had to say yes so I could catch me that last little old streetcar, Miss McGee.
Looks like a clear case of habeas corpus, Molly.
Well, let's give it to Nolly Pross.
Molly who?
Nolly Pross, Silly. That means no prosecution.
Yes, ma'am, but you don't know Rosebud Jackson, Miss McGee. She's going to prosecute me continually. But excuse me now, please. I got to go tell my mama I ain't going to be no bride.
Next case. Attention, everybody. Court's in session. What's the next case, Mrs. Judge McGee?
Just a minute, Judge McGee. Oh, yes. Boomer versus Boomer.
What's the complaint?
Incompatibility.
Incompatibility, eh? Who's the other woman?
Why, there's no other woman, ignorant. Incompatibility means they don't get along so good.
That's what I suspected. Are the Boomers in court?
One of them, Your Honor. Yes, yes. Horatio K. Boomer, sir, at your service.
Oh, you're Horatio K. Boomer. Well, we understand you and Mrs. Boomer are not compatible.
Yes, yes. My little Sapini Brittle, yes, sir. As to say, I'm perfectly compatible, but Mrs. Boomer is not.
I see. Well, isn't she a good wife, Mr. Boomer?
Well, yes, but she's a terrible cook, terrible. She fries everything. Fried pork, fried mush, fried fish. Everything's fried.
Don't you ever have a roast?
No, my friend.
Not even a broiled cutlet?
Nay, nay, it must be fried, yes. That's why I stand here at the bar of justice. Please consider my angle of the case.
What do you think, Molly?
It's the eternal fry angle, McGee.
Listen, Bud, you think of something you want her to cook for you, and how you want it cooked, and I'll enter a court order for her.
Very sound solution of the matter, I'm sure, my little court plasters. Yes, yes. Very sound. Now, let me see. I'd like a plank steak medium, some wilted lettuce, some baked potatoes, a plum pudding, and a short beer.
Enter that order, Molly.
I did.
You tell your wife to get started on that stuff right away, Boomer. You won't get no more fried stuff.
Thank you, George, thank you. But I'm afraid she won't be home to cook today. She's visiting relatives at my request.
Well, when will she be home?
She'll be home on, oh, fate. I'm hounded by a relentless fate. She'll be home on Friday.
Next pick. Who's next, Molly?
Well, Hattie Homebody versus Homer Homebody. Wants alimony.
What ground?
Well, she says she's so busy with her housework, she never has any fun.
The homebody's in court?
No, Your Honor, but I'm counsel for Mrs. Homebody.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh.
Hello, Molly, baby. Your Honor.
Hi, Harpo. I didn't know you was practicing at the bar.
Oh, I don't have to practice. I'm perfect.
Well, listen, Harpo. Mrs. Homebody says she does so much housework she never has no fun. What sentence would you suggest?
I'd suggest this sentence. Use Johnston's glow coat on floors and linoleum and save time and work. End of sentence.
Who's next, Molly?
Well, let's see now. Oh, yes. Wistful Vista versus Weems.
Wistful Vista versus Weems. Oh, well. Is Ted Weems in court?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Ted Weems.
Hello, Ted.
Hello, kid. Now what have I done?
Listen, Weems, you're accused of playing a goofus horn and disturbing the neighbors.
Go on. They like to hear me play.
How do you know?
Well, they broke all the windows in my house so they could hear me better.
Well, what is a goofus horn, Ted?
This thing here. This is a goofus horn.
Oh.
Listen.
Well, it don't sound so good by itself.
No, I think it'd be better if it was accompanied by something, Ted.
By what, for instance?
A police escort. Hey, who are them gals you got with you, Ted?
Oh, these? This is Ida, and this is Sweet Sue.
Oh, a couple of nice little numbers.
Yes, I'm giving them quite a play. Now here's Country Washburn to play the goofus horn. The bazooka.
tell you how you can get a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. It's an opportunity you can't afford to miss. S.C. Johnson & Son are offering you a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax in celebration of their 50th anniversary. Go to your auto supply store, service station, or regular wax dealer and ask for Johnson's free gift package containing 1, a pint can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner, 2, a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay 59 cents for the Auto Cleaner. This is less than the regular price. And you get the Johnson's Auto Wax free of any charge. Thousands of car owners throughout the country have already taken advantage of this generous offer and have discovered how easy it is to keep their cars shining, sparkling like new, with these 2 remarkable Johnson products. Don't delay. Be sure to get your free gift of Johnson's Auto Wax while the supply lasts. See your dealer tonight or tomorrow morning. The Wistful Vista Domestic Relations Court is again in session. The magistrates, McGee and McGee, are on the bench, ready to take another dirty dig at the docket.
Attention, everybody. Court's in session. What's the next case, Mrs. Judge McGee?
The next case is Hotchkiss versus Sinful Bomb. Suing for $2 million heart bomb.
Oh, boy. $2 million, huh? You must have an awful big heart. Hotchkiss versus Sinful Bomb. Parties in court?
Yes, they are, Your Honor. Want them both?
No, send Mr. Sinful Bomb up first.
Mr. Sinful Bomb to the bench. Mr. Sinful Bomb. That's me. Hello, Judge. Hello.
You Solomon Sinful Bomb?
Positivo.
Well, you're being sued for $2 million heart bomb, Mr. Sinful Bomb. Have you anything to say?
I certainly have.
What is it?
Did you bust this little gal's heart, Sinful Bomb?
Her what?
Her heart.
Don't be silly. If she had a heart, would she be suing me?
Well, there's something in that, too, Molly.
Don't you love her, Mr. Sinful Bomb?
Hooey! She's already having 12 husbands.
What?
One at a time, I mean.
Oh.
And I'm refusing to make myself unlucky with 13.
No, I don't blame you, Bud. She's been married 12 times,
Heavenly days, 12 times.
Positivo. A banker's dozen. You see, Judge, when she first suing people for heart bombing, she wins the case.
Mm-hmm.
She was so happy she married the jury one by one. Oh, she's so fascinating, Judge. I was bewitched. But now I am busting the spell.
Sounds like she's a gold digger to me. Well, you go sit down, Sinful Bomb. Peggy Hotchkiss to the bench. Peggy Hotchkiss.
Says here that she's a Follies girl, McGee.
Here she comes, Molly. Get a load of the lace stockings. Boy, what a figure. Hey, maybe I'd better interview her in the judge's chamber. She might be sensitive. Huh?
No, well, if she is, it's time she got over it. 12 husbands.
All right now, sis. Just make yourself comfortable. Don't be nervous. Are you Peggy Hotchkiss? Are you Peggy Hotchkiss, the Follies girl? Hey, you, sis. Raise your head. I want to see your face.
All right, Skippy. Do I get my $2 million?
Well, for the... Hey, Grandma, are you Peggy Hotcha?
Not Hotcha, Sonny. Hotchkiss. Keep the charm, give me a kiss.
I understand you've been married 12 times, Grandma. Is that true?
Well, if it ain't, I've been through an awful lot of rehearsal, Shorty.
Order in the court. Seems to me you ought to found one of them to make you happy. What you suing old Sinful Bomb for?
$2 million. You know that.
I know, but how could he bust your heart $2 million worth?
Yes, heavenly days, he's got a beard down to his waist.
Why, sure. You wouldn't want a mug with a beaver like that, would you, Grandma?
Well, that's why I love him, Sonny.
Huh?
His beard just tickled me to death.
Why?
Well, when I saw his jawgrass, I says to myself, Peggy, I says, there's one man who won't wipe his razor blades on your guest house.
Judgment entered. $2 million. I think you got something there, Grandma. Next case. Quiet, everybody. Who's next on the docket, Molly?
Mrs. Christopher Crumble versus Christopher Crumble.
Okay, will Chris Crumble and his his wife step up to the bench?
Listen, Your Honor, my wife is too fussy, that's all.
Here, hold it. Now then. Mrs. Crumble. What's the complaint, Mrs. Crumble?
Well, my husband eats crackers in bed, Your Honor.
Oh, Oh, dear, that is silly.
Crackers in bed, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What you got to say about that, Crumble?
Well, Your Honor, I guess it's true, all right. But I like crackers in bed. I love them. Here, have one. I got a sack full.
Oh, thanks.
Give me one, too, Crumble.
Say, these ain't bad, Bud. Who makes them?
The Toothsome Toasted Tidbit Corporation.
Ever try Munchie Crunchies?
Munchie Crunchies?
Mm-hmm.
No, how are they?
Not bad. They make a double cracker for twin beds.
Well, I'll have to try them sometime.
Did you ever try these crackers, Mrs. Crumble?
No, if I ate one, I might like it, and I hate them.
Here, have one, sis.
No.
Dad, drat it, eat one, or I'll have you up for contempt of crackers.
Well, all right. Give me one, Chris.
What? Oh, well, here you are.
Well, how do you like it?
Well, I don't know. Give me another, Chris.
Yeah. Give me another one, too.
Me, too.
Hey, I haven't got many left here.
Come on, give us some. Do I have to impound them? Give me one.
Me, too.
Oh, give baby another, Chris.
Come on.
Hey, let's go here. I said there aren't many left now. Now, cut that out.
Come on.
Cut that out now. You leave me alone. These are my crackers.
Come on, you big Logan. Give me a cracker.
Come on, Bud. Molly wants a cracker.
No.
Silence in the court. Silence. Quiet, please. Court's adjourned. Now give me one of those.
Until recently, every woman who kept house had the discouraging, if not impossible, task of trying to keep her linoleum and wood floors polished and clean with people continually tramping across them. Now the problem has been solved for her. The smart housewife of today keeps her floors shining with Johnson's Glow Coat. It takes only a few minutes to apply Glow Coat with the long-handled applier. You don't have to get down on your knees or even soil your hands. Glow Coat dries in 20 minutes to a beautiful polish without rubbing or buffing. Dust and dirt can't stick to the gleaming surface. Glow Coat seals the cracks and pores, acts as a regular shield of protection, saving linoleum and wood floors from becoming worn and dingy. Ask your dealer for the famous no-rubbing floor polish, Johnson's Glow Coat, spelled Glocoat. Look for the attractive yellow can. And remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes.
Judge McGee, you certainly made some fine decisions today.
Thanks, Mrs. Judge McGee. I thought so, too. Your father was a judge, wasn't he, Molly?
Why, sure he was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can see him now, sitting up there on the bench, sipping his iced coffee and listening to the lovely perjury.
Iced coffee? Why, shucks, iced coffee. That's no hot weather drink, Molly. Did he ever try gin and ginger ale?
No, but he tried lots of people who had.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox adjourning until next week at this same time.
Next program, this is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
There's time to prepare yourself, though, during the feature-length drama, a complex political thriller harking back to the Cold War. Dogtooth.
All right, then, come on.
All right, now, easy. Keep his head up. Keep level. That's it. Yes, now. Hold him level. Easy, Mr. That's it. Down, gently.
Come along, please.
Is he still alive? Just... Hurry with the stretcher!
Right, sir.
Come on, we haven't got a moment to waste. Blanket. Oh, wait. No, he's dead.
Dogtooth by Eric Sayward, with John Hollis as Detective Inspector Marlin, Manning Wilson as Detective Superintendent Hunter, and Geoffrey Matthews as Detective Inspector Meyer of the German police. Dogtooth.
Inspector Meyer. Who? No, one moment, you've come through to the wrong extension. Schiller! A Fräulein Harbour for you, again.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll take it on the other line.
All right, you do that. How much longer are those workmen going to be, Schmidt?
Yes, at least another week. Have you seen this, sir?
Yes, sir.
It's just come through from Traffic Division.
Heinrich Zimker. Oh, do I know him?
Now, here's his file.
Oh, yes. Herr Party Secretary Zimker.
Apparently, he went off the road at 140.
Oh.
Smack into a flyover stanchion.
Is there an accident report?
Only a provisional. The full lab report's not come through yet.
Front near and offside blowout. Unusual for both tyres to go, isn't it?
Well, at that speed, anything could have happened. Second tyre could have gone when he hit the bridge.
That's true. Meyer. Yes, I'm looking at it now, sir. It seems like a straightforward accident case. Don't quite know why it's come through to us. Yes, I see. Right away, sir. Our fearless leader.
What does he want?
A word.
Sit down, Meyer.
Thanks, sir.
What do you know about Heinrich Zimker?
Only what his file tells me. He's party secretary for the Federation Party for the Re-Germanization of Germany.
Precisely.
Sir?
It occurred to me it might be useful if we had a look round Zimker's apartment before his colleagues got the chance to tidy up his personal papers.
Well, are we looking for anything special?
No, I just want to know if they're up to anything.
Right, sir.
Traffic police are withholding the news of Zimker's death until 11 o'clock. Oh, that should be sufficient time, I think.
Yeah, yes.
Make sure you're clear by then. I don't want any trouble. Your visit is strictly unofficial.
Oh, I see.
Take Schmidt and Schiller with you. I've arranged for a locksmith to meet you there.
Right, sir.
I've never seen so many books outside a library before. How many do you think are here?
God knows. Thousands.
We haven't got to go through this lot, have we, sir?
No, we haven't got time.
Well, it's incredible. He has absolutely everything. It's philosophy, economics, political theory, religion. Do you think he read them all?
I should think he'd read the lot. Come on, let's get on with it.
There's a locked filing cabinet here. Do you want it open, sir?
If you can do it without damaging it.
All right, sir.
What exactly are we supposed to be looking for, sir?
Anything that looks interesting. In other words, photocopy everything in his desk.
Filing cabinet's open.
What's in it?
It looks like carbon copies of magazine articles.
I'll leave them.
Right, sir.
What do you make of this, sir?
What?
This photograph.
Where'd you find it?
The back of the drawer.
Can you read the inscription?
No, my English isn't up to it.
It says, to Heinrich, my mentor and advisor, with much love and affection, Jonathan.
Zimker a homosexual? Oh, I don't recall that in this file.
It isn't, is it? Seems we don't know everything about Herr Zimker, after all.
Do you think that's his boyfriend?
Well, it's certainly not his mother. Might be interesting to find out who he is. He's a foreigner. Immigration should be able to help.
Not without his surname.
Should be too difficult. This is the work of a professional. Yes, there we are. Conveniently franked on the back is the name of the studio, with an address in our own fair city of Bonn. Couldn't be easier. Telephone call should tell us all we want to know. Now get this through the photocopier and get on with it. We haven't got much time.
Yeah,
What do you mean, where the bloody hell am I? And in bed, of course. Time? Oh, God, the clock stopped. Well, what time is it? Well, I'll be in half an hour.
Good morning, sir.
Is there any coffee left?
Here, have mine. I've already had a cup.
I feel rough.
Are you ill?
No, I'm not. Do you remember Charlie Stone?
From Hammersmith?
Yeah. Well, I met him in the pub last night. He's just been made up to DI. Well, so we had a few to celebrate, didn't we?
Yeah.
How the hell I got home, I don't know. I couldn't even find my bloody watch this morning. Now, what time is it?
10:20.
Is anything happening?
No, nothing. It's quiet.
Thank God for that.
Although the super did say he wanted a word with us when you got in.
Did he say why?
No.
Well, I need a fag before I can face him. You want to see us, sir?
Ah, yes. Come in, Marlin.
What's up?
Oh, nothing very exciting. Close the door, Sutton.
Sorry, sir.
Right. Now, this has just come through from Germany. The photograph is of one Dr. Jonathan Dempster, Ph.D.
Oh, it's nice.
I wouldn't get too excited. I don't think he's your type.
Who is he?
He is a plant pathologist attached to our embassy in Bonn. Apparently he's been mucking about with some kraut pansy called Heinrich Simker.
Am I supposed to have heard of him?
Not unless you're into the more esoteric side of German politics.
I'm not.
It seems he's policy coordinator for some tiny little right-wing party there, calling itself, Die Föderation Partei zur Wiederdeutschung des Vaterlands.
Serves him right.
At least he was. He was killed yesterday in a car crash.
How did they get on to Dempster?
Well, the Krauts took Simker's sudden demise as a cue to spring clean his flat, and they came up with that photograph, complete with loving inscription. Needless to say, it took them about 2 minutes to trace Dempster to our embassy. I gather the ambassador has been prostrate with apology ever since.
What's it got to do with us?
Well, apparently Dempster's on leave in Blighty, so the Germans, forever efficient, put the photograph on the wire to us.
I bet that pleased the Foreign Office.
It did. They're livid. They've already been on to Commander Armstrong, complaining that it's got nothing to do with us.
Has it?
Armstrong reckons it has.
Oh.
So, we jump. Now, should you, when you get there, find Dempster's place crawling with FO security types, kick their bums out of it. It's got nothing to do with them at the moment.
Was Dempster politically involved with Simker?
We don't know. That's what you're to find out. But the Krauts certainly don't want him back. They feel they have enough of their own troublemakers without harbouring ours.
Right, sir.
And, Marlin, don't lean on him too hard. Apart from the fact he might fall over crying, we don't really know enough about what's been happening to play the heavy.
Now, as if I would,
yes, well,
sir.
I just thought I'd mention it. Oh, and Marlin.
Sir?
Shave before you go and see him. Fairies tend to appreciate little touches like that, and so do I.
No one's at home.
Try again.
We should have phoned first.
Yes, Sutton.
We usually do.
You know me. Any excuse to get out of the office.
Why is the FO so touchy when one of their blokes goes astray?
Well, it shows them up, doesn't it? I mean, it's not very diplomatic to send someone to West Germany who's no sooner off the plane than he's having it off with the local Nazis.
Do you think there's been a breach of security?
Yeah, can't see it myself. Then what was he? An agricultural advisor. Unless we've started using our latest fighters for crop dusting, I can't really see what he could tell them. What time is it?
11:48.
Well, there's nobody at home. Log the time, and that the visit was a waste of shoe leather.
Right.
Oh, God. I'm absolutely shagged out. I'm glad Dempster isn't in. I don't think I could concentrate long enough to think of a sensible question to ask him. Come on, let's go and get an early lunch.
Hey, did you hear that?
Yeah. He's in there, the cheeky beggar. You probably heard every word we said. Come on, Dempster. Open up. This is the police.
Look through the letterbox. Can you see him in there?
Yes, I can see him. Get that bloody door open, quick.
Right, Marlin. What's been happening?
Well, Dempster's been beaten up.
Yes, I know that much. Where is he?
On his way to hospital.
Is he bad?
Yeah. Ambulance men were amazed he was still alive.
I suppose he didn't say anything.
Not a whisper.
Have the forensic and fingerprint boys arrived yet?
Yes, they're already at work, and I've got Sergeant Sutton coordinating the interviews of the other residents in the flat.
Good, good. Marlin?
Sir?
Why is the front door lying in the hall?
We had to break in.
Yes, I can see that. What about all these courses you keep going on? Haven't they taught you how to open a door yet?
Well, after careful consideration, sir, I decided the quickest way in was by brute force.
Well, it's blokes like you that get coppers a bad name, you know. Any excuse will do for the chance to use a little brute force and violence.
Yes, sir.
Are we allowed to touch anything yet?
The telephone, the kitchen, and that desk have been dusted.
Right. I say, we haven't made all this mess, have we?
No, sir. It was like this when we arrived. Either Dempster was a very messy person, or the bloke who brained him was looking for something.
I say we didn't find it. What are you doing in there?
Got to make some tea, sir.
This is not a picnic, you know. No wonder our success rate is on the decline with blokes like you on the force.
Yeah, I was also taking the chance to have a bit of a look round while waiting for the cab.
Yes, go on, get out of here.
Can I just show you this first, sir?
What is it?
It's this pine panelling.
What about it?
Well, over here, the panelling's been mounted directly onto the wall, you see?
So?
Well, on this wall, it's on buttons. It could be this wall's damp and they wanted to leave an airspace, but over here, behind the fridge, you see, there's a bit missing. I was just about to pull the fridge out, see if anything had been rammed up between the wall and the panelling.
What give him the hand, Marlin?
Right, sir. Come on. Yep. Hey.
Yeah, I think I can reach now.
Anything?
I can't feel... Wait a minute.
What?
I think this bit's loose.
Ah, very neat.
Well, it looks as though the whole section's designed to lift away from the wall.
Well, let's have it out of the way.
There's a small recess.
Yes. Anything in it?
Yes. A parcel.
Well, don't touch it. Leave it for the fingerprint boys.
Right, sir.
Ah, well done. What's your name?
Down, sir.
Well done, Down. I think you've earned that tea you were making.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. There's a bloke out here who wants a word with someone in authority.
It's not the press, is it?
No, sir. He says he lives here.
Mr. Simmons?
Yes.
I'm Detective Inspector Marlin. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. I know you've already made a statement, but I'd just like to go over one or two things again.
Do you think I could have something to drink? I'm very thirsty.
Oh, of course, sir. Coffee?
Without milk and sugar, if that's possible.
Oh. Constable?
Sir?
See if you can rustle up some black coffee.
Aye, sir.
Well, I realise you've had rather a shock, so I'll try and keep things brief.
Are you from the Special Branch?
Yes, sir.
Political police?
Oh, hardly. At the moment we're doing straight CID work.
Is there any news about Jonathan?
No, sir, but we would have heard if he'd taken a turn for the worse.
Poor Jonathan.
Yeah. How long have you known him, sir?
We were at university together. That's where I met him.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it must be 20 years.
Do you own the flat you live in?
Yes. Jointly with Jonathan.
I see. So, you do know that Dr. Dempster is a homosexual?
Of course.
Did he ever mention a man to you called Heinrich Simke?
I don't think so.
You're sure?
Pretty sure.
Would you say that Dr. Dempster was a political person?
In what way?
Well, for example, was he a member of a political party?
I don't think so. I doubt it.
Well, you never heard him express strong right-wing views or show any interest in an ultra-right-wing party?
Well, absolutely not. I think in many ways Jonathan was apolitical. A founder member of the silent majority, which I suppose might have put him right of centre in a somewhat reactionary unthinking sort of way.
When was Dr. Dempster last on leave in this country?
4 months ago.
Had he changed at all since then?
Not that I've noticed, no.
I don't know whether you're aware, sir, but we believe that Dr. Dempster's assailant was looking for something.
What?
Well, we're not sure, but during our search of your flat, we found a parcel. It was concealed behind the pine panelling in your kitchen.
What was in it?
Well, we don't know yet. Our experts are still looking at it. Are you aware that there was such a place of concealment?
Absolutely not.
How long has the panelling been there? Sir?
About 4 months. In fact, Jonathan put it up on his last leave.
I see. You helped him?
But no, I'm useless at woodwork. In fact, I wasn't even in the flat when he did it.
Where were you?
With friends. Jonathan didn't want me around fussing. He deliberately arranged the job for a weekend he knew I'd be away.
Yeah. Can you think of any reason why Dr. Dempster would want to build himself on such a place of concealment?
No, absolutely none. I'm amazed he did.
I suppose you can't prove that Dr. Dempster put the panelling up when you were away.
Not really. The friends I stayed with will confirm the date I was there. The neighbours might remember the sawing and hammering. They certainly complained about the noise.
We'll check, sir.
I'm sorry I can't be more helpful.
Will you be going back to your flat?
I don't think I could face it. I'll probably go to a friend.
Well, perhaps you could leave the address and telephone number with the sergeant.
Yes, of course.
Right, sir. I think that's it for the moment. If you think of anything that might be at all useful, perhaps you'll let us know.
Of course.
This is Inspector Marlin. Can you run a records check on Raymond Arthur Simmons? Yeah, Simmons. Address, flat 10, 22 Norwich Gardens. Yeah, it's to do with the Dempster case. Huh? Well, no, it isn't priority. I just want to see what he's been up to, if anything. Yeah. Ta. Yeah. Oh, right, sir. Straight away.
Have you spoken to Simmons?
Yep. I've just finished with him.
Anything useful?
No.
What about that hidey-hole?
He says he didn't know anything about it. He said it was Dempster who put up the panelling when he was away.
And you believe him?
Yeah, I think so.
Tell me, where was he when Dempster was beaten up?
Bristol. He was there on business.
What is he? What does he do?
Oh, he's an accountant. Well, we'll check the story out, but I don't think there's any problems.
I suppose he didn't come up with any ideas about Dempster? About who might have ducked him up?
Not a one. Let's hope the parcel can supply some answers. Any news on that yet, Benai?
No, not much. Experts say it's a manuscript. They're having a few photocopies run off so we can read it while they're giving the original the fine-tooth comb treatment.
Any fingerprints on the parcel?
Yeah, a few smudges. Not much else.
It's not a very good beginning, is it?
No, it isn't. I was hoping for a bit more help from this.
What's that?
It is a file on Simca from the German police. I'd love to see the original. I bet it's a foot thicker than that one.
You think the Jerrys are covering up?
Well, what do you think?
They still say Simca's death was an accident.
Oh, yes. Although Dempster being clobbered within 24 hours of Simca dying is, well, it's a hell of a coincidence.
Yes.
Anyway, take the file with you. See if you can wring anything out of it.
Right, sir.
What's this? Manuscript from the lab.
What are we supposed to do with it?
I think the intention is that you read it, Sergeant.
It's a very restrained answer, Constable. You should go far.
Well, when he does, he can take that thing with him.
Thank you, Constable.
Sir?
Oh, what do we want with this?
It's a photocopy of what was in the parcel.
We'd expect it to read it?
Yes.
There must be 300 pages.
A reasonable guess.
It'll take days.
Not if you read it quickly. Yeah. Yes, this is Inspector Marlin.
What? Oh, I see. When? What's up? Does the super know? Right. Dempster's dead. He didn't regain consciousness.
Pity. Now all we've got's this thing, all 300 pages of it.
Yeah. Was that why he was killed? By that thing? Or was it because he was Simca's lover? Yeah. Perhaps he was selling combine harvesters to the Russians on the cheap. We don't know anything, do we?
Flipping heck.
What?
This manuscript. It's a story.
You're joking.
Oh, look, it's a novel.
Well, who'd want to kill Dempster for this?
The author?
Yeah. Hello, get me the German special branch in Bonn, will you? No, it's not to make a personal call. God, stone me, what sort of Burks do they employ on a switchboard nowadays?
It's all done in the name of economy. Who are you calling, anyway?
Well, I've got a mate over there. I want to know what the atmosphere's like, and how seriously they're taking Simca's death. Guten Tag. Here is Sir John Marlin. Ich möchte Inspektor Meyer sprechen, bitte. Ach, danke schön. Ach so. Wissen Sie vielleicht, wann kommt? Einige Minuten noch. Ich rufe später nochmals an. Danke. Hope you were taking notes. He's not there.
You think it's wise making that sort of call from the office?
What do you mean?
Well, someone just happens to be listening. You know how it is. And he gets back to the super. You know what he's like when it comes to seeking outside help.
You know, you are right. He might make Inspector yet.
Where are you going?
Lunch.
Well, lunch? It's 3:10.
Then an early tea. And while I'm gone, I'll phone my mate from outside.
Super won't like you wandering off.
Oh, gee. There. I've entered it in the diary. Gone to tea. Now it's official. And while I'm gone, you can get stuck into that novel.
Polizeipräsidium, guten Tag.
Ja, guten Tag. Konnte ich Inspektor Meyer sprechen, bitte?
Einen Moment, bitte. Meyer.
Hello, Vim. It's John Marlin here. How are you, mate?
John. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, are we still friends?
Of course. What's the problem?
Have you heard about Heinrich Simca?
Yes.
Ah. You on the case?
What case? There is no case. It was an accident. His car went off the road.
Oh, sure. What do you know about Simca?
Very little. Do you want me to send you his file?
We've already got it. It's been filleted to hell. How important was he, Vim?
Oh, he was a nobody.
Ah. Why did your boys distribute Dempster's photograph?
Just routine. Simca was not the nicest of men, and we don't encourage foreigners to become involved in our internal politics.
Yeah, I see. Did you hear that Dempster had been murdered?
Really?
Ah, really? Doesn't that say anything to you?
Could say many things.
But you're happy to accept it as coincidence?
I've not much alternative, John. The case is closed.
All right, it's your business. And there's nothing you can tell me about Simca that isn't in the file.
Nothing. Sorry I can be of no help.
Anyway, thanks. Cheers, mate.
Bye, John.
Who was that? A friend. Seems he's having a little trouble. Tell me, Schmidt, did you ever see the final accident report on Simca's car?
No, sir. No, that went directly to the chief. Well, it was nothing to do with us anyway.
True. Records. This is Inspector Meyer. Could you send up all the information you have on Heinrich Simca, including the accident report on his car? I'd also like the file on the Federation Party. That's right, Simca's group. Did you think you could let me have that at once? Thank you. Sergeant Sutton. He's not back yet, sir. He said he'd only be a few minutes. He's gone for a cup of tea and some fags.
Yes, sir, I'll tell him as soon as he comes in. Pardon? Yes, I'm reading it now, sir. Right, sir.
Who was that?
Ah, it was the super. He wants to see you.
Right.
What did your friend in Germany have to say?
Not much.
How are they treating Simca's death?
Accidental. The case is closed. Did the super say what he wanted?
No, but I think it's about the manuscript. Oh. Actually, it's not a bad read. I've been zipping through it.
What's it about?
It's a spy story.
You're joking. What's it called?
I don't know. It hasn't got a title page.
Oh, I think you better come in with me in case I'm expected to know about the subtler bits of the plot. Right.
How's the reading going?
It's progressing, sir.
Mm-hmm. Anything struck you about it?
In what way?
Well, like how well written it is.
Yeah, it's what I'd call a good read.
Yeah. Exactly what the cipher department thinks.
Oh, have they come up with something?
Nothing positive. Just that the thing is of sufficiently high standard to have been written by a professional.
I thought they were all mathematicians up there.
I assume someone with a literary bent sneaked in when no one was looking. Anyway, they feel strongly enough about this idea to want to push it.
What do you mean?
Well, they want us to find the author.
Author? Oh, you must be joking.
I wish I were. But they've managed to convince Commander Armstrong.
Oh, good. Is he leading the case now?
No, I still have that doubtful privilege. But as we've little else to go on, he suggests we follow that line of inquiry. And I can hardly refuse, with you two sitting around here doing sweet FA.
Oh, of course.
If we don't come up with something positive in the next 12 hours, we're likely to lose this case to the CID, and you know how I'd feel about that, don't you?
Haven't forensic or fingerprints found anything yet?
Well, we wouldn't be going along with this stupid idea if they had, would we, Sutton?
No, sir.
No. Anyway, extra copies of the manuscript are going to be run off for distribution to publishing houses. See what they can come up with. But meantime, you two are going to see... Where are we? Ah, this gentleman.
Mr. Sinclair? Who's he?
He is the author of some authoritative tome on the development of the thriller and spy novel. It's just possible he might recognize something about it. He's already been sent a copy, so give him a ring, see how he's making out. If he's come up with anything, go round to his place and be nice to him.
Of course.
We need the break he might be able to give us.
Have a look at this. It's the accident report on Zimka's car.
What's it say?
I'll read it. There, read that bit out loud.
The tyres were newly fitted, substandard remolds, downgraded for use on agricultural vehicles only, having a maximum speed limit of 25 kilometres per hour, therefore making them totally unsuitable for use in a high-performance car. The cause of accident was due entirely to these tyres overheating and then disintegrating at high speed. Tyres fitted to back axle were type recommended by vehicle's manufacturer.
What make of car was it?
English sports car, an MGB.
Now, that's not the sort of car you're likely to fit with remolds.
No, I suppose not, but Zimka couldn't have known that the tyres would fall to pieces.
I don't believe it. You don't fit tyres that are going to kill you.
Then how did it get on the car?
That's what we're going to find out. I want you to get onto the firms that import English cars and find out where Zimka bought the car. Better still, the garage which used to maintain it.
Right, sir.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'm going to have a word with the chief.
You look concerned, Meyer.
I am, sir. I'm curious to know what you thought about the accident report on Zimka's car.
Why?
I'm a little uneasy about the fitting of substandard tyres on a sports car.
Oh, these things happen.
Don't you think we should try and find out how and why they were fitted?
Oh, not particularly. I don't see why the standard of maintenance of Zimka's car should concern us. It's possible if he'd chosen not to tinker with things he didn't understand, he might be alive today.
I see. Did you know Dempster had been murdered, sir?
Yes. Who told you?
An informant. Although I would have expected to have been told about such a development.
I didn't think it was important.
I feel, sir, that with the condition of the tyres and the fact that Dempster died within 24 hours of Zimka's accident, we should reopen the case. Zimka might have been murdered.
Then that is for criminal investigation, not us. I shall inform them of your suggestion. But as far as this department is concerned, the case is closed. And it will remain so unless a substantial piece of new evidence comes to light.
What happened?
It's got nothing to do with us. If Zimka was murdered, it's now the responsibility of criminal investigation.
Then what do we do?
Have you been in touch with the car importers yet?
Yes, he's going to phone me back.
Yeah, well, you ring him in an hour. I want to know the name of that garage today. And meanwhile, I want to know everything there is to know about Zimka and that damn party of his.
Yes?
Mr. Sinclair?
Yes?
Police, sir. I'm Detective Inspector Marlin. This is Detective Sergeant Sutton.
Yes?
I phoned, sir. We need to talk about the manuscript you're reading for us.
Ah, yes, come in, come in.
Ah, thank you.
Now, would you like some tea?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Mrs. Noakes! You know it is very good. Oh, please, sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir.
The manuscript. I've already read it twice. Frightfully good of its kind. Very good style. You know, Raymond Chandler had terrific style. Excellent characterization and some beautifully observed detail. Truly a master.
Isn't Raymond Chandler dead, sir?
Alas.
You're saying this manuscript is the work of Raymond Chandler?
Not at all. Oh, no, no.
Then who, sir?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. It certainly isn't a book I've read of his before.
Sir?
A very neat and compact writer. And, as I've said, with excellent style.
Yes, his name, sir.
I hope Mrs. Noakes heard.
I'm sure she did, sir.
He's very deaf.
His name, sir?
You must remember, I'm not 100% certain, but I think it's the work of a man called Richard Moore.
Oh.
He used at one time to write under the name of Sam Pestry. It's an anagram of master spy, which, I suppose, makes him a bit condescending towards the genre.
Oh, yeah.
But since he started using his own name, his work has improved greatly.
Richard Moore, yeah, well, I've heard of him.
Oh, it's quite likely. He used to be a very distinguished novelist in his day. I never understood why he took up writing spy stories, although he does do it very well.
What makes you think it's Richard Moore?
Well, there's a certain style, a feeling about the story. And, of course, there's the punctuation.
What?
Punctuation, Inspector. Let me show you. I've got another of his novels here. Ah, here we are. You see, he used a hyphen instead of the more conventional inverted commas to indicate conversation.
Is that unusual?
Certainly in this sort of book. It's also slightly pretentious. I think James Joyce originated it, although I'm not quite sure about that. The other thing Moore does is quote a lot from other writers. If you know the quote and the context as it appears in the original, it helps make the whole thing much richer. It's very much after Eliot, although I'm not for one moment suggesting that Eliot was at all pretentious. Of course not. I wouldn't dare to think like that.
No, sir. Anything else?
Oh, yes. For some strange reason, his main character nearly always has a name beginning with the letter M. In your manuscript, he's called Moncrief. In the book I showed you, he's called Mace. In another, it's Mason. I've yet to work out the significance of the M. I thought it might be because the author's name began with an M. But I'm sure it's much more subtle than that.
Who publishes Richard Moore?
Oh, John Klein.
Thank you, sir. Delta 1 to MP, over.
MP, over.
This is Inspector Marlin. Urgent request. I want records to rake up everything they've got on Richard Moore. Address unknown. Occupation, writer. Better tell records it's unlikely he's got any form, so they'll have to search around a bit. Present all gen, with my compliments, of course, to Superintendent Hunter.
Richard Basil Moore, born 1920, came down from Oxford University 1942, second-class honours degree in English literature and philosophy. Joined RAF 1943, demobbed 46, worked on various provincial newspapers before publishing his first novel, The Decline of Simple Simon, in 1949. Subsequent novels include The Nemesis Machine, for which he received the Shaft-Granville Prize and the John Brannan Memorial Prize. Now, Might, published 1954, banned in South Africa. The Fall and Fall of Simon Smith, published in 1956, etc., joined the Communist Party in 1938.
Oh, yeah.
Hobbies, publisher, John Klein, agent Boswell Mackay, and not a word about writing spy stories.
Where does all that information come from?
Who's who?
Huh?
Any form?
Oh, yes. He's a real pro. 3 convictions for drunken driving.
Is that all?
Well, what were you expecting, Sutton?
I don't know, sir.
You know, it's quite likely that this chap isn't even involved.
Do we go and see him?
Yeah, why not? Why not? But tread carefully, and don't tell him too much about the case.
If I told him everything I knew, he wouldn't know much.
You may well have a point there, Marlin, but don't spread it around. I don't care about you undermining the public's confidence in the police, but don't weaken mine.
I'll try not to, sir.
And don't forget to ring him first. Tell him you're on your way. Keep everything friendly.
Why all this interest in public relations?
Well, I have a feeling this case is doomed. Don't ask me why, because I couldn't tell you, but it's always nice to know that when this mess is relegated to the unsolved file, I shall feel a little happier knowing that I haven't offended anyone during the course of it.
Maya. A moment. It's for you, Schmidt.
Sergeant Schmidt? Ah, yes, sir. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Goodbye. That was the car, people.
Well?
We now know where Zimcar bought his car.
Excellent.
Do we go and see them?
We certainly do.
Oh, I don't reckon those ham rolls I had at lunchtime were kosher, you know. They're sitting like two hard lumps right there.
Shouldn't bolt your food.
I didn't have much choice, did I? I had to eat while I was on the job.
Lucky old you.
Do you know, I've put on nearly a stone in the last month.
Go to the gym more often.
You must be joking. I always get paired with Roberts when I go down there. Have you ever been in the ring with him?
No.
He doesn't know the meaning of a couple of friendly rounds. You know, he even tries to chop you when he's wearing boxing gloves. The man's a bloody mess.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Richard Moore.
No, I'm his secretary. Come in, gentlemen. Mr. Moore's expecting you.
Thank you.
This way. Police have arrived, Mr. Moore.
Oh, come in, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Detective Inspector Marlin. This is Detective Sergeant Sutton, sir.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Can I offer you a drink, gentlemen?
No, not for me, sir.
Sergeant?
No, thank you.
Oh, I hope you'll excuse me if I do. You know, Inspector, you are a very deceptive person.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, here I sit in complete calm, waiting for a fresh-faced sergeant to visit me. But what should arrive? A full detective inspector.
No deception intended, sir.
I'm sure it wasn't. But in the pyramid of life, detective inspectors loom large and important. Their comparative rarity makes them so. Your sergeant also omitted to say when he telephoned which CID division he was with. You are CID officers?
No, sir. Special branch.
I see. Well, that might explain why my telephone has been behaving in such a strange manner. It keeps ringing. But when I lift the receiver, I'm greeted with static.
Oh, I take it up with the post office, sir.
Of course. I only ask because the last occasion I had a conversation with a special branch officer, my telephone started to behave in a very strange way, clicking and clacking as though some manic hen was pecking at the line.
Well, it must have been some years ago, sir.
Ah, yes.
Telephone tapping techniques have improved greatly since then.
I'm pleased to hear it. And you're right. It was many years ago, in those heady days when the Cold War was a Cold War, and we all marched from Aldermaston with Cannon Collins to protest about the atom bomb. The special branch was very diligent then. One or another of them always seemed to be popping in for tea and chat. But then in those days, I was very active too in the Communist Party.
But not now.
Well, I still have a dog-eared membership card somewhere. I'd like to think how many years back subscription I owe. Things have changed so much. I mean, in those days, we even had the odd comrade in Parliament from time to time. We seemed to be getting somewhere. But the swinging and decadent, self-indulgent 60s put paid to all that. And then my interest waned. I'm sure you wouldn't like a drink?
Positive, sir.
Well, then I shall indulge alone. I suddenly feel rather depressed. Oh, don't worry. I shan't get drunk. I'm only topping up. I won't suddenly collapse or throw up or something.
I'm pleased to hear it, sir.
So, what can I do for you?
Well, I'd like you to look at this, sir.
Oh, not without my glasses.
Oh. Do you recognize that?
Yes. Let me see.
Do you write it, sir?
Well, I certainly wrote the first paragraph.
Is it a published work?
Not yet.
Oh, but it's due for publication.
Well, of course, I don't write for fun. It's my latest book. What are you doing with it?
Well, I'll come to that in a moment, sir. Does it have a title?
Of course.
What is it?
Dogtooth.
Dogtooth.
Hmm.
Do you know a man called Jonathan Dempster?
Don't think so.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm fairly certain.
Well, can you offer any explanation as to how he might have got hold of your manuscript?
None, although I would have thought that a question better put to him.
Yeah, I wish that were possible, sir.
Oh?
He's dead.
Oh. How did he die?
He was beaten to death.
By me?
Well?
I couldn't barely summon up the energy to leave the house, let alone involve myself in the clubbing to death of a man I don't even know. And what motive would I have?
There's every probability the murderer was after your manuscript.
Oh, my dear boy, this is incredible news. I thought I'd reached the pinnacle of my career when one of my books was reprinted in the same week of publication. But now, it seems, I have fans prepared to commit murder for a peek at a forthcoming attraction.
The flippancy doesn't help, you know, sir.
Oh, sorry.
This manuscript was hidden in Dr. Dempster's flat. It was very carefully hidden. Now, there has to be a reason for that.
Oh, sorry, I can't help you.
What happens when you complete a new manuscript?
I send copies to my agent and my publisher and leave them to fight it out.
No one else gets a copy?
No.
How many copies are made of each manuscript?
Oh. Well, Peter, how many?
I made the usual number.
How many was that?
5.
Do you still have a copy?
There should be at least a file copy.
Would you mind if I have a look at that, sir?
Why not?
I'll get it.
Thank you.
Inspector, how did you find me? This manuscript hasn't got a title author page.
No, we had an expert read it, sir. He recognised your style.
Really? God heavens. You mean I still have a style? Did you know I was once considered a serious novelist, Inspector? Some critics have even been kind enough to say I could have been a great novelist. But that's all in the past. Nowadays I have to be dried out twice a year so I can write 2 books, spy stories. I dread the experience. I can't live without alcohol. So I write books that I can finish very quickly. Today I'm called a popular writer. I'm grateful for it. For, as you see, it keeps me in some style. Well, your friend has started to scribble in his notebook. I feel that if he's going to do that, I should be advised upon my utterances.
Oh, it's just notes, sir, not a verbatim record.
Oh, what a pity. I do so enjoy being quoted.
Perhaps we could quote you on whether you know a man called Heinrich Simker.
What? No. Oh, yes.
Sir?
Oh, I've heard of him. He's a journalist. Or at least he was. I believe he's written 1 or 2 books on the virtues of a benevolent dictatorship. Needless to say, they're both very slim volumes.
But you never met him?
No.
Now, what about his political party? Die Föderation Partei die Wiederdeutschung des Vaterland. What do you know about that?
Only that it's full of ex-SS types who are dissatisfied with the general lack of Jew-bashing, have taken to grinding their gums and waving their pension books in the air. Do you know what Die Föderation Partei zur Wiederdeutschung des Vaterlands means in English?
Well, I have a fair idea, sir.
The Federation Party for the Re-Germanization of Germany. I mean, Gott in Himmel. It doesn't even make sense. I suppose you know that lot's affiliated to the Britain Forward for Freedom Party.
No, I didn't.
Well, no wonder Adolf Hitler said the British weren't Germany's natural enemies. We're all bloody fascists together.
I found a copy, Inspector.
Oh, thank you.
And what were you hoping to find?
I don't know, sir.
You know, Inspector, I always thought a novel a good place to hide microdots. What do you think of all the I's, J's, commas, colons, and the like that could so easily play host to a pinpoint of film? If you didn't know where to look, it'd take you weeks to find it. Oh, you've become agitated, Inspector. Have you found something? A secret, perhaps?
It's nothing very exciting, sir.
Oh, what a pity. I was at the very least expecting cost analysis of the Prime Minister's off-licence expenses.
Your manuscript has been copied. Look, you see the typeface is different.
Oh. Well, who said the master sleuth only exists in fiction?
Well, is it possible it could have been copied at your agents or your publishers?
I suppose so. But why? And why my novel?
Well, we might be able to answer that when we find out what it was used for.
Used for? Hey, who was this Jonathan Dempster?
Well, he was a plant pathologist.
Well, that sounds like a crime in itself. Does he also happen to be a spy?
I don't know, sir.
Well, it would be awful if my manuscript was tied up in some sordid little case of espionage. Good God, I may no longer be much of a writer, but I feel my work deserves better than to be abused in this way.
May we take this copy of your manuscript?
I suppose so.
It's possible that my superintendent might want to have a word with you later, sir.
Well, I shall not go into hiding or leave the country in spite of the disgrace. I shall be here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah, tell me, the man who recognized my manuscript by its style, Style. Sounds a man of rare talent. I'd like him to have this.
What's that, sir?
Well, it's my latest publication, a novel of doubtful merit. I shall inscribe it for him. What was his name?
Malcolm Sinclair.
Well, you tell Mr. Sinclair that for a moment he made an old drunkard. Very happy. Yes, style. Oh, I hope you don't mind being an errand boy, Inspector.
So what happens now?
Well, first we get this manuscript to the experts for comparison. Then I'm going to get a couple of blokes on to compiling a list of names of everyone at Moore's agent and publishers who had access to their copies of the manuscript.
That'll be a job and a half.
Yeah, I know. The manuscript was copied for a bloody good reason.
What are we going to be doing?
Well, I don't know about me, but you, Sunshine, are going to do a bit of sleuthing into the activities of the Britain Forward for Freedom Party.
You here, Muller?
Yes.
I'm Inspector Meyer. This is Sergeant Schmidt.
Gentlemen.
Herr Muller? The showroom manager tells me you're the workshop foreman.
Oh, that's right.
I'm making inquiries concerning a car owned by one of your customers, Heinrich Zimke.
Ah, yes.
Got the details of the vehicle here. Do you know the car?
Yes, of course I do.
When was it last serviced?
Day before yesterday.
Are you sure?
Of course. I've still got the work card here. Just a minute. Oh. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Is this all the work you did on his car?
That's right. Just a 10,000 kilometre service. Anything wrong?
Was there any work done on the wheels of the car?
No.
New tyres weren't fitted?
Well, it's not on the worksheet.
Have you always serviced this car?
Yes.
So you would know if new tyres had been fitted since the car was purchased?
Of course I would.
Well, have they?
Yes, look, 4 months ago.
Would that be a complete set?
Yes.
Would the car's tyres be checked at normal servicing?
No, yes, we always check for excessive damage to the tread and wall of the tyre.
And this check would have been made the day before yesterday?
Always, without fail.
What's that?
That costing sheet. You see, I work out the time and materials used on the car. Then it goes up to accounts for invoicing to the customer.
Yes. Is this the sheet for the last service?
Yeah. You can see there's no charge for tyres.
Indeed. Do you ever fit remodels?
Oh, no. No, never. You can't risk it on a high-performance car.
You would always advise against it?
Always.
Do you keep remolded tyres in stock?
No, I wouldn't touch them.
And if by some chance Zimke's car had been fitted with the wrong tyres, your mechanic, he would have noticed, wouldn't he?
Without a doubt. Look, we're a quality garage, Inspector. We're very thorough.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear it. What's this charge here?
Delivery charge?
Yeah.
Oh, that's quite normal. That's for returning the car to the customer. A lot of our clients are very busy people. They drop their cars into the garage in the morning. We return them to their home or office. Saves them having to come back here.
And that's what you did with Zimke's car?
That's right.
Where was it taken?
Here, Simca's home. In fact, Willy dropped it off on his own way home.
And who is Willy?
One of the old boys we employ for the job.
Oh. Is he here now?
No, he didn't come in today. Strange that. He's usually very reliable.
What's his full name?
Willem Rikers.
Rikers. Do you know his address?
No, the personnel should have it. Willy isn't in any trouble, is he?
That remains to be seen.
Well, what happened?
Heinrich Zimke is dead.
You going to bring Rikers in for questioning?
Not until I've spoken to the chief. You forget, this case is officially closed.
He's not going to be very happy.
Well, that's his tough luck.
He could still argue that Zimke fitted the tyres himself.
He can argue what he likes, but Zimke no more fitted them than you did. Good tyres were on that car when he left the garage. Rikers supposedly returned the car to Zimke on his way home. The following morning, Zimke drives his car onto the autobahn and is killed. If Rikers didn't actually fit the tyres himself, he knows who did. And he might also know why someone wanted Zimke dead.
Shall I come with you and see the chief?
No, you go to records and see what they have on Rikers.
Right. See you later.
You mind if I have a word with you, son?
Oh, by all means. Come in, Meyer. Oh, actually, I've been looking for you. I've someone here I'd like you to meet.
Yes, sir?
This is Herr Baumann.
Really?
Inspector Meyer?
Yes, I asked him to have a word with you as you seemed doubtful about Zimker's accident.
Yeah, with justification, sir.
I noticed from your diary that you and Schmidt had gone to the garage. Oh, by the way, where is he?
Records.
For the file on Wilhelm Reichers?
Yes.
You have done well, Inspector.
Hardly. Any intelligent child could have found out what I have.
Perhaps. But you needn't concern yourself about Reichers anymore. We already have him.
Ah. Since when have you been allowed to operate internally in this country? Your function is purely defence. Internal security is handled by the civil police.
You're quite right. And at the same time, you've answered your own question. The Zimker affair is no longer an internal matter.
Then why weren't we told?
That's why I'm here now. I wish to reassure you that this business is in good hands.
Zimker was murdered, wasn't he?
Yes.
By Reichers.
We believe he was involved.
Do you know who ordered Zimker killed?
I can't tell you that, Inspector.
But you do know.
You're not in the interrogation room now, Meyer.
Sorry, sir.
I understand how you feel, Inspector. It's very frustrating to be taken off a case just as you've begun to make progress.
Yes, it is.
But I'm afraid it's necessary. All I can say is that Zimker is not all that he seems. His desire to re-Germanize Germany was not entirely what you might expect from a man of his political persuasion.
Are you saying he was a double agent?
I leave you to draw your own conclusions on that score. But what I am saying to you is that you are not to proceed any further with this case. It is now completely out of your hands. You understand?
Yes, sir.
That's it, Schmidt. We're redundant.
What?
We're off the case. The Secret Service is involved.
What about Reichers?
They've got him.
Ah. At least that explains why Records wouldn't let me have his file. Did the chief give any reasons?
No. I doubt whether he knows. But the guy with him did. One Herr Baumann. He knew all right.
What did he say?
That Zimker wasn't what he appeared to be, and that his desire to re-Germanize Germany would not be what you would expect from a man of his apparent political persuasion.
So, instead of National Socialism, we get, what?
Could be anything.
Including communism?
Why not?
Why not? Well, the irony would be a bit strong, wouldn't it? Communism from the policy director of the Federation Party.
Until we know the reason why Zimker was murdered, we can't afford to dismiss anything from our consideration.
We're continuing with the case?
Well, there's nothing to stop us from theorising.
Not that we have much to theorise on.
Wait a minute. God, man, I must be losing my wits.
What's the matter?
After we searched Zimker's flat, I left a couple of men on surveillance. I wanted to see who would turn up.
So?
No one has. Not one single soul.
Still don't understand.
If your policy director suddenly died, wouldn't you send somebody along to his home just to make sure he hadn't left any embarrassing documents lying around?
Well, probably, but, well, perhaps Zimker's party doesn't allow controversial stuff outside of party HQ.
But could you afford not to check, just in case?
Well, I suppose not.
Yeah. So, if nobody came, doesn't that suggest anything to you?
They knew the flat was clean.
Right. And if they knew that, somebody from Zimker's party had already made sure of the fact, which suggests they knew he was going to die.
They may have got there before us.
For how? The traffic police withheld the news of Zimker's death for the very reason we could give his flat the once-over first.
It's credible, I suppose, but why should his own party want to kill him?
Because he was a spy, a communist agent.
Or equally likely he was an embezzler, or Jewish, or simply because they found out he was a homosexual.
The Secret Service wouldn't have been called out for a simple case of murder. Hey, look, I think we should kick this around a bit more.
If you like.
How about coming for a drink?
Why not?
Marlin?
He's just left, sir.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It'll keep.
Have the experts come up with anything on the manuscript we brought in?
Must be joking. Those idiots work even slower than you do. What's this lot?
Oh, just refreshing myself on the Britain Forward for Freedom Party.
Rather you than me.
Yeah, the propaganda's a bit boring. Every other phrase is either moral decline or the country's been betrayed by the left.
Just like prayers. Repeat them often enough and you start to believe them. Anyway, why are you still here?
Oh, I'm waiting for my girlfriend to pick me up, sir.
I thought you were a married lad.
I am, sir. But at the moment, we're what you might call a bit estranged. I moved out a couple of months ago.
Well, nobody tells me anything around here. Good night, Sutton.
Good night, sir.
Oh.
don't believe it. Can't be morning already. Yeah.
John!
Yeah?
This is Vim. How are you, my friend?
You know what time it is?
Yeah, it is late. I'm very sorry.
Well, what do you want?
Are you still on the Dempster case?
Yeah, why?
In progress?
Well, couldn't you have waited till the morning to ask that?
I'm sorry.
Are you drunk?
Oh, a German never gets drunk, though it's true. I have been celebrating
Oh, why?
my redundancy.
You're what? Lord, knock it off, Vim. I want to go to sleep. I'll phone you tomorrow.
John, this is important. It's about Simca.
What about him?
Secret Service have taken over the case.
You're joking.
I am drunk, John, but I'm not joking.
Then you better be careful what you say. You might wake up regretting this conversation.
I don't think so. There's something else I should tell you. Simca was murdered.
Are you sure?
Of course.
Look, Vim, I think you better sober up before you say anything else. As far as I'm concerned, we haven't had this conversation, all right? I'll call you tomorrow. If you want to tell me again, that's fair enough. But for the time being, go to bed. And shut up and sober up, okay?
But there's more.
Go to bed, Vim.
Sergeant Sutton. No, sir, he isn't here at the moment. Oh, what, sir? Oh, I see. When? I'll tell him, sir.
Tell me what? Who was that?
Oh, the super. He said the experts come up with something.
Oh, about bloody time.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Right, what have you found?
Quite a bit, Superintendent. Quite a bit. But I must first ask if you have all signed the Official Secrets Act.
Well, oh, stop mucking about. Of course we have. Haven't we?
I have.
Well, there you are.
Good. Then I can proceed. When Inspector Marlin brought the second manuscript in, the one from Mr. Moore, we decided to run a straight word-for-word comparison with the one found at Dempster's flat. And the first thing we noticed was the difference in typeface.
Brilliant. Bloody brilliant. 7,500 a year this bloke gets.
Please don't be facetious, sir. I also happen to be worth every penny. Now, as you can see, the copy found in Dempster's flat has been typed on an ordinary machine. Inspector Marlin's copy, obviously, on an electric model. Now, the next thing we found was much more interesting. Here's the list. As you see, a total discrepancy in the names of characters in the two manuscripts. Now, I wish to reserve judgment on the names in the Dempster copy until I put them through the computer. But I tell you this, one or two of them are very well-known real people in the business world.
How long before you can check the names?
A few hours, but there's more. Now, look here. This is page 112 from Inspector Marlin's copy, and this is the same page from the Dempster copy. You see? An additional paragraph in the Dempster copy that to the casual reader is part of the story. It's so neat, so simple.
Well, what does this extra paragraph tell us? I mean, what does it mean?
It means absolute chaos, Superintendent.
What's he talking about?
In the chapter containing the additional paragraph, the author describes a coding machine. In fact, it is not unlike the Mills coding machine being used by our embassies at the moment. In the additional paragraph, there is a key word mentioned, to all intents and purposes referring to the machine described in the book.
And that means chaos?
When I discovered the paragraph, I got on to the head of cipher at the Foreign Office to see if he could make anything of it.
Yeah?
I was still in the middle of reading the keyword when he fainted.
It was for real?
Precisely. It is our current keyword. Anyone who has access to a Mills coding machine would be able to decode any information being passed between London and any one of our embassies.
As easily as that?
Indeed.
How many people know the keyword?
In this country?
Yeah.
Head of cipher, of course. A few civil servants. Probably the Foreign and Commonwealth Secretary, if he was interested. Same with the PM.
What would be the chance of guessing it?
A 12-symbol conglomerate of letters and numbers. I should think 1,000,000 to 1 chance.
Does Commander Armstrong know what you found?
Of course.
Did he say anything?
Only that he wanted to interview Richard Moore himself immediately.
Do you think Moore's mixed up in this?
We'll soon find out.
Taking his time?
Yeah. Have a look through the window.
Right. Oh, my God.
What's up?
Come and see for yourself. It's Mr. Moore.
Get that bloody window open.
There you are. The pathologist's report on Richard Basil Moore. Sleeping pills washed down with brandy.
But why did he kill himself?
It was that or go inside for the rest of his natural.
But why didn't he run? I would have.
Yeah, he's a sick man. Where could he run to? Gin factory.
He handed over the manuscript knowing he'd have to kill himself.
Wouldn't let it worry you, Sunshine. Start thinking about the new angle his death brings to the case.
What's that?
Why was Richard Moore, a communist, tied in with Simca and Dempster? A couple of fascists. Yeah. Yeah, he's here. It's for you, sir.
Hunter. Yeah? What? Is it important? I'll be straight up. They've completed the check on the names in the manuscript. They reckon they've got something.
Identifying a list of names without any other information is rather difficult.
Yes, but you have succeeded, right?
Not entirely to my satisfaction, Superintendent. You see, I had to make rather an important assumption.
What was that?
That all the names belonged to the same group. That is, that they were all successful businessmen. Anyway, this is what we came up with.
God, there's pages of it.
Do these names have anything in common?
Nothing really conclusive. Several of them were at Cambridge at the same time, but that doesn't necessarily tie them together. As with the fact that a lot of them share the same club.
Which one's that?
Blackets.
Well, they must be involved together in some way, otherwise they wouldn't be on that list.
How about their youthful flirtation with right-wing politics in the 30s? Amazing number of them seem to have known Mosley in their youth.
Now, that's more like it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Well, actually, there is.
And I can tell from that smug manner of yours that you've been saving it.
May I have the computer readout back? Thank you. There.
Dimmesdale, Sir Andrew. Permanent Undersecretary, Foreign and Commonwealth Office.
Need I tell you that he has access to the cipher machine keyword?
No, I don't think you do. Does Commander Armstrong know?
I believe he's already with the Home Secretary.
Good. Because if this Sir Andrew Thingy character did drop the cipher keywords, it won't be long before we know to whom.
Where do we go from here?
Yeah, we start with a check on Blackett's club.
What exactly are we supposed to be looking for?
The missing link.
Evolutionists have been looking for that for 150 years.
Yeah.
Why are we suddenly supposed to strike lucky?
Well, because our link's easier to find, Sunshine. We want to know what connects Dempster, Richard Moore, the gentleman listed in the Dempster manuscript, and Blackett's club. Well, if you can tie in Simca as well, I'll personally recommend that you're immediately promoted to Inspector.
That's very nice of you.
Not at all.
Mind you, at the moment I'd settle for an explanation as to why that list was ever compiled. I mean, if the experts are right, it's dropped Sir Andrew what's it right in it.
Yeah, when we find the link, we'll know why it was made. Inspector Marlin. Well, now, sir? Right. But the super wants yet another word. I think he must get lonely in that office all by himself. You carry on, I'll be back in a minute.
Right.
We are out, Marlin.
Out, sir?
The FO have slammed the door on us. We're to discontinue the investigation into the Dempster case.
Why?
Because of the keyword cipher business. They say it's no longer an internal problem, but a matter of national security. The Secret Service boys are to take over.
Well, where does that leave us?
Out in the bloody cold. Where else?
Well, what about Sir Andrew Dinsdale?
They won't let us near him. Security boys get him. As soon as one of the FO boys get into trouble, they clamp down. They hate the civil police poking about in their business.
Or do we comply with the order? Close the case down?
No.
What then?
We continue. Keeping, as they say, a low profile. I want this department to find out what Dempster was doing with that manuscript and what that list of names is all about.
You're the boss. Look, I've got a mate on a special branch in Bonn. It's my opposite number, actually. Well, I could give him a ring, couldn't I? I mean, sort of suss out what's happening over there. See what they found out about Simca.
I don't know.
Well, you wouldn't have to know anything about it. I'm prepared to make the phone call unofficially. If he doesn't know anything, well, fair enough.
It's risky. But, yeah, what you do in your spare time is more or less your business. But I don't want to know anything about it. If your friend's got anything interesting to say, I don't want to see it in any report that the source of your information was the German police, right?
Right, sir.
And don't make the phone call on the premises either.
Maya.
John Marlin.
Oh, hello, John.
Hello. Are you alone?
Yes.
What about this line? Is it safe?
Oh, probably.
Ah, good. Do you remember the conversation we had earlier this morning?
I think so.
Look, Vim, we've just been closed down as well.
By national security.
Yeah. And that worries me.
How far did you get?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. Because in the middle of all this right-wing stuff, some shagged-out old communist seems to have got himself involved.
Really? Now, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Huh?
Now, listen.
Oh, yeah, where have you been?
Out.
It's a bit unfair, you know. I'm up to my eyeballs in paper, and all you do is keep wandering off.
One of the privileges of rank, Sutton. But don't fret, lad. I've not been wasting my time.
What have you been doing?
I've been on the blower to Germany.
Oh, your friend again? I don't know why you don't join the German force.
Not much advantage in that. They're suffering from the same problems as us.
Oh, have they been closed down as well?
Yeah. But in spite of that, our conversation was very interesting.
Can you trust your bloke?
Yeah, I think so.
What did he have to say?
He said that Simca was murdered.
No doubt about it.
No. His car was fixed.
But why?
Well, what if I said it was because he was a spy? A double agent? A communist who'd infiltrated the Federation Party?
I'd inquire which pub you made the call from and how many you'd had while you were there.
Yeah, none more's the pity.
How official's all this?
Well, the death bit's for sure. The spy bit's pure speculation. But it's speculation that begins to make sense of this case. Because if Simca is a communist, then Richard Moore slips in nicely alongside, eh?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Well, we know for a fact that Moore allowed his manuscript to be used as a carrier for highly secret information, right?
Mm-hmm.
The manuscript turned up in Dempster's flat. Destined for where?
Well, we've assumed Simca.
Yeah, with Dempster as messenger boy.
Yeah.
Now, contained in that manuscript is a list of names. Some of them we know had strong right-wing convictions. Well, who'd benefit most from a list like that?
Someone wanting to cause trouble.
Right. Who'd want to cause trouble for the extreme right?
Well, anyone with any sense.
Don't be a jerk. That manuscript was destined for the Kremlin, or thereabouts, along with the cipher keyword.
I suppose it's possible.
Possible. Sod's on, lad.
I'm not so sure. I've lost money on bets like that in the past.
What we still don't know is who compiled the information for Moore and where he got it from.
What about Dempster?
Oh, I don't see it myself. He's hardly ever in the country, is he? I mean, the person who got that lot together, he'd spent a long time building up contacts. I mean, that sort of stuff doesn't just fall into your lap, does it? Unless your lap was in the right place, that is.
What do you mean?
Suppose there's a Simca in the Britain Forward Party lot.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, in that case, it could mean that this list is of all the special members. The elite. The ones who don't want it known.
Yeah, but most of the party's top brass have been there for years. I can't see one of them having that sort of change of heart.
Then it must be a younger man. Relative new boy in the party. And he'd probably be a member of Blackett's as well.
And one who knows Richard Moore. And there can't be many of them.
Well, we better get on with it.
Just one question. What information did you exchange to get this stuff on Simca?
Why do you want to know?
Well, it's just that when I come up in court for contravening the Official Secrets Act, I'd like to know what the secrets were.
I told him about the manuscript.
On an open line?
It was an STD call from a British phone box. So don't worry.
I got you some coffee, sir.
Oh, thanks.
Have you heard Wilhelm Reichers has been released?
No?
They said there wasn't enough evidence to charge him.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, you tell me. I also heard that Reichers was in the SS during the war.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Neither would the fact he was a member of the Federation Party.
You're convinced that Simca was murdered by his own party, aren't you?
Yes.
But why? I mean, where's the motive?
Look, if you were a member of a right-wing party and you found you'd made a communist spy your policy director, how would you feel?
But we can't know for certain Zimker was a spy.
I just had a phone call from a friend. Apparently, a manuscript has been found in, well, somewhere, and destined for Zimker. It contained what's believed to be a membership list of the most influential members of a group probably affiliated to the Federation Party. Now, if Zimker was collecting that sort of information about other groups, there's every reason to believe he was doing the same with his own party.
But what would he want with the list?
All information's useful when you're out to cause trouble. Now, look, I want to have another look at Zimker's papers.
What, those at his flat?
Yes.
If we were caught, my God, we'd be for it.
That's why I'm not asking you to come.
But do you think it's worth the risk?
Yeah.
All right. Well, when do we go?
This evening.
Oh, could we call it a day?
No.
I can't concentrate anymore. I must know more about Blackett's than any man alive. Have you got any fags?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we don't even know what we're looking for, do we?
No.
Well, gentlemen, how is it going?
It isn't.
We don't even know if we're looking in the right place.
Oh, we are, sir. Did you ask Records to run a check on Dempster's flatmate?
What, Simmons? Yeah, routine check. I asked yesterday. I am still waiting to hear.
Well, his file came to me by mistake. It's been sitting in my in tray since yesterday afternoon. Feast your eyes.
Parking tickets?
Right. Look at the top three. Look, where he was given them.
Maston Avenue.
Does it ring any bells?
Yeah. That's where Richard Moore lived.
That's right. Simmons was Moore's accountant.
Who says?
Moore's secretary confirms it. I've just come off the blower to him.
Simmons is our man.
So it seems. He is also accountant to Blackett's and the Britain Forward for Freedom Party.
Bloody hell.
We had him right here.
That's right, and I want him back. Well, would you like to go and fetch him?
Won't the Secret Service object?
Most strongly, I should think. But I noticed that a couple of these parking tickets are overdue for payment. I'll have a word with the traffic division, see if they wouldn't mind us popping round just to remind Simmons about them.
How long do you reckon it'll take?
Oh, I don't know.
The thought of going through all those books, it could take weeks.
Oh, we won't need to. If Simcoe is consistent in how he transmits his information, we should be looking for a manuscript. Do you remember the carbon copies of the magazine articles in Simcoe's filing cabinet?
Yes, what about them?
We'll start there.
But what will we be looking for?
Names. Information that seems out of place in the article.
Huh, is that all?
Surely you wouldn't want it any easier. Pull over, let us lot past.
Oh, I hope after all this Simmons is in.
You're a physical wreck, Sutton.
Oh, it's just stairs that knocked me out. Don't know why. Well, whenever there's a tall block of flats, the person we want to see is always on the top floor.
Yeah. With the lift out of order.
Every time. I'm cursed, you know.
I believe you.
Can't help it.
Are you all right now?
I'll do.
You realise Simmons may not want to answer our questions. He may want to fight instead.
I'll be ready. I won't let you down.
Good. Because I'm depending on you.
Oh, at least someone's in.
Yes.
Good evening, sir. We're looking for Raymond Arthur Simmons. I believe he's staying here.
Yes, well, he was. That is, he moved some of his stuff in here yesterday.
Where is he now, sir?
Oh, he's gone away for a few days on business, I believe.
Where to?
Well, I don't know. Who are you, anyway?
Police, sir.
Ah, yes, he had some trouble, didn't he?
Is something wrong, sir?
What? No, why?
You seem rather nervous.
Oh, well,
Are you alone, sir?
Alone? Oh, yes, I am.
Really? Step into the hall. Come on, move!
What's all this about? Why the guns?
Special branch over by the wall, hands last night. Frisk him, Sutton.
Look, I haven't done anything wrong.
He's clean.
Handcuff him. Now, sir, who's in the flat?
Look, it's no one. It's just a few friends.
Why did you lie?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Is Simmons in there?
No, that's the truth.
Right, lie down. Come on, hurry.
Go of me.
Now lie very still and shut up. I'm calling every brigade, sir.
No. No, we'll risk it. I'll go in. You cover me from the door, right?
Right. Ready when you are.
Okay. Now!
Hold it!
Oh, my God.
Can't be Zimker's flat.
The fire chief's over there.
Hey, get back on the other side of the barrier. Please, Inspector Meyer, what's happening?
What does it look like?
Which flat?
Number 15.
Zimker's.
Anybody hurt?
No, everyone's been accounted for.
Uh-huh. Is the damage extensive?
We've managed to contain the fire to the flat, though that's a write-off.
Any idea what caused it?
Gas leak.
You sure?
The flat had been empty for a couple of days, probably a faulty valve on the cooker.
There's no doubt.
Well, the fire started in the kitchen. Escaping gas is usually the reason when a fire starts in an empty flat. Don't worry. The police will get a full report tomorrow.
I wonder.
Sir?
This fire. One hell of a coincidence.
Well, it could be an accident.
I know. But I also know it doesn't take much skill to fix a gas tap. There's the man who might have done it. Bowman!
Who's he?
The security man I met with the chief. Bowman! You go back to the car. I'll be with you in a minute.
Right, sir.
Inspector Meyer. Hey, what a coincidence. I didn't realize Special Branch was called out for crowd-controlled fires.
I just happened to be passing.
It's a great shame when one of these fine buildings is damaged. I hope they can restore it.
May I ask what you're doing here, sir?
Take that tender out
Like
of
you.
here.
I just happened to be passing. On my way home again.
Ah. You realize it's Zimker's flat on fire?
So I gathered. A great shame.
Even more so, as the Secret Service won't be able to examine Zimker's papers.
Is that so important?
There's a rumor going round. Zimker was a communist agent.
Rumor? I thought I'd handed that one to you the last time we met.
Aren't you bothered Zimker was a communist agent?
Not particularly.
Why not?
Could you summon up much concern over a left-wing pervert who had managed to infiltrate a right-wing party?
Then why did you shout national security and take the case out of our hands?
I don't think I've ever shouted in my life.
Somebody did.
I really can't understand why you're so concerned.
Because I smell a cover-up. And it concerns me when it's done by the Secret Service.
Come now. The Federation Party is a collection of silly old men with their heads buried in the past.
So why was Zimker a threat? And why was his flat destroyed?
The fire was an accident.
Ah.
The fire chief confirms it.
I might have found that more acceptable if I hadn't found you warming your hands by its flames.
All right, Inspector. We'll have a little talk if that's what you want. How much do you think you know?
I'm not sure of anything.
If I tell you what I can, you'll stop ferreting about, wasting your time?
I might.
All right, but you'll be disappointed. There's very little. About 3 months ago, we had what we call a blowback. That is when classified information has been transmitted to the other side, and, for one reason or another, we get to hear about it.
Yes?
Forever vigilant, we traced the source of the leak to some humble clerk in the Ministry of Defence. It was pathetic. The stuff he was passing on was of such low quality you were able to read about it in the newspaper the following day. Anyway, after interviewing him, it transpired that his motivation was not to see the red flag flying over the Bundestag, but quite the reverse. He was a fully paid-up member of the Federation Party, and the contact he passed his information to was also a member of that party.
Zimker?
Correct.
So what did you do?
We kept an eye on Zimker for a while, and found that all his sources were as pathetic as the defence clerk.
And they all believed they were helping the Federation Party in their fight against communism?
That was the sad mockery of it all.
Then why didn't you arrest Zimker?
To be honest, we didn't think it was worth it. The effort in collecting enough evidence to secure a conviction wasn't worth the man-hours involved. So instead, we decided to knock him from his perch, hoping at the same time to throw the Federation Party into a paroxysm of paranoia by leaking to them that their policy director was a communist agent.
Neat.
Neat? We laughed ourselves sick over the irony of the situation.
And then sat back and let them murder Zimker.
Not quite. Things just got out of hand. We thought they'd just kick him out in disgrace. And at very most, all he would get was a working over from some of the more enthusiastic members. Well, you know how it goes. We didn't expect them to kill him.
Ah. That still doesn't explain the national security scare when they did.
We had blundered.
If we allowed you or the criminal police to investigate his murder, you might have discovered our involvement. And we have our pride. And then we remembered that Zimker was a spy. And sometimes spies get killed. It's what you might call an occupational hazard. So we decided to close your investigation down, to avoid any unnecessary embarrassment.
I see. Do you actually expect me to believe what you've just said?
Take it or leave it. It's all true.
Oh, it's true that Zimker was using his position as policy director to gather classified information. But the scale he was working on, now that's a lie. I know for a fact he had at least one contact in London who was passing him high-grade information.
Oh, you have been busy.
I also know that one important British civil servant has been arrested, and that Jonathan Dempster, Zimker's associate, has been murdered. Now, that's not small scale, that's international. So why the cover-up?
You tell me, Inspector.
Because you're scared. Zimker's London contact had compiled a list of important people. Perhaps, like the civil servant, they were all prepared to pass on high-grade information, believing it was going to help the cause of the right. But all the time, Zimker was slipping it through a chink in the Iron Curtain.
That is in Britain. Perhaps we are less gullible.
Oh, I think not. I believe you got onto Zimker via one of your so-called blowbacks of classified information, but I think it more likely that you were horrified by the quality of it, and that when you finally traced Zimker, you were even more horrified when you realized that so many important Germans were prepared to give so much for that particular cause.
You certainly have a very fertile imagination.
Rubbish. On Zimker's murder alone, you have enough to bust the Federation Party wide open, but you didn't, because you were scared of what you might find, the important names that might come to light, and that's why you've destroyed Zimker's flat. You didn't want to see what was there.
Times have changed, Meyer. The extreme right is harmless. The new bogeymen belong to the left. Men like Zimker, who exploit diehards, like the members of the Federation Party, develop their own revolutionary ideals. They're the men you should be watching. They're the sort of men who offer the real threat nowadays. You're a good detective. You've scratched around and found out a lot. We need more men like you. Your only problem is your reasoning is a little out of focus. You're placing the wrong interpretation on what you find.
Am I? I don't think so. You just don't want a scandal. It's not good for our international standing to announce that even one of our major industrialists still hankers after the good old days.
You're wrong, Meyer.
What would you do if I found a membership list of this neo-fascist group?
It would be embarrassing. If it were published, we'd be forced to act on it. Of course, the public would demand it. But there are always problems about lists of names. You can never really be certain how a person gets onto them. I mean, on closer examination of your list, we might even find your name.
You what?
Or that of your parents, or a close friend, or even your wife. It's politics, Meyer. We don't want to know any more about Zimker. The case is closed. Forget about him. And in return, I might forget about this conversation.
So, it's all true.
Go home, Inspector. You've had a busy day.
I can see from the way you've just splintered my door, you didn't get Simmons.
No, I didn't. I charge into this flat, waving my gun like John Wayne, and what do I find? 3 poxy transvestites sitting around drinking coffee. I am sick to death. We don't meet normal villains nowadays. I went along expecting to arrest a communist agent.
Oh, don't let it get you down, Marlin. Simmons has been found.
Oh, where?
East Germany.
Oh.
Intelligence reported he was seen getting off a scheduled flight to Dresden yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon?
Yes, he went straight from this office to the airport.
Oh,
needless to say, Armstrong wants my guts. You see, we all have problems. You realize this case has been one great monumental shambles from beginning to end.
Well, he can't blame you. We did our best. We were even taken off the case.
We had Simmons. We had him in the interview room. We let him go. That's all Armstrong sees now.
No, at least he didn't get in the manuscript. He doesn't have the names or the keyword.
That's very slight evidence to present in mitigation.
Yeah, so what happens now? Suspension pending an inquiry?
No, thank God.
How come?
Because of this. Note how Special Branch receives its information nowadays. via the evening paper.
Sir Andrew Dinsdale dead?
That's what it says. Fell to his death.
Oh.
From his own office window. It's very convenient.
Oh, they can't blame us for that. Secret Service wouldn't let us near him.
Yes, you're right. And that is why we're off the hook.
What do you mean?
Because there won't be any need for a trial.
I don't understand all this.
Well, if you can remember back that far, Sunshine, Sir Andrew's name was one of many found in the Dempster manuscript, right?
Yes.
And many of the other names belong to distinguished men of commerce and industry. Now, if Sir Andrew had gone for trial, someone, somewhere, might have started asking questions about those other names. And as this is probably the unpublished elite of the Britain Forward for Freedom party, that would have caused a lot of embarrassing questions.
Yeah, like, for example, what actually constitutes their support.
Precisely. Were they offering goodwill or hard cash, or, like our friend Sir Andrew, national secrets?
And his death saves all these questions.
Right. After all, this is the glorious land of the free. It's not illegal to belong to an extreme right-wing party.
Ah, it's just an excuse for a big cover-up.
It's called playing politics. As far as our careers are concerned, we should be grateful.
Big deal. I always fancied myself as an honest cop.
This is special branch, lad. You can't afford fantasies like that when you're in this squad.
So nothing at all will happen.
Oh, yes, something will happen. Armstrong will send for me and give me a right mangling. I will come back here and give you, Marlin, the same. Then I'm sure you'll go out to Sutton and your other minions and do likewise. That's what will happen.
Oh, what a farce. After all this, we still don't know who murdered Dempster.
I would think it's likely the same people who murdered Zimker. Anyway, the case doesn't concern us anymore. It's been handed over to the CID.
Oh, what'll they do with it?
Kick it straight into the unsolved file if they've got any sense. Because they won't make any progress with it. The Secret Service will see to that.
Well, cheer up, Sutton. It's not as bad as that. Let's go and have a drink.
Better still. Let's go and have several.
In Dogtooth by Eric Sayward, Detective Inspector Marlin was played by John Hollis, Detective Superintendent Hunter by Manning Wilson, and Detective Sergeant Sutton by Eric Allen. Detective Constable Down, Alan Devereux, Mr. Simmons, Alaric Cotter, Richard Moore, Hayden Jones, the expert, Ray Llewellyn, and Mr. Sinclair, Philip Garston Jones. Inspector Meyer of the German police, Geoffrey Matthews, Sergeant Schmidt, Nigel Lambert, Chief of Police, Alan Lawrence, Herr Muller, Ralph Lawton, and Herr Baumann, Roger Hume. The play was directed in our Birmingham studios by Roger Pine.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley in Confession. Lux presents Hollywood. Confession is a drama of the present and the past, of a romance that faltered, of sacrifice and devotion stronger than time. Confession brings to our stage Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. Between the acts, as special guest, you'll hear Dr. Herman Lissauer, head of Warner Brothers Research Department. The music of the Lux Radio Theater is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before introducing our producer, may I offer a brief suggestion? There isn't a man alive who doesn't admire a lovely, fresh complexion. It's so important to be careful about cosmetic skin. Clever women everywhere, like 9 out of 10 screen stars, use Lux toilet soap regularly. This gentle soap has active lather that removes dust and dirt, stale cosmetics thoroughly, leaves skin soft and smooth. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The Music Box Review was in rehearsal on Broadway when a blue-eyed blonde with a Georgia accent, a diploma from Syracuse University, and a do-or-die determination walked up to the man in charge and told him that Mr. Hassard Short had sent her to see him about a job. The man in charge happened to be Mr. Hassard Short himself, who, being just as good a sport as he is a producer, swallowed his amazement and placed her in the ballet. Ever since then, Miriam Hopkins has been famous for her ability to convince her listeners. We give her that opportunity tonight in the role of Vera Kowalska. Claude Rains, who hails from Warner Brothers Studio, where he recently played with such distinction in Four Daughters, interrupted his stage career in England to enlist with the historic Ladies from Hell in the World War. He rose to a captaincy. Later, he crossed the ocean and made a notable success with the Theatre Guild. Suddenly finding himself without a play, Mr. Rains took it for granted that his stage career was over. He bought a farm in New Jersey and settled down to a life of labor and leisure on the soil. But Hollywood put an end to this short-lived career, and so as an ex-farmer, he's been harvesting hits instead of potatoes ever since. Seen next in They Made Me a Criminal, Mr. Rains appears tonight as Mikhail Mikhailoff. In the role of Leonid comes one of Darryl Zanuck's greatest discoveries, Richard Greene. 20th Century Fox Studio was so anxious to sign him that he was making love to Loretta Young in a picture 7 days after he sailed from his native England. Today, less than a year later, his fan mail runs to 3,000 letters a week. He's just completed Submarine Patrol and resumes his attentions to Miss Young in their new film, Kentucky. The youngest of our stars, Anne Shirley, is the screen veteran of tonight's cast. An actress since babyhood, Miss Shirley appears through the courtesy of RKO Studio, is currently seen in A Man to Remember, and plays Lisa in tonight's drama. And now for the play. It's curtain time and start time as the Lux Radio Theatre presents Miriam Hopkins and Claude Rains in Confession with Richard Greene and Anne Shirley. A cafe in a European capital, a tawdry sort of place with a spotlight playing down from the balcony, revealing customers, for the most part, no more respectable than the cafe itself. Now the spotlight comes to rest on a couple who seem completely out of place in such an atmosphere. The man is tall and distinguished. The girl, young, naive, and a little afraid. Afraid of this strange, exciting place and of the soft words of her companion. The spotlight moves again. Now focused in its beam is a solitary figure, a woman gowned in black. Slowly with her song, she moves toward the couple at the table. The woman in black has stopped. Her song abruptly ended. She stands transfixed, horrified, looking at the two in that booth before her. Then with a quick movement, she turns away and hurries from the floor. The man in the booth whispers something to the young girl. They rise to go. They reach the stairway when suddenly...
Mikhailo!
The man turns. There at the foot of the stair is the singer, a revolver in her hands. The man's face is frozen with horror.
All right. Quiet. Quiet here. You were with this man, weren't you? Answer.
Yes, officer, I was.
Just answer questions. Who was this man?
Mikhailov, the pianist.
And who are you? How long have you known him? What do you know about the shooting?
My name is... I'm Lisa Kozlov. I only met him. Oh, please, don't make me answer now.
You'll answer whenever I want. The man's been killed here.
Leave her alone. I killed him, and that's all that's necessary. I killed him, and I'm glad. Do you understand that? I'm glad.
The court will be in order. Order. The prosecutor will swear the witness.
Let her be sworn. Do you swear that the testimony you are to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name?
Lisa Kozlov.
And now, Miss Kozlov... just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor. How old are you, Miss Kozlov?
17.
17. Then you're certainly old enough to realize the importance of your testimony. Now remember, young woman, not alone are you under oath, but the life of the defendant, Vera Kowalska, may depend upon your telling the truth.
I know.
Proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
And now, Miss Lisa Kozlov, why did the defendant kill Mikhail Mikhailov?
I don't know.
Wasn't it through jealousy of you?
No, it couldn't have been.
No? Well, then why were you in such a hurry to leave the cafe that night, the moment that the defendant saw you?
But I wasn't. It was Mikhail who wanted to leave.
Mikhail? Oh, then the murdered man was Mikhail to you, Miss Kozlov. How long had you known him?
Why, only 3 days.
3 days, and he's an intimate friend. Interesting.
Oh, but you... Your Honor, why should this girl be questioned like this? I'm the one on trial. She isn't.
Silence. It is not for the defendant to question the tactics of the prosecutor. Continue, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Miss Kozlov, tell us in your own words how you met the murdered man, the relationship between you, everything, and the truth.
Well, I saw Mr. Mikhailov first at the conservatory where I'm studying piano. He came there as a visiting artist, and after his recital, I guess all of us were, well, excited. At least Lane and Hildegard and the girls who were my best friends were. So we came out of the recital hall. We were all speaking of the concert.
Oh, but he's wonderful.
Yes, he is, and his own compositions, too.
Oh, silly, I don't mean his playing. I mean his looks, his manners. Didn't you watch his eyes?
I did. And I saw where they were most of the time. On you, Lisa.
Yes, Lisa. He seemed to see no one but you.
Well, maybe that's not so strange.
Lisa Kozlov, you don't mean that you know him.
Of course he does.
Well, I wasn't going to mention it, but I did study with him for a while when Mother and I were in Paris.
Lisa, you're making that up. He was just flirting with you, and now you're pretending that you know him.
Oh, is that so? Well,
All right, then. Where was it that you studied with him?
Why, it was...
It was at the Conservatoire Éloy in Paris 3 years ago.
Oh, Mr. Mikhailov. Oh, Mr. Mikhailov, I didn't know you were...
Am I not right, Lisa? Paris, 3 years ago?
Why, yes.
I remember you were a very fine pupil, but you had trouble with your octaves. Do they still bother you?
No, not so much.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?
Oh, of course. Hildegard Fisher.
How do you do?
Elaine Martin.
How do you do?
Thelma Petrova. Mr. Mikhailov.
Oh, how do you do, Mr.
Sure. An honor to meet the friends of little Lisa. And now, if you will excuse us.
Oh, of course. Happy to have met you. Goodbye, Lisa.
Oh, Mr. Mikhailov, I forgive me.
Shh. Not here. You can explain why we are having tea together.
Tea? Oh, but I couldn't.
Oh, yes, you can, my dear. Remember, I tolerate no arguments from my pupils. Now, suppose we leave at once.
That was our meeting. Of course, he'd never really been my teacher. I just said that to the girls to impress them. Well, we went to tea, and when he took me home, he asked me to meet him the next morning to ride in the park.
And you met him, of course.
No, I can't say that I didn't want to. Mr. Mikhailov was, well, different from anyone I'd ever known. But my mother was away from home at the time, and somehow I knew that she wouldn't approve. So next day at 3 o'clock, I was at the conservatory for my lesson. In fact, I was a little late, so I hurried into the lesson room. But Professor Heinzen wasn't there. Instead, it was...
No. You're late. I don't approve of my pupils being late.
Mr. Mikhailov, what are you doing here?
Doing? By giving you a lesson. I thought that as long as you told your schoolmates I was once your piano teacher, it wouldn't do any harm for Professor Heinzen to know, too. And he consented to my giving you your lesson.
Oh, you didn't? You mean the professor's not coming at all?
No, Lisa. Shall we begin?
Please, Mr. Mikhailov, we shouldn't. I mean...
Now, let's see what we've got here. Oh, yes, Mozart's Sonata in A major. Quite. The first movement begins with this theme. The basic theme undergoes various changes, while the harmonic sequence is kept intact. Lisa, are you listening?
Yes.
Well, while the principal progressions are unaltered, they are emphasized by... Lisa, why wouldn't you meet me this morning?
I couldn't.
You were afraid.
I don't know.
You mustn't be. I told you yesterday. Lisa, it's true. You're not just another girl to me. You're all my yesterdays. You're Lisa.
No, please, you mustn't kiss me. Oh, you shouldn't. Don't you see how horrible this is?
What?
Lying to people, kissing in corners. I'm not like that. I hate it. My mother gets back tomorrow, and I can't lie about things to her. We'll say goodbye now, and we mustn't see each other again.
You don't mean that.
I do. Then it was a grand trip, Mother.
Perfect, except being very lonely for a certain young lady I know. Lisa, darling, is something wrong?
Wrong?
You seem so pale. You haven't been overdoing.
No, Mother, I'm all right. It's just...
Madame Kozlov? Yes, Lona? There's a woman out here to see you. She won't give her name. Well, that's strange. Well, I'll see her in just a moment. Yes, madame. While I'm gone, Lisa, you might be seeing what you think of this. It's for a certain long-legged duckling I used to know.
Mother, a new gown, and it's practically backless. That makes it official. I'm really grown up. Oh, you darling, you're the grandest mother in the world.
Will you be trying it on, dear? And I'll be back in a moment.
Hello. Oh, Mikhail. Mikhail, you shouldn't phone me. I told you that. No, it's impossible. I can't. No, believe me. But it doesn't matter whether I want to or not. Going away. Why, yes, but couldn't. Listen to me. No, well, yes, I understand, but you mustn't expect me. Oh, yes, I think so, Elaine. I'll talk to Mother and call you back if it isn't all right. Goodbye.
Who was that, darling?
Oh, Elaine Martine. She wanted to know if I couldn't visit her this evening. I was sure you wouldn't mind.
Why, of course not, my darling. You run along, get dressed.
Why I told that lie to my mother, I don't know. I guess it was because he told me he was going away the next day. Well, I met him at the Metropole Hotel. We had dinner there. And then he wanted to show me a sort of cafe I'd never seen. I was afraid when we arrived at the place, and I told him so, but he only laughed. He ordered some wine and began making love to me. He was saying all sorts of impossible things, but I couldn't stop him. And then suddenly the spotlight was directly on us, and the woman was singing on the dance floor right in front of us.
Just a moment. You're referring now to Vera Kowalska, the defendant in this trial?
Yes. When he saw her, he suddenly straightened up. I never saw such a look in anyone's eyes. And then she saw us, and she stopped singing. From then on, I'm not quite sure what happened. He said we must go, and we started out, but as we reached the top of the steps, she called out, "Mikhail Mikhailov." He turned back and tried to stop her. Then I heard the shots, and he fell, and that's all I know. That's all I know, I swear it.
Thank you, Miss Kozlov. Thank you. That's all of the examination for the prosecution, Your Honor.
The attorney for the defense?
The defense has no questions.
Your next witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
That was our final witness, Your Honor. The case of the prosecution is closed.
Counsel for defense, call your first witness.
There will be no witnesses, Your Honor. The defense has no testimony to offer. Our case is closed.
Silence! Silence! The defendant, Vera Kowalska, will rise. Defendant, the court must warn you of the inevitable consequences of your silence in this matter.
There is nothing for me to say. I killed him.
But you can tell us why you killed this man. Perhaps there are extenuating circumstances. Perhaps...
There aren't. He deserved to die, and I killed him. That's all that need be said. Let them sentence me.
Very well. Mr. Prosecutor, your closing argument.
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, what need I say? The accused has convicted herself more completely, more certainly than could the words of the most eloquent of prosecutors. The crime, gentlemen, murder. The motive, jealousy of the girl Lisa Kozlov. And the punishment, death. You have no alternative.
Your pardon, Your Honor, your pardon. The suitcase has just been sent to the court by the police. It was just found in the baggage room of the Union Station. It's the property of the accused.
Open it.
No, don't open that.
Silence!
The case is closed. Finished. That suitcase has nothing to do with it. Nothing at all.
Vera Kowalska, this court is not content that this trial be closed without a knowledge of the relation between yourself and the murdered man. It is possible that this suitcase will reveal that relationship. Therefore, it is my order that the suitcase be opened and...
No, don't open it. I'll tell you. Leave that suitcase closed and clear the courtroom of everyone but the jury. And I'll tell you. I swear I'll tell you. But you've got to clear the court.
Very well. The court will be cleared.
Now, during our intermission time, before we continue with Act Two of Confession, starring Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley, we're going to listen in for a few minutes on the life of Joan Smith, a young Hollywood extra who's just gotten her first real part. Tonight, she's been celebrating with her best beau.
It's been a perfect evening, Bill. I love the dancing.
And did little Billy love it? Oh, gosh, Joan, you're the sweetest girl. I could dance with you forever.
Oh, thanks, Bill. Now I have to run. Big day tomorrow. Good night, Bill.
Good night then, Joan. You're sweet.
Here she is now, all starry-eyed.
What things Bill must have said. Oh, don't drag me, girls. It's too late.
No, but honestly, he must have been saying nice things. Tell us, please.
Yes, please. Don't be silly, as if I would. I'm going straight to bed. I've got work to do early. Good night, all.
Good night.
Just as if I'd tell them the nice things Bill said.
I could dance with you forever. Joan, you're sweet.
Gosh, am I glad I hurried home from work for my Lux soap bath before my date. That soap sure leaves you clean. And it has such a nice fragrance.
Joan is a clever girl. She's learned the importance to a girl of making sure her skin is fresh and sweet. She uses Lux toilet soap as a beauty bath because its active lather carries away thoroughly perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt, leaves skin smooth and delicately perfumed. Screen stars use this beauty bath. You'll love it, too. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Miriam Hopkins as Vera, Claude Rains as Mikhail, Richard Green as Leonide, and Anne Shirley as Lisa continue in Confession. The courtroom has been cleared. Facing only the judge and jury, Vera Kowalska is prepared to testify, to tell why she killed Mikhail Mikhailov. For a long moment, she stands surveying the anxious faces about her. Then at last, she speaks.
Your Honor, before I begin, I must be sure that nothing I say here will become public knowledge.
The accused may be sure of that. Proceed.
Well, it was in 1912 in Warsaw. I was a leading singer of the Imperial Opera there, and this particular night was to me perhaps the most important in my career because it was to be my last. The opera that night was entitled Mazurka, the composer and the conductor, Mikhail Mikhailov. I'm sure that I've never sung better, and as the last scene came to me... Oh, they were glorious, such a naughty and funny... Why, I hope for applause from them out there, but from you, my fellow singers...
Stella, you do the honors for all of us,
All right. Vera, for all of us, this is goodbye and good luck. We refuse to believe that any man is worthy of you or has a right to take you and your voice away from us, but it's evidently too late to make you see the light now. And so, in your marriage tomorrow to Captain Kirov, we want you to know, Vera, that you take with you the love and the good wishes of us all.
Thank you, Stella, and all of you. I know that nothing except my love for Leonide could ever make up to me for losing you and all this. Oh, thank you. Well, I must go and dress. Good night.
I felt like the climax of the second act.
Mikhail.
I waited to make my farewell in private. I have no taste for public demonstrations.
Mikhail Mikhailov, your gallantry is only exceeded by your vanity. Goodbye, and get out of my dressing room.
You sang superbly tonight, Vera.
Oh, the real credit belongs to your opera.
My opera is but scribbled notes on manuscript. It was your singing that made it great music.
Oh.
Vera, you can't do it.
What can't I do?
Come on, give it up. Marriage isn't for you. At least not this kind of marriage. An army captain. No, really. Music is your world, my dear. Now and forever.
Wait. This is all terribly serious to me, Mikhail, and I'd rather not joke about it.
Joking? But I'm not joking. Now, if you were to talk of marrying someone else, Mikhailov, for instance...
I don't suppose it matters that Mikhail Mikhailov already has a wife.
Wanda? Oh, ancient history, my dear.
Vera, darling. Oh, Mikhailov. Congratulations. Your opera was wonderful.
Well, thank you. You come in good time. I was just trying to persuade your fiancée to jilt you at the altar and marry me instead.
Oh, were you? Well, I take it all back about your opera. It was terrible.
My opinion exactly. Glad you agree with me. Well, I'll run along. The very worst of luck to you both.
An intriguing sense of humor some people have. Vera, what did that fellow want in here?
Oh, nothing of importance. But I'm glad to see that you're jealous. Would that mean you love the lady, Captain Kirov?
It would mean that I adore the lady.
Do you, my darling? Are you sure?
Very sure. Now and forever.
Now and forever. And there's nothing ever that can separate us. Married less than 2 years when war was declared, and as an officer he was sent to the front at once. But those 2 years we did have were so filled with happiness that I almost believe they make up for all that's happened since. I'm sorry.
Perhaps the defendant desires a recess.
No, I want you to know all of it. As I've said, my husband was at the front. He was even away when our child was born. And I was continually obsessed by a single fear that something might happen to her while he was gone. I suppose I was almost frantic in my care of her. And although I had the best of nurses for her, I went nowhere. My old friends were nearly forgotten. And then one day, Stella Malov came to see me. She was delighted to see me.
What an adorable baby, Vera.
I'm rather proud of her.
And that husband of yours? He's well and as handsome as ever, I suppose.
Well, I hardly know. It's been so long since I've seen him. He's really in the thick of things, Stella. But he always writes me not to worry. It seems he has a system. When the shells start to fall, he runs for the nearest general.
And you? What about you? Oh, don't answer, I'll tell you. You buried yourself. It's in your face, in your clothes, everything about you. That spark, that je ne sais quoi that was Vera Kowalska. It's gone, and I don't like it.
Oh, nonsense, Vera. I'm the happiest person in the world.
What if you are? Can't you be happy and have some fun, too?
You're mad just as always.
But you're not, and that's serious. Oh. So little Stella is going to do something about it.
What?
There's a benefit ball on Saturday night. All Warsaw is going to be there. Particularly all the people you used to call your friends. And because you miss them and they miss you, you're going.
It's Vera Kowalska.
You don't know how good it is to see you again, Vera.
Stella says you have a baby. Does she sing yet? And how is your husband?
Oh, I warn you not to ask her about her husband. She's rabid on the subject. The man is winning the war single-handed.
Oh, how I've missed you all. I didn't realize how much until... Listen, a mazurka.
Exactly. And you're going to dance it with me.
Mikhail.
The same. Infinitely older and only infinitesimally wiser. While you, Vera, you haven't changed at all. Yes, you have. You're more beautiful.
The same Mikhail.
With whom, I repeat, you are about to dance.
Mikhail, dear, have you forgotten? This was to be our dance.
Oh, quite so, Xenia, yes. By the way, Vera, may I present a new member of the company? Xenia Solkov. Xenia, Madam Vera... Vera... Now, what is that name now? Oh, yes, Kirov.
How do you do?
A pleasure. Come, Mikhail, dear.
Quite. See you later, Vera.
Possession would seem to be 10 points of the law with little Xenia.
Who is she?
Mikhail's latest.
Wife?
Why? Well, not exactly. At least not till he gets rid of Margaret.
Margaret?
Oh, Vera, you are behind the times. Margaret was the successor to Wanda. She made her entrance into the Mikhailov comic opera some time ago. Her exit is imminent.
Attention, all of you. There may be those among you who are under the delusion that this ball is ended simply because the other guests have all gone home. Not at all. We, my friends, may remain sans orchestra, it is true, but still we may remain until dawn, if it pleases us. It has been arranged by a scoundrel named Mikhailov.
Oh, but it's late, Mikhail. We should go home, all of us.
Impossible, Vera, my friends. There is, I confess, a purpose to my keeping you all here. After all, we are good friends, and there is a tribute to an old friend returned that we surely have not forgotten. Bed enough. A tumbler of vodka, and each of us chanting till she downs it at one gulp. That is our tribute to Vera. And if she is still one of us, she cannot refuse.
Mikhail, no, not vodka. I can't.
Oh, yes, you can. Here, Xenia. Xenia, you hold the glass while I...
Well, that was too good an exit. Must have been rehearsed.
You will pardon Xenia's manners, Vera. I suppose it's just that she's young. Another glass. Now, a tray. And the filled glass upon it, and...
Mikhail, please. I appreciate your...
Better not.
Don't do it, Vera. Not that much vodka. Stella, I've got to. I can't insult them.
She's going to do it. Good girl.
Down it, Vera.
Who said Vera no longer was one of us?
Oh, Vera does. And now I thank you all again. But I must go home. I'm already seeing you all double. And by the time that vodka takes effect...
Perhaps you're right, Vera. I'll see you home.
That won't be necessary, Mikhail.
Why, of course it is. Would you have me let the guest of honor go unescorted?
I can go home with her myself.
Stella, you amaze me. I actually believe you mistrust me. Come on, Vera.
All right. Night, everybody. A grand party. Oh, Mikhail, get me air. This is good of you, Mikhail. Wouldn't do. Try to go home alone. Wouldn't do.
I'm glad you came tonight, Vera. I'd hoped Stella would bring you. That's why I told her where to find you. Did you know it was I who found you first? Vera? Vera. Are you asleep? Funny little Vera.
You say she didn't come home all night and she didn't call?
No, ma'am. Madame Kirov didn't call all night. I've been so worried, ma'am. What with the baby and all,
There she is now. Wait here, please. Vera.
Stella. Oh, Stella.
Don't cry. Oh, my poor child.
The baby. She's all right.
Yes, the nurse is with her. Oh, Vera, when I came here and found you hadn't come home, I was nearly crazy. Oh, Vera.
It didn't happen. Not to me. It couldn't. It's not possible. It's not... Oh, Stella, why? Why to me? Why?
Darling, it was no more your fault than mine.
Captain Kirov!
Good morning, Sarah. Where's Madame Kirov, Sarah?
Why, I'm not quite sure, sir. But the baby is just inside. Would you like to see her now?
Of course I would. Will you find Madame Kirov and tell her I'm home?
Oh, yes, sir.
I imagine it will be a bit of a surprise. I didn't let her know I was coming.
Stella, it's Leonid. He's home. He's here now.
Quickly, Vera. Go up to your room. He mustn't see you in that dress.
No, I've got to tell him, Stella.
Are you mad?
He's my husband. He has a right to know. He'll understand.
But not now. Please, Vera. You can tell him later. Go on. I'll keep him down here. Hurry.
Very well. It doesn't matter much whether now or later.
Perhaps she went out without telling me, sir.
Very well. When she comes in, would you mind telling her? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Good morning, Captain Kirov.
Good morning.
I'm Stella Marloff. I was in the opera company with Vera. I've been visiting her here the last few days.
Madame Marloff, of course. And you're most welcome. Do you suppose, Madame, that my wife is as skilled an actress as yourself?
I don't know what you mean, Captain.
I've watched your eyes, Madame. They never betrayed for an instant that you even noticed this empty sleeve of mine. My congratulations.
Vera doesn't know?
No.
Well, was that wise, Captain Kirov?
I don't know. There are some things one lacks the bravery to write.
And is there greater bravery in confronting her like this, unwarned?
Do you think I wanted to? Do you suppose that in these weeks I haven't seen her face before me 1,000 times? The pity in her eyes when she sees this.
It must not be, Captain Kirov. For Vera's taken your own. She must know before she meets you.
Well, how?
I'll tell her. And then I'll send it to you. Oh, it will be easier from someone else, believe me.
Will it? I don't know any longer. I've thought of it too long. If you will, Madame Maloff.
She'll be smiling when she comes to you. You'll see. Vera.
Well?
Listen to me. Listen and say nothing until I've finished. You believe in your heart that last night is the most important thing in the lives of you and your husband in this moment. Well, it's not. You said a moment ago that because you love him, you must tell him.
Yes.
If you do love him, you can't. Wait. He needs you, Vera. He's hurt.
No.
He's lost an arm, Vera. Oh. Lost it fighting for the thing in which he believes. Oh, you can't tell him, Vera. You must see that.
Where is he now?
In the library. And Vera.
Yes?
I promised you'd come to him, smiling.
Leonid.
Vera.
Oh, my darling. My own darling.
Let me look at you.
Oh.
She was right. You are smiling. Then it makes no difference to you, my dear.
We're together again, Leonid. That's all that matters. We're together. You and I and our baby. And it was true. What had happened to my husband only made my love for him stronger. And I think there were times when I even blessed that empty sleeve because it meant he wouldn't have to leave us again. And I did make him happy, I'm sure of it.
One moment. Do I understand that you still refrain from telling your husband of the incident involving Mikhail Mikhailov?
I couldn't tell him, you can understand that, what it would have meant to him under the circumstances. And so I determined for both our sakes to try and forget everything. There was no chance for me to do that.
And why not?
Mikhail kept trying to see me again. Letters, phone calls, ever more insistent. The man was mad. He said he'd stop at nothing unless I'd consent to see him again. And then there was a day when I received a note from him. He had to see me. He threatened me. Oh, I was frantic. I rushed to the telephone. Mikhail, this is Vera. Mikhail, listen to me. I won't argue with you, Mikhail, but please, in the name of heaven, don't come here. No. All right, I will. I'll come to you. Now. Yes, but don't... All right, Mikhail. Yes, in 10 minutes. Goodbye.
Going out, Vera?
Leonid. Oh, I didn't know that.
Whom were you talking to?
Well, it's a friend of Stella's. She's very ill, and I'm going to her.
And Stella?
She's going to get my purse, the taxi. You know.
Here's money. You'd better not delay.
But you're right. Thank you. Goodbye, darling.
Mikhail.
Oh, Vera, you'd better... Oh, Leonid.
Is she very sick, Stella?
Sick?
Your friend. Or possibly you didn't know that you had a friend. So ill that my wife, but not you, must go to them at once.
Oh, why? Why, of course, it's...
Don't lie. Where has she gone? Who is Mikhail? Answer me. No, never mind. Mikhail. I know. I remember.
Well, Vera, so you finally decided to come. Sit down, my dear. Have a drink.
Let's understand each other from the beginning, Mikhail. I didn't come here for a rendezvous with you.
No?
No. I came only to make you understand that I never want to see you again.
Now, Vera.
Keep away from me, Mikhail. You're not going to blackmail me, do you hear? I love my husband and my baby, and there's nothing I wouldn't do to keep them. Do you understand that, Mikhail? There's nothing I wouldn't do.
You know, I actually believe you. You surprised me, Vera. I hadn't credited you with the gift of intensity. Well, I'm sorry. It would have been very pleasant. May I show you to the door?
You won't write again. A phone. Swear it.
Very well. This, my dear Vera, is a most regrettable but final parting. You have my word. Goodbye, Vera, my darling.
Goodbye.
It would seem that Stella's friends recover quickly.
Leonid.
Yes, I followed you, Vera. Do you mind?
Oh, my darling, listen to me. You've got to understand.
You've been seeing this man, haven't you? This old friend.
Leonid, please.
Do you want to deny it? Can you deny it?
Leonid,
Thanks. And you needn't hurry about following me home. You'll find you're welcome here, perhaps. You won't be there.
No, Leonid!
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain comes down on the second act of Confession, and in a few moments we'll open Act 3 with our stars Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. This is intermission time, and here's Mr. DeMille with a preface to the evening's special guest.
Every Hollywood producer receives many bobbed letters, politely or impolitely pointing out that in his latest epic he used a Strauss waltz 20 years before the composer was born. Or that he made a famous general right-handed when everybody knows that he was a southpaw. Or that the picture shows a firehouse on a corner of a famous city where actually there's an opera house. To keep such blunders out of pictures, we place our hopes and our reputations in the hands of research experts. With the patience of Job and the ideals of a Diogenes, they get their facts just as the Northwest Mounted Policeman gets his man.
Northwest Mounted Policeman? Their correct name, sir, is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. It was changed to that in 1920.
You see what I mean? Well, let me finish introducing you, Doctor, and then I'll give you a free rein. After 16 years in the ministry, Dr. Herman Lasauer is now head of Warner Brothers Research Department, where he worked on the picture Confession. And incidentally, he's director of the Los Angeles Modern Forum. And now, if you knock at our door, Doctor, I'll be very glad to welcome you in.
Good evening. I hope you noticed I gave the proper number of knocks. 6.
6? Why not 5 or 7?
I learnt door-knocking etiquette while we were making the Great Garrick. By their knocks you shall know them.
Who, your critics?
No, your callers. Here's how the old London resident knew who was waiting to come in. The messenger rang the bell twice and knocked once. The postman always knocked, not rang, twice. A nobleman gave 8 or 10 vigorous raps, and a gentleman half a dozen dignified knocks. I hope to be classed with the latter.
Well, come in, Doctor, and close the door and tell all about Confession.
Well, our research problems were primarily concerned with the small items usually considered so unimportant that a record is rarely made of them. We had to reproduce the courtroom faithfully, the relationship of the judge's desk to the witness box, the jury bench, and to the defending and prosecuting attorneys. Now, the art director for Confession was Anton Grote. He was born in Poland and insisted on okaying the Polish street signs. When letters began to come in advising us of errors, Mr. Grote was very much chagrined, until it later developed that they were not really errors. It seems that since Grote left Poland, the language had undergone radical changes, and even his own name was so different he didn't recognize it. And now, Mr. DeMille, what have you come across researching for Union Pacific?
Well, for one thing, the origin of the word highball. It comes from an old railroad signal, consisting of a pole and a ball. If the engineer saw the ball at the top of the pole, it meant he had the right-of-way. Later on, when the railroad men met off-duty, the term highball came to be associated with their friendly meeting. Such meetings, not infrequently, involved having a drink together. And so the word highball came to be identified with a drink. But Union Pacific happens to be in exactly the same period as your new picture, Dodge City. So perhaps you have a few discoveries I might steal?
Well, telling you about bathtubs is like carrying the well-known coals. But as civilization went westward, so went the bathtub. Located in barber shops, they were patronized by the cowboys who waited their turns in long lines after a cattle drive. I don't know what kind of soap they used, but it doesn't require a research expert, Mr. DeMille, to know what kind of soap is used these days in Hollywood. Anyone who's visited the studios knows that Lux soap is used by about every star and studio worker in the business.
Now, centuries ago, if you'd had a cake of Lux soap, you could have used it instead of money. In Robin Hood's time, a pound of soap bought a bonnet and a cape. But tell us some more about Dodge City.
Well, they lived fast and died fast. I took a look at Boot Hill Cemetery there. the resting place of those whose draw was slow or whose aim was bad and were buried with their boots on. One of the epitaphs reads, "Shoot 'em up, Jake. Run for sheriff, 1872. Run from sheriff, 1876. Buried, 1876. But Boot Hill is not reserved exclusively for gentlemen. 5 ladies languish there, also with their boots on. There's an epitaph for Dora Hand, and it says, "Grand opera singer, dance hall queen, killed by a pistol ball intended for her lover." And now, sir, with your permission, I'll retire with my boots on and let you get back to confession. Many thanks.
Goodbye, Doctor. Always stick to the facts. Our play, Confession. Our stars, Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. Behind closed doors, in a courtroom cleared of witnesses and spectators, Vera Kowalska continues her testimony. The jury, antagonistic earlier in the trial, seems to have become sympathetic, almost friendly, as they listen to her
there was
hushed
but one
words.
hope. It was to find Leonid, tell him everything, to somehow make him understand. But he refused even to see me. And then at last I had word from him through his lawyer, a divorce, as quickly as possible. There was one person who might have cleared me, Mikhail. But when the day of the trial came, Mikhail happened to have left the country, and naturally the divorce was granted. Leonid was lost to me, I knew that. But there was still one thing even more important. On the day following the trial, his lawyer came to see me.
Good morning, Madame Geroff.
Mr. Stevens, tell me, could you do anything?
Madame, you have my sympathy in this matter. But the law specifically states that where the marriage is broken through the fault of the wife...
Oh, never mind all that. Are they going to let me keep my child?
No, Madame. Complete custody is granted to her father.
Complete custody? You mean I can't even see her?
In cases of this sort, it's the law, Madame.
But Leonid won't do this to me. He can't. Whatever the law may say, I won't give her up. I'll keep my child.
I don't think so, Madame Geroff. Good day, Madame.
And he was right. There was nothing I could do. She was taken from me. After that breakdown, months in a hospital. When I left, I found that Leonid and my child were gone from Warsaw, disappeared. From then on...
Your Honor, I fail to see the necessity of the accused prolonging this tragic tale of hers any longer. What she's been trying to say is that the man Mikhailov came between her and her husband. Well, what difference does it make? The man is dead. Whether she killed him from jealousy or revenge...
It wasn't for revenge. There was a time when I believe I would have killed him for that. But that wasn't the reason that I did.
Then, as I said before, jealousy. The girl, Lisa Kozlov...
And it wasn't for jealousy of Lisa Kozlov. Your Honor, may I go on, please?
The accused may continue.
Then, Your Honor, I protest against the exclusion of witnesses and spectators. There's nothing in the testimony of the accused that couldn't be heard in open court.
Please, Your Honor, don't admit the witnesses. Just let me finish. I can make you understand why.
And the suitcase, Madame Kowalska? You will explain that as well?
Yes, everything.
The accused may continue.
Thank you. I don't remember where I was.
Read the last testimony given.
When I left the hospital, I found that Leonid and my child had left Warsaw, disappeared.
Oh, yes.
Well, from then on...
Yes, Leonid had left some money in my name, but I spent nearly all of it trying to trace them. It was no use. Then I had to think of some way to live. I knew I could never sing in the opera again. But I did have voice enough left for one thing, cabarets, small theaters, amusement parks. 15 years of them all over Europe. And all during those 15 years, there was one thought that kept me going, the dream that I might see my baby again. My first thought in every strange place was, perhaps Leonid lives here with my child. But I had just about given up hope when a letter came from Stella. She had word of Leonid. It seemed that he had changed his name from Kirov to Kozlov when he left Warsaw. But she hadn't been able to learn where he had gone. Even so, the news gave me hope. Then I came to this city a few weeks ago to sing at that cafe. I found an old city directory. I looked through it, and there was the name, Leonid Kozlov. After all these years, I'd found him, found my baby. I copied down the address, and I went as quickly as I could.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Kozlov.
Who?
Mr. Leonid Kozlov.
Why, if you'll please wait a moment, I'll call Madame Kozlov.
Madame?
Who shall I say is calling, please?
That doesn't matter. Just say I wish to see her.
Very well.
No, Mother, I'm all right. It's just...
Madame Kozlov.
Yes, Lona?
There's a woman out here to see you. She won't give her name.
Well, that's strange. Well, I'll see her in just a moment.
Yes, Madame.
While I'm gone, Lisa, you might be seeing what you think of this. It's for a certain long-legged duckling I used to know.
Mother, a new gown and practically backless. Oh, that makes it official. I'm really grown up. Oh, you darling, you're the grandest mother in the world.
Will you be trying it on, and I'll be right back. How do you do? My maid tells me.
She's beautiful.
What? Oh, you mean my daughter?
Yes, your daughter. She's 17, isn't she?
Why, yes. Lisa's just 17. But how did you know?
I'm an old friend of her father's. Do you suppose I might see him?
My husband died 2 years ago.
Died? Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
You say that that is, how long ago did you know Leonid? May I ask?
Nearly 20 years ago.
Then you also knew his first wife?
Yes, I knew her. I knew her rather well.
Then, well, please try to understand, but Lisa doesn't know that I'm not her real mother.
I see.
Leonid wished it so. I didn't. I'd always planned to tell her the truth when she grew up. How her own mother died years ago in Warsaw.
Her mother died in Warsaw?
Oh, you didn't know that?
I didn't know.
But then as Lisa grew older and still fonder of me, I couldn't tell her. You see, I had no children of my own, and I loved her just as though... Will you understand?
Yes, I understand. Tell me just one thing. When Leonid, your husband, died, he left... I mean, your daughter is sure to be well provided for?
Oh, yes.
Well, I guess that's all that matters. I'll be going on. Goodbye, and thank you.
Goodbye.
I'd seen my daughter. That was all that mattered. Seen her well and happy and beautiful. Seen her in the kind of home that she deserved, the kind I could never hope to give her. I can't pretend it was easy, but I made up my mind to be content. It was the nearest thing to happiness I'd known for 15 years. I went on to the cafe where I'd been engaged to sing. It was pretty bad as cabarets go, but somehow I didn't seem to care about that now. And then, that same night, I was in the middle of my number. The spotlight followed me about the room. There before me in a booth was Lisa with Mikhail. He was leaning close to her, a wine glass in his hand that she was drinking from. That man was my daughter. Yes, I killed him, and I'd do it again. I swear to heaven I'd do it again. Oh, that's all, Your Honor. That's the whole story.
And the suitcase?
Oh, it contains papers that will verify all that I've told you. Certificate of marriage to Leonid Kirov, the birth certificate of Lisa, the decree of my divorce, everything. But if those papers had been examined in the open court, Lisa would have known what she must never know.
I see. That will do, Madame Kowalska. Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor. Gentlemen, by statute, your final arguments to the jury in this case must be given in open court with all witnesses and the public present. But in justice to this woman and to the girl who is her daughter, I instruct you to keep her secret and guard what you shall say accordingly.
But why
Why should they be so long, Mother?
Oh, I don't know, dear. You can never tell about juries. Sometimes they'll reach a verdict
They've got to acquit that poor woman, Mother. They've got to. If only what her lawyer said was true, that her secret testimony proved she was justified in killing him.
Yes.
Do you realize, Mother, it's really only because of me that this happened. If it weren't for me, he mightn't have been in that cafe that night.
Yes, I know, dear. Oh, Lisa, darling, you mustn't...
Oh, the jury, they're back.
This court will be in order. Gentlemen of the jury, you have agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Clerk, the verdict. The accused will rise. The accused, Vera Kowalska, has been found guilty of murder in the second degree. Your sentence, 3 years in prison. Due to the mitigating circumstances of this case, the court will endorse a plea for pardon whenever the accused shall enter such plea. It may well be questioned why the court is so lenient. It is true that the accused killed a human being. But during that testimony given behind closed doors, it became clear to all of us that the real actuating motive behind her crime was to save a young girl from the advances of a man of the lowest possible moral character. This case is closed. Court is adjourned.
Oh, Mother, did you hear it? She's going free. She's going free.
Yes, come, dear.
Oh, no, wait, please. I've got to speak to her.
Well, all right, dear.
Excuse me. May I get through? Excuse me. Madame Kowalska.
Yes? Oh, what is it, please?
I wanted to tell you that I wish you the best of everything. Goodbye.
Thank you, Miss Lisa. Goodbye.
We close our play and open a 4-star conversation with the true confessions of Mr. Raines, Mr. Green, Miss Shirley, and our leading lady, Miriam Hopkins. Miss Hopkins has just returned from New York to star in Warner Brothers' film, We Are Not Alone. We welcome her not only to Hollywood, but to our microphone.
It's been especially nice to return to the stage, Mr. DeMille. In New York, I visited about every theater and saw about every play and caught, I'm afraid, a bad case of Broadway fever. There are so many fine plays in New York this season. But back I had to come, and since this program is the nearest thing to the stage itself, I was more than delighted to be here tonight in confession. But now here's Mr. Raines, and I'm afraid, Mr. DeMille, he's come armed with a complaint.
Yes, I have, sir. Earlier tonight you referred to me as an ex-farmer. I'd like you to know that I still till the soil in Pennsylvania.
From a Hollywood soundstage?
Yes, back there I'm known as the Invisible Boss. Having qualified on the screen, of course, as the Invisible Man. I have some 40 acres in Delaware County, and right now I'm experimenting here with some of your western cattle, which I later hope to introduce to Pennsylvania.
Well, if you have any trouble with your cows, Claude, just call on Richard Green. He tells me he studied to be a veterinarian.
No, then it's Dr. Green.
Anything but, Mr. DeMille. I had intentions of becoming a hoofer and mouther, and I did enroll in the Royal Veterinary College. That was on a Monday. On Wednesday, they suggested I try the stage.
Oh. Well, you may not be Hollywood's only ex-veterinarian, but I bet you're the first actor summoned to the Lux Radio Theater by the state police.
I've been meaning to ask you, Mr. Green, what's all this I've read in the papers about your being lost in the wilds of Arizona last week?
Well, Miss Hopkins, after hoping for weeks that Mr. DeMille would invite me over here sometime, I took a few days off to go hunting. Of course, that would be the time when Mr. DeMille would try to get me. So while I was hunting deer, the state troopers were hunting green. They were the first to tell me that you were looking for me, Mr. DeMille.
And that's the first time I ever sent a posse out after an actor.
Yes, and it's the first time the troopers ever went 20th century fox hunting.
They probably brought you down with a well-directed tally-ho.
Anyway, next time I go hunting, I'm taking a compass along. You know, you can never appreciate what a big country you have here until you get lost in it. I was all ready to settle down, forget the movies, and turn trapper.
Well, you made up for your trials, Mr. Green. If you've enjoyed being here tonight half as much as I did. But before I leave, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say thank you to Lux Soap, too. I use it all the time because I found there's nothing better for a nice, smooth complexion.
And I know I wouldn't be without it either, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
There's good judgment for you. Good night, ladies. Mr. Raines, Mr. Green, I hope we'll meet here soon again.
Good night, sir.
We know you're interested to learn what the play and who the stars will be next Monday night. Well, in just a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you the news. In tonight's cast, you heard Cy Kendall as prosecutor, Margaret Brayton as Stella Meloff, Ted Osborne as counsel, Arthur Van Slyke as judge, Myra Marsh as Mrs. Kozloff, Ethel Sykes as Xenia Salkoff, Edwin Max as an officer, David Kerman as a clerk, Ilya Braca as Elaine Martin, Jerry Gale as Hildegard, Justina Wayne as a maid, Teresa Carmo as a nurse, and James Eagles as a court reporter. Dr. Herman Lissauer, who was our guest tonight, appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, where he has been working on their latest picture, just released, Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he was in charge of music for the new film Submarine Patrol. Mr. DeMille.
Not all the cruelties of war occur on the battlefield. Often they enter the home, as they do in our play next Monday night. It's the story of an army officer who, after being reported killed at the front, returns to find that his wife is married again. Another girl, learning that he's alive, begins to blackmail the wife. Around this situation, the celebrated drama Interference is woven. A great success in England, on Broadway, and twice on the screen. Interference brings to our stage 4 splendid stars: Herbert Marshall, Leslie Howard, Mary Astor, and Gail Patrick. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Leslie Howard and Herbert Marshall in Interference with Gail Patrick and Mary Astor. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Join us again next week in the Lux Radio Theatre. Be part of the large audience that gathers each week to enjoy an hour of dramatic entertainment and a chance to meet Hollywood and its famous people. This is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you good night on behalf of our guests, our cast, and the staff of the Lux Radio Theatre. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Free for All. Is such an important room in the house, you can't blame a woman for wanting to make it cheerful and convenient. In the first place, it's her workroom, where she spends a good many hours. Also, it's a room where both neighbors and family like to visit. Why shouldn't it be a pleasant room with colorful curtains, convenient cabinets, and a beautiful, easy-to-keep clean floor? That, of course, is where Johnson's Glow Coat comes in. A floor that's kept sparkling with Glow Coat does wonders for your kitchen. Keeps it clean and bright with a minimum of work. And don't forget that the regular use of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat makes your linoleum last from 5 to 10 times longer. Now, you know, of course, that Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Glow Coat gives a floor lasting luster, has a flexible film that wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. But for real Glow Coat results, don't be satisfied with anything but the original Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat. with the familiar red and yellow label. Buy some tomorrow. The worst blizzard in 76 years has hit Wistful Vista. Snow has drifted up to the second-floor windows in some places, and this is one of the places, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, it certainly is nice to stay home by a warm fire tonight, isn't it, dearie?
I'll say. Ain't a fit night out for a man nor Hitler.
I tell you, it must be terribly cold out.
Cold? Why, when I come home tonight, that snowman in front of Toops's was blowing on his fingers.
Say, what's the exact temperature? Stick your head out the door and see what the thermometer on the porch says.
Oh, no. I wouldn't protrude my puss out those portals tonight for all the retreads in Detroit. No, sirree.
Well, then turn on the radio. It's just time for the weather report.
Oh, say, it is at that. I wonder just how cold it is.
Terribly.
Thanks.
Well, at least we're comfortable and warm here. You want to play a game of rummy, dearie?
No, I got a lot of stuff to do. Never have a better chance to do them, too, either.
Just what have you got to do?
Oh, I got to paste my defense stamps in my book, and sort out my trout flies, and write a letter to Aunt Sarah thanking her for my Christmas present.
She didn't send you any Christmas presents.
Well, I'm in a sarcastic mood.
Well, I'm glad you're going to be busy, McGee. Maybe I can finish knitting this.
This what?
I wish I knew. I'm not much of a knitter yet.
Well, you're a swell needlepointer.
I know, but the Army has some silly objections to needlepoint sweaters. Now, maybe if I'd...
My gosh, there's somebody at the door.
You know, that's what I love about you, McGee. You grasp things so quickly. Well, let 'em in. They'll freeze to death out there.
Okay, but if it's a good humor man, he ain't using good judgment.
Good evening. I'm Mr. George Melvin.
Come in. At the door. Let me get the door. Wind goes through you like a collector from the Internal Revenue. What'd you say your name was, Bud?
Spelvin, George Spelvin. You're Mr. McGee?
That I am indeed. And this is my wife, Molly. Molly, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, madam. My, it's nice and cozy in here. Don't tell me you're knitting on a tiny garment. Congratulations. When is the happy event?
Huh?
It isn't a tiny garment. It's a sweater for a soldier.
Yeah.
And if I don't stop dropping stitches, it won't be a happy event either. Have a chair, Mr. Spellbound.
Spelvin, and thank you. But first, I'd better drop this overcoat and these wet overshoes in the hall.
McGee. Who is he?
I don't know. But I wouldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. And he looks kind of like an old hound I used to have when I... Well. Have a chair, Spelvin, old man.
Thank you. A nice place you have here, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. We like it. We have to. We own it.
Well, I imagine you'll be seeing a great deal of it for the next few days. You won't be able to get downtown to a restaurant till this storm is over.
Well, so what? Home is where the heartburn is, I always says. Did you want to see me about something, Spelvin?
What? Oh, yes. Mr. McGee, I have a special message to you from the governor.
Heavenly days from the governor. Maybe you've got an appointment, dearie.
Well, it's about time. I volunteered for everything from air raid warden to mixing macaroons for Marines. What'd the governor say, Spelvin?
Well, first, Mr. McGee, may I ask if you have a car?
Every time I see it, I ask myself the same thing.
Sure, I got a car, Bud. Tip-top condition, too.
You're not kidding, McGee. That top tip's under any condition.
Well, it really doesn't matter as long as it runs.
Oh, it runs. That car will do 55 in second gear, Spelvin.
And 30 in high.
Oh, now, Molly, you're giving George here entirely wrong impression. You see, George... You don't mind if I call you George, do you?
Oh, not at all. Glad to have you.
Fine. You see, Spelvin, before we were married, my wife used to go with a guy that owned a Stutz Bearcat, and she never got over
Never mind me, McGee.
Huh?
What did the governor say?
Yeah, what'd he say, Spelvin?
Well, the fact is, McGee, it's of the utmost importance that you...
Oh, dear. Now who? You answered, McGee. I'm right in the middle of a mistake in my knitting.
Okay. Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose somebody wants me to tie some hot coffee around my neck and go rescue their St. Bernard.
Hello there, Johnny. Hey, can I borrow that? Come on in. Shut the door.
It's the old timer, Molly.
Okay, Johnny. Just for a minute. Hello there, daughter. What you doing? Knitting for Britain or crocheting for the Malayan?
We can't stand that applause, can we? Oh, good evening, Mr. Oldtimer. May I introduce you to Mr. Spelvin? Mr. Spelvin, this is Mr. Hey, what is your name anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yeah, I don't believe I ever heard it either.
Just call me Old-Timer, kids. Names don't matter. It's character that counts. As long as the feller's true blue, honest, straightforward, and backward.
Oh, don't be so coy. What's your name?
Come on, old-timer. After all, it couldn't be worse than Fibber.
Maybe not, Johnny, but I'm more sensitive than you are.
Won't you tell us?
Nope.
Just tell me.
Nope.
Whisper it in my ear. I won't tell anybody.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, it couldn't be.
It is, though.
Can you imagine? Mr. Spelvin, this is the old-timer.
How do you do, sir?
Well, hello, son. Sorry to butt in like this, kids. Just wanted to know if I could borrow a hot poker.
A hot poker? No, I'm sorry, old-timer. Our poker's busted.
What on earth did you want that for?
Oh, me and my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
No, my girlfriend, Frances.
Oh.
We were playing in the snow along the street here, diving into snowdrifts. And all of a sudden, I missed Fran. Must have knocked yourself out in a fire hydrant or something. Anyway, she's under a drift someplace along here, and I was going to jab around with a hot poker. Oh, well, guess I can use a sharp stick. See you later, kids. Good night, Mr. Tailspin.
Won't you have another cup of coffee before you and McGee start talking business, Mr. Spelvin?
Thanks. I believe I will. Delicious coffee, Mrs. McGee.
I'm glad you like it. I make it from a recipe I got from McGee's half-sister, Beth.
What do you mean, half-sister? She's my sister.
Not since she worked for that magician and he sawed her in two.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Just a family joke, Spell. We always kid Bessie about wanting to go on the stage.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
You know, I had a younger brother always wanted to go on the stage. Finally made it, too.
Good for him.
Yes, he was out in Desert Springs, Arizona once, and he wanted to go to Dry Gulch, New Mexico, but the trains weren't running, so he went on the stage.
Well, let's get down to business, Belvin. As long as you represent the governor, suppose you tell me just exactly what he wants me to...
Well, for goodness sake, more orphans of the storm. See who it is, McGee.
Okay, excuse me a minute, Belvin, while I see what no good this ill wind is blowing us.
Oh, of course.
Hey, Molly, Uppy's here. Come on in, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Abigail? May I present Mr. Spelvin, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh,
how do you do?
Not the Mrs. Uppington through whose window someone threw a rock.
The very same, Spelvin, the very same.
Will you have a cup of coffee, Abigail? You look awfully cold.
Oh, thank you, I will, my dear, and I am cold. In fact, I'm quite numb.
That's what I was telling Molly just this morning, Uppy. I says that Uppington trail is just about the...
McGee. He said numb.
Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Uppy? This kind of weather's only good for one thing. To keep the Germans rushing back from the Russian front. Did you get it, folks? I says to keep...
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it was rather amusing, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Spell. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Answering your question, Miss McGee, I had little Phoebe out for a walk. She adores the snow, you know.
Is Fifi your daughter, Mrs. Uppington?
Fifi is a Pekingese, Mr. Spelvin.
How interesting. I'd love to meet her. Chinese girls are so intelligent, I think. I'd love to discuss the situation.
Fifi is a dog, Spelvin, and she ain't interested in the foreign situation.
As I was saying, it was so blustery and so cold outside, I was frightfully afraid of being lost in the storm. And yours was the only light I could see, for simply blocks, my dear. So I struggled through the drifts and finally succeeded in forcing my way through the snow to your front door.
But where's Fifi?
Oh, I took her home first.
Well, sit down and take a load off your eye millers, Uppy. Mr. Spelvin here was just about to give me a message from the governor.
As a matter of fact,
What we need is a doorman. Does anybody here know any unemployed Eskimos? Well, go see who it is, McGee.
Okay, but... All right. Come on in, Mark. Come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, boy. Oh, gee. Thanks, Fibber. My hands were so cold I couldn't find the doorbell. I had to hammer with my elbows.
Haven't you got sense enough to stay home on a night like this, Harlow?
Well, my conscience was bothering me, Fibber. I just ran across a book I borrowed from you a long time ago. Here.
Oh, thanks. What is it? Oh, If Winter Comes. You sure this is mine?
Yep. I borrowed it in 1925. Hey, is that coffee I smell?
It is, and you do. Come on in, Harlow, and defrost your eyebrows.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Harlow, this is Mr. George Spelvin. Spelvey, old man, this is Harlow Wilcox. Your linoleum's best friend and severest critic.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, this is a coincidence, Mr. Spelvin. I was demonstrating Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a Mrs. Spelvin yesterday afternoon, showing her how easy it was to apply, how quickly it dried to a beautiful polish, and how the easier homework would take years off her life and put them on the life of the linoleum. Let me see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Spelvin either. It was Mrs. Woods. No, Crawford. That was it. Mrs. Crawford. No relation, I suppose.
Tall, dark woman with a mole on her arm?
No, short and stout with a poodle on her lap.
No relation, I guess.
Oh, speaking of poodles, Mr. Wilcox, I hated to take Mrs. Fifi out tonight.
Well, there's nothing like a dog.
There's nothing like Uppy's dog. I'll go that far with you. There ain't even another dog like her dog.
Yeah, I had a dog once.
Man's best friend, I always say. Just like Johnson's glow coat is a woman's best friend because it saves so much time and effort.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Can't you forget Johnson's glow coat for 1 minute?
I don't know. I've never tried.
As I was saying, I had a dog once.
I did, too. Part Springer Spaniel on his mother's side and the smartest dog I ever knew on his father's side. Smarter than a human being.
Oh, now, McGee.
Well, he was. Every Sunday morning, he'd go out on the porch and look both ways up and down the street. Then he'd kind of shake his little head and come back in the house. Every Sunday morning for 11 years he did that.
Well, what was he looking for?
We never knew. He knew, but we didn't. So he was smarter than us. I'll have another cup of coffee, too, Molly.
As I was going to say, I had a dog once.
That mud of George's is going to die of old age before he gets it into the discussion. Excuse me while I see who's at the door. Oh, hi, Trivia. Shut the door. Come on in.
Thank you, McGee.
Glad you dropped in, Latrivia. The conversation around here was going to the dogs. Hey, everybody, here's Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Mayor. I don't believe you know Mr. Spelvin, Your Honor. Mr. Spelvin, this is Mayor Latrivia.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad to meet you, Your Honor. How do you do? Are you a resident of our fair city, Mr. Spelvin?
No, he don't vote here, Latrivia, so you can let go of his hand now.
Mr. Spelvin represents the governor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he does? Well. I see where Mr. Spelvin and I can spend a profitable few minutes together. We can
have a cup of coffee, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and an egg sandwich. I just stopped in to tell you, McGee, that a complaint has reached my ears.
I had the same thing last summer, Latrivia. Started in my neck and reached my ears in 2 days. The doctor says it was just a temporary...
Mr. McGee, please. I was about to say that I have received a complaint from the street commissioner that you have been remiss in the matter of snow removal from your front sidewalk.
Oh, well, thanks for warning me, Latrivia. It's a funny thing, too. I really enjoy shoveling snow.
You do?
You do?
I surely do. I'd rather hear the frosty clang of a snow shovel on a sidewalk than the finest symphony music in the world. To feel the red blood coursing through my veins as I swing that shovel to and fro. That marvelous glow that comes from exercising in the cold winter air. The sharp tang of the wind on my cheeks as my muscles respond to the healthy rhythm. And what an appetite I get. Sleep like a baby. Oh, I love the feeling of the snow.
Hold it, McGee. Where are you going, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to shovel your walk-off for you. I haven't felt like that in years. There's the snow shovel.
Snow shovel's right in here, Latrivia.
Oh. Where, McGee?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Gale and Cello.
A gale and cello, a caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet pepita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess.
A gale and cello,
a
caballero,
he'd only ask and she'll say yes. Soon there'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride, and the Galancello standing by her side. He'll be so excited on his wedding day. Ask him if he loves her, and you'll hear him say, "Si, si, tu amo, la señorita hermosita, estrellita." Si, si, tu amo, cuando le doy todo mi amor, florcita del corazón. Oh, look at Pancho, back on his rancho, with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride.
The gay ranchero,
so very happy is he.
The caballero,
so very happy is he. And all the world knows how they met. This very happy ranchero, this gay caballero, has not one single regret. Now to end the story that I once was told, here's a little secret that I must unfold. For they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting those muchachas by the score. And maybe more.
Oh, this is grand.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, Mr. McGee?
Look, I think the storm's letting up a little.
Yeah, so if any of you want to get home before you really get snowed
Oh, I
in-
don't want to go home, Molly. I'm having fun. So am I, Mrs. McGee, and I can talk to your husband later.
Won't you join us, my dear, when you get through making the sandwiches?
He wasn't making any sandwiches.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, but I will. I guess Molly McGee can take a hint without being hit in the face with a wet bathing suit.
Well, I'll join you guys here. What's your plan?
We're playing Stinky Dink.
What on earth are stinky dinks?
Well, look, it's my turn. I'll show you. All right. I'm thinking of a contented insect in an oral robe.
I knew. A snug bug in a chug rug. Now, your turn, Mr. Selvin.
All right. Now, what's a wide-awake quintet in a juke joint?
Oh, that's easy. A live five and a jive dive.
Oh, this game is a cinch. Let me try it.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm thinking of a tired Indian in a borrowed teepee. Give up? A spent gent in a lent tent.
Oh, hey, you didn't give us time to guess, Fibber.
Oh, you wouldn't have got it anyway. Go ahead, Molly. It's your turn.
All right. I'm thinking of a hand-painted spark plug dancing with a red-haired kangaroo on a Wednesday afternoon.
Good heavens. I can't think what that would be.
Neither can I, so I'll go out and make some sandwiches. Go ahead and have fun. Oh, dear, go see who that is, McGee. It may mean extra food and more coffee.
Okay, excuse me, folks.
Oh, surely.
I don't find out pretty soon what the hell.
Hello, Mr. McGee. My goodness. Isn't it a terrible night out?
Yeah.
Not that any night out is very terrible to me, though, because... Oh, you have company.
Oh, come on in anyway. Hey, folks, here's Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. I don't think Mr. Wimple knows Mr. Spelvin, McGee. Mr. Spelvin, Mr. Wimple.
Good evening, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's nothing of the kind, Mr. Spelvin. It's a horrible evening. I'd never have buzzed out of the house if I hadn't run out of cigarettes.
Oh, you don't have to go clear to the cigar store, Wimp. I'll give you a couple of packages. What do you smoke?
Q-beds.
I didn't know your wife would let you smoke, Mr. Wimple.
Well, she doesn't really approve, Mrs. McGee. Not cigarettes, anyway. So she promised me a pipe last Christmas.
Briar, Wallace?
No, Mr. Wilcox. Lead. She promised she'd let me have it if she ever caught me smoking again. You see, Sweetie Face is my wife, Mrs. Selvin.
Oh, I see.
Sweetie Face is simply obsessed with health fads.
Oh.
Why, sometimes for dinner, we just have a heaping plate of spinach apiece.
Just spinach, Wimp?
Just spinach. I pretend I don't know she has a filet mignon under hers. And later I run out and get a nutty burger.
Oh, but don't you ever protest against such inhuman treatment, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I had, Mrs. Uppington. Why, just last Saturday I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I'd like to have a little more freedom. And she said, why, Wallace, dear, how can you say that? Why, you're as free as a bird.
She did, really?
Yes. And then she said, in fact, I bet you can fly. And she threw me out the window.
Your wife sounds like quite a character, Mr. Sweetie Face.
Wimple Spelvin. His wife's name is Sweetie Face.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand me. Sweetie Face is really a delightful person when you really get to know her. She says. Well, I must be running along, folks. It's been nice to see all of you, really.
You sure you can't stay a while and play some games, Mr. Wimple?
Well, if I do it, I'd better sip it. I bet one anyway. I'll stay. Now
Well, now let's all play games again. Now, who would suggest...
Hey, just a minute, folks, just a minute.
What's the matter, McGee?
Well, if you're welcome to stay all night and play all the games you want, but Mr. Spelvin come here tonight with a message from the governor. Now, I don't want to wait any longer to hear what it is.
Well, we'll go in the other room, Fibber, and let you talk.
No. Now, we want you all to hear it, don't we, McGee?
Huh? Do we?
Why, of course we do. I'm proud of it.
Oh, well, I guess we do at that. All you people thought I was kind of unimportant around here, didn't you? Thought I'd never amount to anything. Well, there's going to be a few opinions changed around here tonight. Go ahead, Spelvin, old man.
All right, Mr. McGee. Do you realize that your tires wear out twice as fast at 45 miles per hour as they do at 30?
Why, certainly, we know all of that, but what is that...
Driving habits are hard to control. So what's the best answer? An automatic control. Therefore... Hey, what's all this got to do with giving Fibber a state job?
Yes, why does the governor need our car?
That's what I've been getting at. It isn't so much that the governor needs your car as it is that your car needs a governor.
Hey, what is this, Bud? Who do you represent?
Well, you never let me quite explain that, Mr. McGee. I represent the Governor and Carburetor Corporation of New Jersey. And
shut up.
When you step into some homes, don't they seem to be more livable and friendly than others, aglow with warm hospitality? A wax-protected home is usually a warm, friendly one. Floors that shimmer and gleam with a rich Johnson's wax polish add beauty to the entire home. They are protected, too, against wear and dirt, actual money-saving protection, and they're so much easier to keep clean. But this Johnson's wax protection and labor saving doesn't stop with floors. Wax your tabletops, chair arms, woodwork also, and your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shelves, refrigerator, shoes, luggage, lampshades. Then you'll be practicing what authorities call protective housekeeping. Right now and during the next year or so, it's important to take extra good care of your things. Give them an occasional application of genuine Johnson's wax, which you can buy now in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Oh, by the way, Johnson's wax is great, too, for Army boots and leather service equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this country has a big job ahead of it and won't stop till it's done. We've got to get in there with our money and our work and our loyal 100% support.
Yes, Uncle Sam has rolled up his sleeves, and now what he needs is more sleeves.
So let's give him our shirts. Good night.
Good night, all.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray in Made for Each Other. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. To most playwrights, a love story ends at the altar and leaves the rest of us wondering whether they really lived happily ever after. But anyone who's ever been to the altar knows that their life story just begins there. So in our play tonight, Made for Each Other, we skip the courtship
and tell the best part of the story, the married life of two average, healthy young Americans. And since our boy and girl are so typically American, their story is more than a love story. It's the drama of America in our own day, because the home of Johnny and Jane Mason, multiplied some millions of times, is America. That's why this play, Made for Each Other, is made to order for the Lux Radio Theatre, an institution supported by women like Jane, who've given Lux toilet soap an important place in their homes. They know the value in this modern world of looking their best, and the value of Lux toilet soap in helping them do it. To bring you this average young married couple, we selected two players who are certainly far above average in talent, Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray. Miss Lombard, as Jane, has the same part she played in the David O. Selznick picture, Made for Each Other, which was written by Joe Swelling. Fred McMurray is currently being applauded for a fine job in Paramount's Remember the Night. When we decided to produce tonight's play, both our stars were absent from Hollywood on well-deserved vacations. Fred on a hunting trip in the mountains of California, and Carol on a hunting trip in the mountains of Mexico. And it took a lot of hunting on our part to find these wild spots. But no time at all to lure our stars back from their vacations when they heard what the play was. And that brings us right up to this moment. And a play which begins where most plays end. A story of two people who have the chance to live happily ever after. We raise the curtain on the first act of Made for Each Other, starring Carol Lombard as Jane and Fred McMurray as Johnny. Spring in New York. Welcome sunshine warming the bright streets. A gentle breeze carrying with it a hint of blossoms in the park. And above all this, high in a skyscraper, the law offices of Doolittle, Messerschmitt, Doolittle, and Hutch. Dignity is the keynote of this impressive suite. But on the spring morning in question, dignity is lacking in the extreme, for the whole office force is gathered expectantly at the door, each person well supplied with rice and old shoes. Suddenly the door swings open, and the office boy dashes in.
Hey, he's coming, Johnny Mason.
Did you see him?
Where is he? He's on the elevator.
Get
the shoes ready. Where's my rice?
Quiet. Shh. Here he comes.
Hello, kids. Hey, what's everybody looking at?
Fine trick you pulled on us, Johnny Mason.
What are you talking about?
Oh, we're only kidding.
Thanks. Hey, wait a second, will you? I just got a guy get married. It isn't unusual, is it?
Mason!
That's just because a guy happens to get married.
Mason!
Oh, good morning, Mr. Doolittle.
Come into my office.
Yes, sir. Just on my way in.
Never mind. Come in and close the door.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mason, what was all that racket out there?
Well, they somehow found out that while I was away in
Did you get the deposition in the case of Higgins against Higgins?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Let me see it. Well, go on. What about that uproar?
Well, after I got the deposition, I had a
what
few hours
kind
to
of
spare,
nonsense is this? This isn't the deposition in the case of Higgins and Higgins.
Oh, isn't it?
No. It says to the party of the first part, I love you, signed party of the second part.
Oh, that, it's a note from Jane. She's my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. I got married.
Oh, you got married?
Yeah, it all happened just as suddenly as that. I was strolling up on the common in Boston, and she had a cinder in her eye.
A what?
A cinder, a piece of, cinder. And she stopped, and I stopped, and that's when I took the cinder out of her eye.
And that's when you married her?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, not immediately, of course. I had to get the deposition first. That took 2 days.
I see. Pretty quick, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
I imagine my daughter Eunice will be rather surprised at this.
Oh, well, you won't be any more surprised than I was.
Well, don't stand there. Get the deposition.
Judge Doolittle, when people get married, they usually go on a honeymoon.
I didn't. I don't approve of honeymoons. They're a waste of time.
Well, you know how women are, Judge, and, well, if it wouldn't inconvenience you, I'd like to have one, just for Jane.
Well, how about Higgins against Higgins? It'll inconvenience them, won't it?
Oh, no, sir. That is, if you'll pardon me, I've arranged a continuance with opposing counsel.
A continuance, eh? A sheer waste of time, Mason. All right. Take a week.
A week? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't very well make it in a week. You see, we're going to Bermuda.
Take 10 days, then. Now, that deposition will have to be...
Well, you see, Judge, we were expecting to be gone for about a month.
A month? 4 weeks?
Yes, sir. Jane's waiting in the car for me now, and I told her we could probably stay down in Bermuda for at least...
Now, see here, Mason. Higgins against Higgins is much more important than Bermuda. You'll see all that's necessary in 10 days. It's a very small island.
Oh, but 10 days, Judge Doolittle?
10 days.
Yes, sir.
Well, go on, Johnny. What did the boss say when you told him?
Oh, he was swell, Jane. I showed him your picture. And...
Oh, you didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny.
Sure, he was marvelous. He couldn't congratulate me enough.
Oh, then you didn't have any trouble about the month off.
Well, no, not what you'd call trouble. The only thing is...
Well, go on.
Well, I didn't get exactly a month.
Well, how much did you get?
Well, as I say, I didn't get the full month. Of course, if I'd insisted...
Well, I know, darling, but how much?
Well, I compromised on 10 days.
10 days, darling.
Yeah, but I've got it all planned. You see, it takes the boat 2 days to get there and 2 days back. That's a whole 6 days we'll have.
A whole 6 days.
Oh, I know, darling, but old Granite Puss doesn't believe in honeymoons. And it's not so awful bad. After all, fellas have gone around the whole world in less than that, and a little help with my mother.
What'll help with your mother?
We won't have to leave her for such a long time.
No, when you phoned her this morning, what did she say?
Oh, she was fine.
She asked a million questions about me, I suppose.
Well, not exactly.
Well, you told her about me, of course, and getting married and all.
Well, I didn't blurt things out too suddenly. I just sort of broke the ice.
Oh, Johnny, how much ice did you break?
I just told her that while I was in Boston, I ran into several people.
Well, didn't you tell her about me at all?
I kind of thought it'd be fun to surprise her. You know, a surprise.
Well, Johnny, I think you'd better see your mother by yourself.
Oh, no, Jane. I should say not. It'll be a breeze. I've got the whole thing planned, move by move. Now, look, we'll just start at the beginning, and I'll tell her that while I was strolling on the common, I met you. So, Mother, after I met Jane and after I got the cinder out of her eye, we walked along together.
How interesting, I'm sure. Would you have some more tea, Miss... I didn't catch your last name.
Well, I don't think Johnny told you. I will have some tea, thanks. It's delicious.
Yes, John. Go on, dear.
And then we kept walking some more. And then we went over and had a bite to eat.
Yes, go on.
We had a bite. And then I told her I was crazy about her.
What? What did you say?
Well, we were just as surprised as you are, Mrs. Mason.
It was love right after the cinder came out.
Oh, dear. You know, Miss...
My name is Jane.
Oh, yes, of course. Jane. John, so young and impulsive.
But, Mother, this is different.
Jane, my dear, are you visiting relatives here in New York?
Well, yes. No, not exactly. I came down with Johnny.
From Boston? Together last night?
Well, you see, Mother, we thought that since we're engaged...
Engaged?
Well, I know that must be upsetting to you, Mrs. Mason. It was
But what did your family say about it?
Well, I have no family. I was going to night school, taking a course in journalism.
But she gave it all up when she met me. I'm a sort of postgraduate course.
My dear, if you have any opportunity for a career in journalism, then by all means follow it through.
But don't you think marriage is a bit of a career by itself?
Oh, indeed, but one should be prepared for it. One shouldn't rush into it pell-mell. There are too many things to learn.
Oh, Jane will learn them after we're married. Don't you worry, Mother.
I hope and pray that day won't come for many years.
You don't think we should get married?
Emphatically not. Now, that isn't to say, please understand, that I have anything against Jane. I'm sure she's a lovely girl.
I'm glad of that because, well, you see, you asked if she was visiting relatives.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, she's visiting one right now. Mother,
We're married, Mrs. Mason.
Oh, gosh, Mother, people get married sooner or later and go on honeymoons, and when we come back, we'll find a new apartment, and you'll stay with us. Jane insists on that, and we'll have a little family that'll...
Family!
Oh!
Mother.
Oh, Johnny, the smelling salt. She's fainted.
Well, it's time for me to leave, I suppose. Goodbye, my son.
Goodbye, Mother. Hey, gosh, don't look so sad. We'll be home in 10 days.
I know. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Mason.
Don't let him have too many strawberries. He gets rashes, you know.
Oh, Mother.
And when he gets to Bermuda, see that he wears a hat in the sun.
I will.
Oh, gee, Mother.
He almost had a sunstroke once.
Oh, that was 14 years ago. I'm over it now.
And if he gets seasick, don't forget the pills I gave you for him. And take care of yourself, too.
Oh, I will. Goodbye, Mrs. Mason.
Come on, we'll wave to you from the rail.
No, you stay here. I couldn't stand to see the boat leave with you on it, John. Goodbye.
So long, Mother. I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Take care of him. He's my only son.
I will.
Funny things, Mothers. Well, let's go in the stateroom, huh?
Oh, come on, let's unpack. We've got lots to do, darling.
No. Let's just sit here and think. You know, this is the first time in my life I've been away from America.
Me too, and it's just beautiful, Johnny.
Yeah. Jane.
What?
Remember when I took that cinder out of your eye in Boston?
How could I forget it?
You know, I threw it away. I should have kept that cinder and put it in a locket or something. Why, if it weren't for that cinder, maybe we'd never have met.
Oh, Johnny, don't say that. We had to meet.
That's right, I guess. Still, if it hadn't been for that cinder...
Oh, Johnny, isn't everything just beautiful?
Yeah. Hey, that's us. We'll pull out pretty soon.
Bon voyage, darling.
Bon voyage, sweetheart.
Oh, Johnny. Johnny.
Who's that?
I don't know. Go see.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mason. Yeah, just caught you in time.
Oh, Carter, it's nice of you to come down. Meet Mrs. Mason, my wife. Jane, this is Carter from the office.
How do you do?
Happy to know you.
Well, Carter?
Good thing I got here, Mason. You got just 5 minutes.
5 minutes for what?
Get off the boat.
Get off the boat?
Get off. Don't mind him, dear. He's got a funny sense of humor.
Yeah, well, Doolittle hasn't. He sent me down here. He wants you back in the office right away.
What are you talking about?
Higgins against Higgins?
Well, what about Higgins against Higgins?
Higgins against Higgins goes on the calendar next week.
Well, Johnny, they can't.
Oh, no, Carter. You're mistaken. I got a continuance for a whole month.
Yeah, you think you did. The other attorney didn't sign it. Judge Doolittle had the case reset for this week. Sent me down to get you off the boat.
Johnny, they can't do that to you.
Certainly not. What does old Grannis Putz think I am, a puppet?
Some kind of a pawn he can push around like a pawn?
Yes.
It's out of the question.
It's preposterous.
Is that what you want me to tell Judge Doolittle?
Yes.
Oh, now, Jane, wait. Will you excuse us a moment, Carter?
Certainly. But you'd better make up your mind in a hurry.
That's telling them, Johnny.
Sure, but, Jane, I mustn't be too impulsive like Mother says. Higgins against Higgins is my most important case.
All right, so it's important, but it isn't as important as our honeymoon.
Oh, no, certainly not, but only I don't want to lose my head. You see, in a way, darling, a lawyer is a little like a doctor or a lawyer or a soldier. I mean, see?
You're not giving in to them.
Well, not exactly, but maybe we can go on our honeymoon when the case is settled. We'll turn in our tickets.
Oh, no, Johnny.
Oh, but Judge Doolittle said...
I hate Judge Doolittle. And I hate Higgins against Higgins.
Oh, but I can't go...
And that nasty little man out there, Carter, I hate him.
Oh, I know. I'll bet you hate me, too.
No, Johnny, it would have been so beautiful.
Hello? Anybody home?
Johnny, where have you been? I've been worried to death.
I got tied up in court. I didn't know whether I'd make it home for the party or not.
Well, I'm glad you got here. Did you bring the wine for dinner?
Yeah, see, old Granite Puss's favorite brand.
Well, hurry. Dinner's at 8, and they'll be here any minute.
Yeah, all I've got to do is shave and change my shirt.
All right, but hurry. I'm almost ready.
Okay, sweetheart, I'm away.
Oh, don't use the guest towels. Yours is on the second rack.
Okay. How's it been going?
No, everything's just lovely. An ultimatum for Manny. This one's final. She's quitting tonight.
Tonight?
Oh, it's all right. She'll see us through dinner.
I don't see why you have so much trouble with servants.
I'd like to change places with you someday. It's a trial to get a dinner with a maid like Annie.
Hey, what are we going to have for dinner?
Roast beef.
Roast beef, huh? Zowie, Doolittle's delight.
Say, that was certainly a brilliant idea of yours, inviting Eunice Doolittle at the last minute.
She's the judge's daughter, isn't she? She and the judge are like corned beef and cabbage. Always come together.
Yeah, and that impossible twerp Carter. I suppose you had to ask him, too.
Eunice had some sort of a date with him. What could I do?
I don't know how I'm going to stand him. I've always had an idea it had something to do with canceling our honeymoon.
Yeah, it's going to be different when my name moves up in the door. Law firm of Doolittle, Messerschmitt, Doolittle, Hutch, and Mason.
Oh, Johnny, really?
Yeah, it's practically up there now. I won the appeal on the Higgins against Higgins. It's sure a thing now.
The thing you wanted for years. Oh, you're marvelous, darling.
Hey, Gangway, where's my tie?
Right there.
Gosh, you're dressed.
Yes, except for this. Hook me up, darling.
Oh, where?
Those hooks in the back.
Oh. Yeah, pretty nice neck you've got there.
As nice as Eunice Doolittle's?
What do I know about Eunice Doolittle's neck? Never even noticed she had one. There. Is that all the hooks?
Thanks, dear. Now run out and see how Annie's doing in the kitchen.
Okay.
And hurry, Johnny.
Jane, your guests are here, my dear.
Well, good evening, Judge Doolittle.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Mason. Good evening. This is my daughter, Eunice.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Mason? You know Mr. Carter?
Yes, we've met. How do you do?
Good evening, Mrs. Mason. Glad to see you again.
Well, a little early, I'm afraid.
Oh, not at all, Miss Doolittle. It's just 8, and Johnny should...
Jane?
Yes, dear?
You know, I was just thinking, I bet old Granite Puss will be late. Oh.
Good evening, Mason.
I didn't know. I've got great news for you, Judge. We've got roast beef for dinner.
Miss Mason, dinner's ready. Do you want it now or will you eat it cold?
Well, shall we sit down? Annie, you may serve the dessert, please.
Well, that's what I'm doing, ain't I?
But, Annie, this isn't the ice cream.
Well, maybe it don't look like it, but that's just what it is.
But what happened to it?
Somebody defrosted the icebox.
Just a little accident, Judge.
Quite all right.
Oh, it looks just delicious, Mrs. Mason.
Annie only served the wafers.
What's wafers?
Crackers.
Crackers. Well, I couldn't figure that one out.
Judge Doolittle, Johnny tells me that you've won the appeal in the Higgins against Higgins case.
Yes, at last.
Well, is it true, Judge Doolittle, that something's going to happen in the firm next week?
Yes, we're considering a blood transfusion. Metaphorically, of course. Getting new blood in the firm, as it were. We're appointing a junior partner.
And Daddy's consulted with me.
Yes. It's quite a job to pick the right man.
I shouldn't think so. Surely, if it's a question of merit, John.
Yes. As a rule, I always trust to my own judgment. But when it comes to picking men, there's nothing like a woman's intuition.
That's why Daddy consulted me.
Mm-hmm.
And the new partner will be?
Beginning next Monday, the new name of the firm will be Doolittle. I, of course, will head it as I have for 25 years.
And very capably.
Messerschmitt.
Naturally.
Doolittle, my brother.
Do hurry, Daddy.
Hutch.
And
Carter.
Not my son.
Congratulations, Carter.
Thank you, Judge Doolittle.
It's all right. Nothing you didn't deserve, I'm sure. It's
well,
all right.
Carter, congratulations.
Thanks.
It's wonderful. I always knew you had it in you. I'd like to propose a toast to the new partner. Toast. Only we seem to have run out of wine. Will you give me the platter, Mother? Just hand it over.
Be careful, son. Don't cut your hand on those knives.
Here, might as well wash this, Johnny.
Somebody left their peas.
It was Judge Doolittle.
The dessert dishes are on the sideboard. I'll go get them.
John.
Gravy sure sticks.
I didn't want to say anything. You know I've never interfered. But you must admit now.
Yeah?
You must admit now that if you hadn't rushed into this marriage, there would have been no question about your getting the partnership.
What do you mean, Mother?
If you'd have married Eunice Doolittle, and you could have, I know, you would have been in Mr. Carter's place.
Look, Mother. Jane has more on her little finger than Eunice Doolittle ever will have. She lives to be 900.
Son, Jane.
And, Mother, there's something else. I don't like to mention it, but it isn't any too easy for Jane and all of us living together like this. We should remember that and try to understand.
But I only had your good in mind when I mentioned the partnership.
My partnership with Jane is all the partnership I need. Whether Doolittle or Carter...
Me too, Johnny. That's all I need.
Must you eavesdrop?
Oh, she wasn't, Mother.
You're both siding against me.
We're not either.
No, Mother. Don't you see that Johnny and I have enough? We have each other. You don't understand.
I don't understand.
No, Mother, I don't think
I've got all I can bear. Don't add any more.
We're not trying to.
The dinner was the most humiliating experience of my life.
Of course, it was for us, too.
Not me. I don't care what they think.
And I'll be blamed for it. That's all the consideration I ever get around here.
Consideration? You don't need consideration.
Jane. Jane, darling.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Johnny. I didn't want to do that, but I guess it's just me, I guess.
Yeah, I know, darling. Don't worry. It's going to be all right someday. I'll have a partnership of my own office, my own practice, and my own firm.
Sure, that's right. And, I know a swell name for it. Mason and Mason.
Yeah, Mason and... Huh? Father and son?
Well, doctors can be wrong, but our doctor thinks there'll be another lawyer in the family pretty soon.
Jane, you mean you... A baby lawyer?
Yes. I want him just like you.
Oh, Jane. Gee, well, congratulations, honey.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray, will return in Act Two of Made for Each Other. When a famous and lovely screen star talks about beauty care, women everywhere listen with attention. You might almost say that beauty is the business of a screen star. Just think of the thousands and thousands of pairs of eyes that take in every detail of her appearance and approve or disapprove. Yes, screen stars must be alert every moment to see that they look their very best. And we know you're going to be interested in a beauty hint from that young charmer of the screen, Anne Sheridan. Here's what she says.
I think there's nothing in the world more important to a woman's charm than smooth, soft skin. And that's why no matter how tired I am at bedtime, I wouldn't dream of neglecting my active lather facial with Lux soap.
Have you ever tried an active lather facial for a quick beauty freshener during the day and as a regular bedtime beauty care? Anne Sheridan tells you how to do it. First,
It's easy to work up a rich, creamy lather with Lux soap. Work it gently into your skin with upward strokes and little pats.
Second.
Rinse thoroughly with warm water, then a dash of cool.
And third.
Pat your face lightly to dry. Your skin feels softer and smoother. See how fresh it looks.
Yes, Lux Soap's active lather gives skin protection it needs for beauty. It leaves no trace of dust, dirt, or stale cosmetics to choke the pores, cause unattractive cosmetic skin, those unsightly little blemishes and coarsened pores that make any woman unhappy. You can use cosmetics all you like, but never forget your active lather facial. It's a wonderful way to protect your skin by helping to keep it soft, smooth, adorable. Buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and try this care for 30 days. And at the end of that time, see if you don't feel well repaid. You want to make the most of your looks, don't you? Take a tip from the lovely screen stars, from attractive Ann Sheridan. Remember, 9 out of 10 famous Hollywood screen stars use Lux toilet soap. This soap with active lather. Now our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Made for Each Other, starring Carol Lombard as Jane and Fred McMurray as Johnny. The standard witticism of maternity nurses throughout the world is the doubtfully humorous remark, "We've never lost a father yet." But Johnny Mason, like many fathers before him, is not so easily convinced. His knees are shaking violently, his face contorted with terror as he treads the well-trod hallway of the hospital, awaiting the advent of his future law partner. Nobody looks at him. Nobody speaks to him. Johnny Mason is a lone and lonely man in a woman's world.
Hey, nurse. Nurse, will you speak to me, please?
Yes, what is it?
Look, tell me, how about it? Huh?
How about what?
How about what? About the baby. My baby. Is he here?
Oh, you want to know if he's arrived yet?
Well, if you don't mind, yes.
Well, it won't be long. And remember, we've never lost a father yet. Just take it easy.
Take it easy? With this kind of service? Nurse! Hey, nurse, is that him? Is that my baby?
No, and don't you come another step closer.
Yeah, but if it's mine...
Please, this is not your baby.
Oh, all right, but when's my baby coming?
Now, don't worry. We've never lost a father.
I know, but you'd better be careful this time, that's all.
You'll just have to be patient.
Be patient? Have you ever been a father? I'll die on my feet if I... Hey, doctor! Is that... What about my baby?
Sorry, young man. I'm not your doctor.
Have I got a doctor? Why doesn't somebody tell me something? Why doesn't somebody speak to me?
Mr. Mason.
Won't
Mr.
even
Mason.
look at me, a fine thing.
Please, are you Mr. Mason?
Me? Oh, yes! What do you want? I've been trying to... What's this?
This is your baby, Mr. Mason.
My a girl?
It's a boy.
A boy. Oh, Jane, how is...
She's fine. Everything is fine. You'd better sit down, Mr. Mason. You're a little pale.
Me? Oh, no, I'm fine. I never felt... Oh!
Doctor, stretcher, please. We're having father trouble again. It's a touch of colic, I know.
No, Mother, he's just hungry.
I'm sorry, my dear. It's colic. He's cried for 5 minutes.
Johnny, where's that bottle?
Coming, dear. Here you are, fella. Here's the feed bag warm just right. Hey, look, he's smiling at me.
That's gas.
Oh.
Give me that bottle, Donald, and answer the door, will you, Johnny?
Whoever it is, I'll tell him we're not here.
There you are, baby.
Well, at least he stopped crying.
You see, he was hungry.
If he was fed on time, he wouldn't cry.
I know, Mother, but the bottle wasn't warm enough.
Too bad he has to be fed on the bottle.
Well, I haven't heard the baby complain yet.
John never saw a bottle till he was 6 months old.
Well, we just had the baby a little while, Mother. So far, he's done fine.
I know, but I don't see what
I
you
won't
do.
say anything.
What's that, my dear?
Nothing, Mother. Who is that, Johnny?
It was a mailman. Hey, what do you think? It's a present for the baby from old Granite Puss.
Well, how thoughtful.
I bet it's a summons.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's a bank book.
Well, the old darling. How much?
$10.
$10? Well, I hope it doesn't plunge Doolittle into bankruptcy.
I think it's very considerate of Judge Doolittle to think of the baby's future.
Well, it isn't much, but gosh, it's a start.
Why, of course. That's the proper spirit, John.
It isn't that. Johnny, come in here, please, in the bedroom. Will you watch the baby, Mother?
That's what I'm doing. He'd choke if it wasn't for me.
Johnny.
What's the matter? What's the idea?
Johnny, how long are you going to stand for it?
Stand for what?
You don't know, do you? I mean, Judge Doolittle's contempt for you, his intense unappreciation of your work.
But what's that got to do with the $10?
That isn't the $10. It's what it means. He holds you at just that much.
Yeah, I suppose so.
With the $10 from anyone else in the world, I would be swell. I'd accept it in the proper spirit, but not from Doolittle. You do all the work in that office, and Doolittle knows it.
Yeah, I know. I ought to do something about it. The bills are piling way up over my head, and Christmas is coming, and well, the income just doesn't match the outgo.
I know it. Still, you let Doolittle take advantage of you. You deserve a raise. Why don't you tell him that?
Oh, I'd lose my job. There's Mother and you to think about now.
But you won't lose your job. You're too valuable to the firm. If you left, I bet Doolittle would come crawling on his hands and knees begging you to come back.
On his hands and knees? You don't know old Granite Puss.
Well, I know you. All you've got to do is speak up. Don't ask for your rights. Demand them. What are you, a man or a mouse?
I'm a mouse.
Darling, you're not either. Do you know what's the matter with you? You're too modest. You don't appreciate yourself. You're not having the things you should have.
Well, neither are you. Remember when I got you that wedding ring? Later, I was going to get you the big one with the diamonds. And then I was going to get you that mink coat.
I want them, Johnny.
You probably have to wait 300 years.
No, I want the ring now, fur coat now, and I want a honeymoon in Bermuda. And an apartment large enough so the baby doesn't have to sleep in the dining room. You can get them for me, but first you've got to get what's coming to you.
If I only knew how to go about it.
I'll tell you how. You just walk into Doolittle's office and you say, Judge Doolittle, there's something I've got to say to you right now.
What'll he say?
He'll say, sit down, Mason. What is it? And you will say, Judge Doolittle, I've been working for you now for 5 years. I've given you all that's in me, every ounce.
Yes, and then he'll...
No, wait. He'll say, there's no doubt about it, Mason. I've never questioned your ability or your loyalty.
I'll save.
All right, Judge Doolittle, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, I hate to think what'll happen then.
Do you know what'll happen? He'll say, Mason, what do you expect me to do? Darling, just put it to him flatly. Say, I want more money, and I want to be taken into the firm, and he'll say...
I know what he'll say.
No matter what he says, you say either a raise in a junior partnership or accept my resignation effective immediately.
Effective immediately. I'm going to do it. One of these days, I will.
One of these days is tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yeah, but how am I going to go in?
Let's start at the beginning, darling. You walk into his office, you say, Judge Doolittle, I've got something to say to you right now. Say it.
Judge Doolittle, I've got something to say to you right now.
I either get a raise in a junior partnership.
I either get a raise in a junior partnership.
Or else you can accept my resignation.
Or else you can accept my resignation.
Effective immediately.
Effective immediately. That's right. Effective immediately. Judge Doolittle, I've got something to say to you right now.
Mason! Mason! What in the world are you doing?
Oh, me, I was just rehearsing.
Rehearsing?
Yes, sir. It's very important, sir.
Well, it's more important that you answer your buzzer. I've rung 3 times this morning. Come in here.
Sorry, I guess I must have been busy rehearsing.
Sit down, Mason. Sit down.
Judge Doolittle, I've been working.
Just what I want to talk to you about. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
You've been doing mighty good work lately, Mason.
Well, thank you, Judge. I was just...
You've been capable, dependable, loyal, right from the start.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Judge.
But, Mason, these are extraordinary times for all of us.
Yes, they are. They are,
Some
sir.
of our biggest clients are affected.
Oh, yes?
Yes. Most of them claim it's all they can do to stay in business.
They do, huh?
So they're cutting expenses right and left. And, naturally, we're the first to feel it. So we have to do something about it.
Judge Doolittle, there's something I've got to say.
So the only way out, as I can see it, is to tighten our belts. I'm asking everyone to take a 25% cut in salary.
But, Judge Doolittle...
Oh, it's a sacrifice, I know, but I'm taking my cut, too. These times, we all have to put our shoulders to the wheel.
Our shoulders to the wheel. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm glad you understand, Mason. It warms my heart to see such a splendid spirit of cooperation in one of my men.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Oh, by the way, Mason, please answer your buzzer next time.
Yes, sir. I will, sir.
Johnny Mason, your wife's on the phone.
Well, tell her I won't be home. Tell her we won't be home till late.
Johnny, is that you?
Yes, it is. John H. Mason, the failure.
Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning.
How do you feel, Johnny?
Fine. I feel fine.
What time is it?
4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Say, high noon.
Well, it's just 3, isn't it?
I you know what time it is, why do you ask me? What difference does it make what time it is? I feel fine.
You'd better go to bed, Johnny.
You have to tell me like a child?
Are you going to sleep?
Sure, I'm going to sleep.
Do you think you'll be comfortable?
Certainly I'll be comfortable.
You're sure you'll be comfortable?
Sure, I'm sure I'll be comfortable.
Well, don't you think you'd be more comfortable if you took your hat off?
Oh, maybe.
Can I help?
I don't need any help. I feel fine. Well, what are you looking so funny about?
Better go to sleep, dear.
Better get in bed. Am I comfortable? How do I feel? You'd think I committed a crime. You'd think I was on the witness stand. Man comes home looking for a little peace and quiet, and what happens? Why didn't I phone you from the office? Why didn't I come home to supper? A million questions fired at me.
I ran into Doolittle this afternoon. I was out for a walk with the baby. He was in the park.
All right. Come on, let me have it. Tell me what you really think of me. Tell me I'm a failure, a weakling. Tell me what a rotten worm I am. Tell me... Oh, Jane.
Oh, Johnny, you fool. What does it matter if you get a raise or a partnership or anything?
Oh, Jane, I let you down. I'll always let you down. I'm no good.
Johnny, don't say that. It was my fault for interfering. I'll never do it again, never. We don't need anything. We've got each other. You're all I have and all I want. Please, if you feel bad, I'll die.
Jane.
Oh, Johnny, look at me and tell me you don't feel bad.
Jane, I don't feel bad. I feel fine. Honest, I do.
Oh, Johnny, the next time you go out and get blasted, you better take me along with you, or I'll get a divorce.
If you do, you better get a good lawyer.
Well, I've got a good lawyer.
Johnny, will you close that window, please? You know I've a cold.
Oh, sorry, Mother. I just wanted to hear the crowd. Looks like a big New Year's.
Yes, for some folks.
How's baby, Jane?
Well, I just looked at him. He has the sniffles.
All babies have sniffles this time of the year.
Caught it from you, Mother.
Me? That's simply ridiculous. As a matter of fact, I caught my cold from the baby. He's had sniffles all day. When I took his temperature...
That's when he caught your cold.
He certainly didn't. He had no temperature.
It's all right, Johnny. It's just the sniffles.
I suppose I ought to stay in my room all day.
Oh, now, Mother, that's silly. You don't have to do anything of the kind.
Heaven knows I try to earn my room and board by being as helpful as I can.
Oh, Mother, please, it's New Year's Eve.
It's just like any other day as far as I'm concerned. You're both perfectly willing to leave me all alone to wait for the New Year, when perhaps it's the last New Year I'll ever see. Not that it matters, I suppose. Oh, I know I'm in the way.
Gee whiz, Mother, why do you keep saying things like that?
It's true. Ask Jane if it isn't.
No, Mother, it isn't true, and you know it isn't.
Look, Mother, Jane and I aren't going out anywhere. We're going to celebrate right here at home. Just the three of us. How's that?
It's fine. We've got a bottle of wine. We'll open it at midnight and have a grand time.
There's nothing in the house to eat.
Oh, that's all right. I'll run over to the delicatessen and get some bologna and stuff.
Yes, and get plenty of mustard, Johnny.
You know I can't eat those things before going to bed. I never did approve of Annie, but I certainly miss her cooking.
That doesn't say much for mine, Mother.
Oh, you'll learn, my dear. It takes time, of course.
I won't say anything. I won't
Things
say
are
anything.
different now. When I was married, all well-brought-up girls knew about cooking.
Oh, Mother, please.
Why, Jane, what is it?
I can't cook. I can't keep house. I don't know how to bring up a baby.
No, Jane, don't.
Sure, I don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
yes, you do. You resented me from the first moment you saw me. You resented me because you wanted Johnny to marry Eunice Doolittle.
My dear, I never said anything like that.
Well, you've hinted it often enough.
I've done nothing of the sort. But they were engaged.
Mother, I was never engaged to Eunice Doolittle.
Not what you'd call engaged,
And
perhaps.
even if I were, you shouldn't keep mentioning it to Jane all the
I
time.
can't understand why she's so touchy about it.
Touchy, that's why you hate me.
Jane, stop it.
Now, let her go on. She can say anything she likes. I know my place here. I'm only a guest, an unwelcome guest.
Oh, please. What's the matter with you two?
There's nothing the matter with me.
I never interfere. It's her house.
Please, Mother.
It's not my house.
Now, Jane,
I
please.
do the best I can to help.
I'm a stranger around here. Everything I say is wrong, and everything I do is
Jane,
wrong.
will you...
Because I happen to mention that John and Eunice Doolittle...
Oh, stop it. Stop it, both of you.
Very well. I won't say another word.
There. You see what you made me say to Mother?
Well, you said it to me, too. Don't I count?
Sure you do, Jane. Only Mother's an old lady. We won't have her with us very long. Why can't you get along with her?
Well, why can't she get along with me? Because she hates me. You don't know how it is. You're at the office all day between taking care of the baby, the house, cooking, and listening to her criticize everything I do. I can't stand it anymore.
All right. Then you don't have to.
Johnny, where are you going?
I'm going out.
Where, Johnny?
Oh, I don't know. Anywhere so as long as I get away from all this wrangling.
Well, wait a minute. Don't you want me to go with you?
Well, Can't you understand a man wants to be alone once in a while?
Well, I'm sorry, Johnny. Really, I am.
You don't have to apologize.
Would you rather I didn't come with you? Well, all right, Johnny. I don't mind. You go along and have a good time.
Come on along if you really want to.
You sure you don't mind?
Certainly I don't mind.
We'll have a good time. You just wait and see.
More wine, sir?
No.
There's nothing the matter with it, sir.
No, it's all right.
Would you like some more salad, madam?
No.
A little ice cream for dessert, maybe?
No.
Very good.
Johnny, what's happened to us? This isn't like last New Year's Eve.
I know.
What is it?
I don't know.
Johnny, didn't we always promise each other we'd never keep anything back?
Yeah.
Well, then why didn't you tell me?
I've tried to, but it won't come out.
What do you want to say?
Well, maybe I played a dirty trick on you when I took that cinder out of your eye.
Did you?
You'd never have had to marry me if that hadn't happened.
Well, don't say that, Johnny.
All my life, when I've had anything to face, I'd run away from it. But I'm not going to run away from this. I want to face it. What have I done up to now? I've been a failure.
Oh, Johnny, no.
Yes, I have, Jana. A failure. I've gotten nowhere at the office. I've gotten in debt, and now it looks like my marriage goes on the rocks.
No, Johnny, we can get a hold of ourselves. It's been my fault, too.
No, I've been the one that's made the mess of things. Everybody knows it. Why, even my own kid has to sleep in the dining room. I made a household drudge out of you.
Johnny, I love being a household drudge.
Yeah, I know. You're tied down, Jane. You're tied to the house and the baby. Maybe we shouldn't have had him.
Baby? Oh, Johnny, you're not sorry about him.
Oh, I'm crazy about him. And about you, too. I'd die for either of you. That wouldn't work. I don't even carry life insurance. You see, your whole life's ahead of you.
Ahead of us?
Not as long as you're tied down to a worm who just can't make the grade. And I'd be lower than a worm if I held you to that kind of a contract.
A marriage?
Yes.
Well, you ought to know all about contracts.
Let's be sensible about it, Jane. I'm no good for you.
Maybe it's the other way around. You were doing fine till I came along. Well, what is it? Do you want a divorce?
I'm trying to look at it sensibly, that's all. From your standpoint.
Well, I never thought this would be our New Year's, but anyway, we finally got something to celebrate. Well, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Guess we must be pretty intelligent people to come to a decision like this and be so sensible about it.
Yeah, we must be.
Everything didn't go wrong, though. We did get a baby out.
Well, New Year's here.
I think I'll go call up the house and see how the baby is.
There's a phone in the booth in the lobby. I'll go with you.
No, I'll come right back.
But Jane, wait a minute. Jane, let me in. Let me in the booth, Jane. I want to... Jane, listen.
Wait. Hello. Go on, Mother. Yes, I'll come as fast as I can.
Jane, what is it?
At the house? Where? All right.
What's happened, darling?
Johnny.
What's the matter?
The baby.
What's the matter, Jane?
They've taken him to the hospital. Something's happened. Oh, hurry, Johnny. Hurry.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray back in Act 3 of Made for Each Other. But right now, I'd like to tell you a little story about Joan Blondell, one of Hollywood's most lovable and charming stars. I watched Miss Blondell over at Columbia the other day. She was working hard, going through rehearsals, takes and retakes, scene after scene. She'd been at it since early morning, too. Well, I happened to see Joan Blondell again that day, quite late in the evening, dancing at the Trocadero. She was gay and lovely, and looked as dainty and fresh as a spring bouquet.
Every woman should be interested in that, Mr. Ruick, because it's quite a trick to snap back after a hard day and feel and look the way Joan Blondell did that night. And every woman faces that same problem, how to be fresh and relaxed and charming when evening comes around, just as much as the screen stars do.
Well, Sally, you know the way Joan Blondell solves that problem.
I certainly do. Joan Blondell uses her complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, for a quick, refreshing bath. It helps her snap back after working hard all day and helps her look and feel fresh and dainty. Miss Blondell says, "I'm delighted with my Lux Soap baths.
Just try this beauty bath next time you're all tired out and have a date to keep. You'll find it picks you up in no time. And here's something else. Joan Blondell goes on to say, a Lux toilet soap bath is the best way I know to protect daintiness. Lux Soap's active lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet perfumes with a delicate, clinging fragrance you'll love.
Famous screen stars and lovely women everywhere agree that their beauty baths with fragrant, white Lux toilet soap are wonderfully refreshing. And they particularly like the fact that they can depend on these baths to protect daintiness, make them sure of skin that's sweet. You see, Lux toilet soap has rich, fluffy, active lather that cleanses thoroughly, removing perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt from your skin. Now, why don't you take Miss Blondell's advice? Use this fine complexion soap for your daily beauty bath, too. You'll feel refreshed, and you're sure to love this fragrant, luxurious way of protecting daintiness. Try it and see, won't you? We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Made for Each Other. Only a few hours have passed, but to Johnny and Jane, these hours have been eternity. In the waiting room of the hospital, they sit close together, hardly trusting themselves to speak, while just down the hall, their baby fights for life with every breath. At last, the door opens and the doctor enters, his face grave.
Dr. Healy.
How is he, Doctor?
Well,
Oh, tell us, please.
I'll tell you exactly what the microscope told me. Your baby has pneumonia, type 14. I'm afraid I can't give you much help.
Oh, it's that bad.
Yes. There's a new serum which has worked in cases of this sort, however. The hospital is trying to get it.
Trying to get it?
There's none in New York. We've called the laboratories in Salt Lake City for a supply to be sent by air as soon as possible.
How soon will it be here?
I wish I could say. We've just been advised that a storm is raging in that section. No pilot will make the trip tonight.
Then we can't get the serum?
I'm afraid not in time. However, I'm hoping.
Hoping?
That we may be...
That isn't enough. I'll find a pilot.
Oh, Johnny, we've got to. We've got to.
Hello. Hello, is this the Salt Lake Airport? Well, my name's Mason. I'm in New York City, and my baby... Oh, you know about it, huh? Well, is the serum at the airport? Well, when can you leave? Tomorrow. No, you've got to leave tonight. The baby needs it now. Huh, all right.
Will they bring it, Johnny?
He's talking to somebody else. Hello. What? $5,000? Sure, I can get it. It'll be at the Newark Airport waiting for you. Will you start right away? Well, try, will you? Okay.
Johnny, $5,000.
I know, but I'll get it. You stay here, Jane. If I gotta rob a bank, I'll get it. I'm coming through this time.
You don't dare wake Judge Doolittle.
Is this his room?
Mr. Mason, you must leave.
Doolittle, come on, wake up.
Mr. Mason, please, he'll be furious.
Doolittle, wake up.
What? Who is this?
It's Mason from the office. I've got to talk to you right now.
You must be drunk.
I'm not drunk. Look, Judge.
Is this your way of celebrating the New Year? Now you listen
No,
to me.
you listen to me for a change. When you asked me to take a cut, I took it, didn't I?
What?
And I had to let the baby sleep in the dining room, and that's why he caught cold.
What are you talking
I'm talking about my baby. He's got pneumonia, and I need $5,000. That's what it'll cost to get a serum out from Salt Lake. And you're going to let me have it. My baby's dying. Dying, to hear that?
Your baby? Well, why didn't you get in touch with me sooner? I'm terribly sorry, Mason.
I don't need sympathy. I need the serum. Every second counts.
All right, Mason. All right. Now try to be calm. Simon, get my checkbook and a pen. Yes, sir.
Oh, thanks, Judge. Thanks.
Salt Lake City Airport, Hatton speaking. Okay, put him on. Hey, Conway, the bug in New York wants me to fly a plane there.
Tell him he's nuts. We couldn't get a ship off the ground out here.
Yeah, and that ain't never... Hello? Hello, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Mason. The serum's here in Salt Lake, but why did it seem impossible to take off? Well, what can I do? I know how you feel. I gotta take... Listen there. What can you do with a guy like that?
Here, give me that phone. I'll tell him.
Wait a second, Mr. Mason. Conway will talk to you.
Now, look here, Mason. What do you think this is, a suicide club? You can't expect any guy in his right mind to fly a plane on a night like this.
Tell him the weather's thick as soup.
Yeah, I know, Mason. But a ship in a storm like this one wouldn't stand a chance of getting through. Now, look. Huh? What? He smoked. The guy's crying. Hey, now, wait a minute, buddy. Wait a minute. Take it easy. Take it easy. Hold on a minute. Hatton.
Yeah.
Hatton, will you let me borrow your plane?
Are you crazy?
You ought to know how it is. You've got kids of your own. I'll give you half the money if you loan me the crate.
Suppose you crack it up.
Then you can keep the whole 5. I won't need it.
Okay, Conway, but you're nuts.
Hello, Mason? Mason, relax. I'll highball her into New York tomorrow.
Jane, has Johnny called yet?
Yes, he's waiting at the airport.
What did he say?
Well, just the plane left Salt Lake.
How long did he say it'll take for it to get here?
14, 15 hours. I don't remember. It'll be too late.
Shall I get you a coat, dear?
Oh, the doctor says he's going fast.
Here, dear. Put my coat around your shoulders.
If my baby dies, I want to die, too.
Jane, dear, you mustn't feel that way.
Oh, I can't help it.
You mustn't let John know how you feel. He loves the baby, too. As much, almost, as he loves you.
Poor Johnny, he'll be so lonely at the baby.
He'll have you, Jane, and you'll have him. And you can't be lonely, either of you, as long as you have each other.
What?
You know when you're lonely, really lonely, when you've no one to share things with, not even a loss.
Mother.
That's when you're really lonely.
Oh, Mother, I haven't understood you. Go on, honey, aren't you? Oh, Mother.
Rock Springs, Wyoming. Conway calling Rock Springs, Wyoming. Conway in a commercial NC-24 over Rock Springs. Relay this message to Newark. Blizzard increasing. Ship icing up. Making detour south toward Denver. Conway calling Denver. Emergency. I'm in a bad downdraft. Losing altitude. Visibility 0. Can't even see my wingtip. Relay Newark. Conway calling Denver. I'm in a bad downdraft.
Denver calling. Can you hear me, Conway? Come in. Come in, Conway. Denver calling Conway. Denver, Colorado, calling all stations to Newark. Stand by to try contact commercial NC-24. Emergency. Lost contact with Conway in middle of message. Try contacting him and relay all messages to Newark. Denver.
Have you heard anything more?
I tried about an hour ago, Mr. Mason. I'll try Allentown again. They might have heard something.
Well, hurry, please. This waiting is terrible.
Yeah.
Newark, New Jersey, calling Allentown, Pennsylvania. Do you read me, Allentown?
Come in, Newark.
What's the latest dope on Conway and commercial NC-24?
Haven't heard a thing for 8 hours.
Did you check with Iowa City?
About 10 minutes ago. And they just checked with Omaha.
No word of any kind?
Not a thing's come through.
Let me know right away if something does.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Mason.
Well, do planes go this long unreported?
Longer sometimes, Judge Doolittle. It's an everyday occurrence in weather like this. Of course.
What?
Well, maybe his short wave's out of condition. That happens.
Yes, that's what I think, Johnny.
Yeah.
You can look at it this way. It stands to reason Conway got out of the low-pressure area when he passed the Rockies.
Why, certainly it stands to reason.
Well, you've been swell, Judge Doolittle, and you too, Murphy, and all the operators and the superintendent. You've all been fine to stay here all these hours and trying to give me hope, but there's no use. I can't keep calling up the hospital and say there were no news. It isn't fair. So I guess I'll go to her. Thanks, fellas.
Murphy.
Yeah?
There isn't a chance, is there? Judge, if Conway's still up in that crate, it's a miracle.
Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Oh, I don't know how.
And forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors.
Johnny, you've come.
And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever.
For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Oh, Johnny, I don't know how. I've forgotten how to pray.
Just ask him, darling. He'll know what you want.
Oh, dear God, you know how much he means to Johnny and me. We've only had him such a little while, and we want to see him grow up to be a man. Oh, please help our little baby. He's so small, so helpless. He can't do anything for himself, and we can't seem to do anything for him. Oh, please.
Hello, Newark.
This is Newark. Who are you? Who is it?
Hello, Newark. This is Conway from Salt Lake. I'm coming in, Newark. I'm coming in.
Jane, my dear.
Mother, what is it?
Dr. Healy,
Mrs. Mason.
Is it all over?
No, my dear, it isn't all over. The baby's sleeping soundly, normally for the first time. Johnny, did they tell you the news? Conway got through with the serum.
What?
Judge Doolittle brought her to the hospital himself.
Oh, Jane.
The baby's going to get well.
We administered the serum as soon as it arrived. He's picked up amazingly.
He's going to be well.
Oh, Jane.
Dear God, thank you. Thank you.
Mason, come in. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Mason, I want to congratulate you on the handling of the Higgins against Higgins case.
Yes, thank you. But you see, our boat leaves in an hour.
Higgins and Higgins are so pleased they've decided on us to settle the second case, which they're filing tomorrow.
A second case?
Yes, and I'd like to have you try it, my boy.
Oh, but Judge Doolittle, I can't. I've got reservations. We're sailing this afternoon. Jane and I are going on our honeymoon.
Come outside a minute, Mason.
Judge Doolittle, Jane and I are due at the... Jane, what are you doing here at the office?
Look, Johnny, I brought the baby down to show you how...
Follow me, both of you. All three of you.
Well, darling, why did you bring Johnny? We've got to be at the dock.
Will you stop for a minute? I've got to still tell you something about the baby.
Here we are. Come over here, Mason. Look.
But what?
At the door, look.
Read it. On the door, my boy.
Law offices of Doolittle, Messerschmitt, Doolittle, Hutch, Carter, and Mason.
Yes, I've given you a partnership, my boy.
Oh, a partnership, Johnny.
Oh, and incidentally, you'd better get down to the boat. There's some extra reservations waiting there for you. The bridal suite.
Oh, well, gee, thanks.
Oh, the baby, I forgot. Johnny, we rushed down the minute it happened.
What happened?
Well, is he all right?
Johnny, the baby can talk.
Go on.
Well, baby, they don't believe us. Come on, darling, we'll prove it.
Oh, he can't talk, Jane. He's too young.
Now, show them, darling. Come on, dear, don't be afraid. Speak up now. Say Daddy. Say Daddy. Please, darling, say Daddy.
Gee, I thought you were kidding.
It's always refreshing to have Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray in the Lux Radio Theatre. And we salute them for another sincere performance as they return to the microphone now.
Well, playing an average American like Johnny Mason comes pretty easy to me, CB. You say I'm from Wisconsin. How do you feel about it, Carol?
Well, I was born in Indiana. Doesn't that speak for itself?
It's a nice enough place, I guess. Of course, the most typical Americans come from Wisconsin.
Could I get in this Chamber of Commerce convention long enough to put in a vote for North Carolina, sir?
All right, I'll admit both Indiana and North Carolina. I guess a typical American is pretty much the same anywhere. If his wife comes home in a funny hat, he worries until he sees another one just like it.
Or if he's driving somewhere in an automobile, he won't stop and ask directions until he's good and lost.
That's when Mrs. America says, "Are you sure you took the right turn back there, dear?"
Yes, but seriously, Mr. DeMille, I like this kind of play because the people in it are so real. They represent the best things in America. They give us sort of a collective national sanity when we need it most.
The people who make democracy work. May their shadows never grow less.
That's what we all hope. What play are you doing next week, CB?
Well, Fred?
Before we go on to next week, there's something I'd like to say about the product behind this program. It's just this. I've used Lux soap myself as a complexion care for a good many years. And you can count me as one of your most satisfied Lux customers.
And we'll count you as one of our most charming, Carol. Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theatre presents that versatile star of radio, stage, and screen, Rudy Valley. With Rudy, we'll have the lovely Virginia Bruce. And our play will be Swing High, Swing Low, adapted from the Paramount screen hit. It's the story of a singing entertainer and the girl whose love and loyalty helped him to fame. Rudy Valley, Virginia Bruce, Una Merkel, and Roscoe Carnes give us the ingredients of a sparkling evening Monday next.
That sounds like standing room only at the loudspeaker. Good night, CB.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. That was an all-American performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Rudy Valley, Virginia Bruce, Una Merkel, and Roscoe Carnes in Swing High, Swing Low. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Verna Felton as Mrs. Mason, Lou Merrill as Judge Doolittle, Hal K. Dawson as Carter, Rosemary DeCamp as Eunice Doolittle, Edward Marr as Conway, Wheaton Chambers as Dr. Healy, John Fee as Murphy, Robert Gray as Hatton, Bernice Pilot as Annie, Mary Lansing and Marjorie McGregor as nurses, and Griff Barnett, Howard McNear, and Jackie Morrison. Carol Lombard's current picture is RKO's Vigil in the Night. Fred McMurray is now co-starring on the screen with Barbara Stanwyck in the Paramount picture Remember the Night. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. May we call your attention to the fact that this week has been proclaimed by the President of the United States as National Defense Week. The event is sponsored by the Reserve Officers Association of the United States, of which Mr. DeMille is a member, and the public is invited to participate in local observances. Announcements will appear in your local newspapers. Your announcer has been Melville Rourke, and this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
We are so accustomed to trial by jury that we forget it is one of our God-given privileges guaranteed by our Constitution and the Bill of Rights. In our way of life, a man is innocent until he is found guilty. But unfortunately, there are other ways of life, dark, devious ways, in which men and women are not tried in a court of justice, but in a temple of fear and terror. No jury deliberates the crime, for the trial is a crime in itself. This is the story of one such trial and a terrible sentence that was passed.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Trial by Fear.
Commies and cats have a lot in common. They can slink in the shadows, unseen, but all-seeing. When they strike fast and sure. When they have time to toy with a victim, the torture is deliberate and slow. Like homeless alley cats, these commies sought the darkness of abandoned cellars for meeting places. We were huddled in one such dungeon now, watching the cats toy with a mouse. My eyes were just becoming accustomed to the dim light of the cellar under the warehouse on Front Street. I'd never been here before. As far as I was concerned, Comrade Elliott didn't have to bother inviting me again. It was a cold, dank place. In the gloomy half-light, the shadows of the men looked like grotesque monsters. I saw now that Comrade Peterson had 3 goons with him. They weren't monsters at all. Just ordinary-looking plug uglies, entertaining a friend. The fist was Peterson's. The jaw was the jaw of a thin, white-faced man I'd never seen before.
Comrade Peterson had this squad well organized, Savetic.
Yeah. What's it all about, Ellie?
Wait and watch. It should be most instructive.
All right, comrades, to work.
The goons were well organized, all right. They all leaped on their victim and proceeded to hit him with fists and saps. And when he fell to the floor, they used their shoes on him. I stood there digging my nails into my palms.
All right, Matt. That's enough.
You've never been here before, have you, Savetic?
No. I didn't know the party allowed spectators in the execution chamber.
Do I detect sarcasm in your tone, comrade?
No, just a statement of fact, Comrade Elliott. Do you expect that man to come out of this alive?
Maybe, maybe not.
What did he do?
He was a traitor.
Aren't we all?
A traitor to the party, Savetic. There's a difference. Hello, Martin.
Yes.
This is Charlie.
Oh, Charlie. We were beginning to worry about you. Where are you calling from?
A booth in my hotel. I just finished my report, and I'm checking on the drop.
Use P.O. Box 231. Same name. How's everything?
Someone got it last night from the goon squad. My report has the details.
Yes, we know about the man. Your report makes gruesome reading, I'll bet. Well, take care.
The toughest part of this job of mine was the business of filing detailed reports for the FBI. They took time, too much time. Time for alert commies to grow suspicious. Still, this report had to be written. So I typed it up in my hotel room, sealed it in an envelope, then I walked out into the hall with my briefcase. Though you were a communist 24 hours a day, sometimes you spent 8 hours a day at a job where the party placed you. And sometimes you even made a living at it. The job that made me seem legitimate was that of insurance salesman. I reached the letter box, which was near the elevator. I was about to place my letter in the slot when...
Mailing a letter, Savetic?
I was. Anything wrong in mailing a letter, Elliot?
I told you last night, Comrade Savetic, you're inclined to be sarcastic. You know Comrade Peterson, don't you? You saw him at work last night.
Yes, I certainly did.
Hello, Comrade. Let me see that letter.
Wait a minute.
I see this letter is addressed to Mr. George Harrison, Box 231, City. Personal static?
No, business. Insurance business.
Insurance business, eh?
That's right.
Addressed to a post office box.
Now listen, you two. If you've got any suspicions, open the letter and read it.
Yeah. Heavy. It does feel like an insurance policy at that, doesn't it, Peterson? Well,
what? Go on, open it. If you think that
Well, it's thick enough to be an insurance policy.
Oh, no. No, it isn't an insurance policy at all, Peterson. It's a private report to the FBI. That make you feel better? That satisfy your suspicions?
All right. All right, Svetic, forget the sarcasm.
Then suppose you forget this foolishness. If you have any reason to suspect me of anything, let's have it out right now.
No, take it easy. Here, mail your letter.
Thanks. I still don't like you snatching a letter out of my hand.
And I still don't like your tone, Comrade Svetic. Perhaps you'll tell us what you're doing here in the hotel.
I just left an insurance prospect. Room 712. If you'd like to check on it.
I see. Quite a coincidence meeting here, isn't it?
Is it? My insurance business takes me all over. How about you and Comrade Peterson?
Our business takes us all over, too. Right, Peterson? Yeah, all over. Goodbye for now, Comrade Svetic.
If they had called my bluff, if they'd opened that letter, I'd have been the next guest to be entertained by the goon squad. That report was dynamite, and I was glad to be rid of it, or at least almost rid of it. I still had one copy to dispose of, a copy to be placed in a safe deposit box at the bank, in case the original went astray. It's too late to do it now, but the first thing the next morning, I set out to get the job done. It was the kind of morning that made you forget about reds and treachery and vicious intrigue. The sun was warm, the air was crisp and clear. The bank was just a short walk down the street, but a quick glance over my shoulder convinced me that I needed a ride. Comrade Elliott was just a few paces behind me. Just at that moment, a bus came to a stop, and I got on. The bus wouldn't take me anywhere near the bank, but it could take me away from the commie who was tailing me. And Elliot, my commie shadow, was looking after it ruefully from the sidewalk.
Getting out there.
I got off at the next stop. There was a large department store in this corner. I went through the revolving door and out the auto entrance where I caught a cab. First National Bank, please. I knew I was safe. I'd been too fast for Comrade Elliott. I leaned back to enjoy the taxi ride. Here you are, driver. I went into the bank, walked over to the window where I'd have to sign a slip to gain access to my safe deposit box. There were several people ahead of me, then another person joined the line. I felt a tap on my shoulder. I wheeled around.
Hello, Svetic. We meet again.
Why, yeah, quite a coincidence, isn't it?
Yes, isn't it? Another coincidence. You're next, Svetic.
Thanks. I just wanted to get this $20 bill changed.
You're in the wrong line, Svetic.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure enough. Statements and safety deposit boxes. I just wanted the cashier. Excuse me. I stepped over to the next line, the $20 bill in my hand. I hadn't shaken Elliott at all. Perhaps he had a car somewhere. And I wondered if he'd swallowed the story about the wrong line. He stood there watching me with his steel gray eyes, waiting for me to get my change.
All set, Svetic?
Yeah, all set. I didn't have any small change with me. Here's my last bit of change on the bus.
Yes, I saw you on the bus, but you drove up here in a taxi.
No, that bus was too slow. I wanted to get to the bank before it closed.
You know, comrade, you behave like a capitalist. You take taxis to a bank just to get some change.
Is there anything in the Communist Manifesto that says we shouldn't take a taxi or get change at a bank?
You're sarcastic again, Comrade Svetty.
To tell you the truth, Comrade Elliott, I didn't like you following me.
You said it was a coincidence.
Coincidence. How long are you going to keep that up?
All right. It wasn't a coincidence. I want to talk to you.
About what?
About a special cell meeting tonight at 7.
Special meeting? Why didn't I hear about it?
You're hearing about it now. Let's go. I have a car waiting.
Hey, Elliot.
The meeting is of vital concern to you, Svetty, especially you.
Me? Why me?
Elliot, what the devil happened?
No, I'm sorry, Peterson. Our comrade here became surprisingly elusive. I wanted to be sure I found him.
Well, you found him, and I found you. Now, let's go.
Right.
You too, Svetty.
Well, I'm sorry, but I got a few errands to do.
No, Svetty, the errands can wait. The party cannot.
The meeting's tonight. Still early.
I want to be sure you don't miss it, Svetty. Come on.
All right, comrades, all right. Let's call the meeting to order now. Now, I suppose all of you are wondering why we're meeting like this. An unscheduled meeting, last-minute announcements, that sort of thing. Well, our cell convenes tonight, comrades, to root out a traitor. Our reasons for suspicion were discovered suddenly. Hence, we meet suddenly. And one of us is about to be disciplined suddenly. Comrades, one member of this cell is an undercover agent for the FBI.
Oh, Comrade Ralph.
Yes. What is it, Svetty?
Are you sure of your evidence? After all, to accuse a comrade unjustly would be...
Never fear, Svetty. The punishment will fit the crime.
But every member of this cell has been checked, double-checked...
And checked again. That's how we found our traitor. Unfortunately, the FBI places its spies at the most inconvenient stations for us. This time, however, we're about to show some inconvenience to that spy. Comrade Svetty, would you mind stepping forward, please?
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Svetty in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
A special cell meeting to ferret out an FBI agent, a spy, a traitor, an enemy to the cause of the commies. Now, the Reds were ready to point the finger, to place the agent on trial. A trial in which the sentence is pronounced before any evidence is presented. The ancient Romans had trials like that when Nero tossed Christians to the lions. Today's commies don't use lions. They have their goon squads. Having watched the Red Goon Boys in action, I knew what would happen to that agent. And I knew, too, who that agent was. From the way our cell leader, Comrade Rolfe, stared at me, I was sure that he knew, too.
Sit over here, Comrade Svetty, near me.
Thanks.
Now, naturally, comrades, the spy in our midst will be submitted to the usual liquidation ceremonies.
Comrade Rolfe.
Yes, Comrade Elliott.
How long has this spy been with us?
It doesn't matter. His reign of secrecy ends tonight. Peterson.
Yes, comrade?
Your men are ready?
Always, comrade.
I turned around and looked through the connecting door he opened. The goon squad was there, all right, in full force. The same 3 men with the heavy, square faces and battered ears, and thick, calloused knuckles. All of us in the room stared, and then the door closed.
Elliot.
Yeah?
Lock the outer door. Svetty, stop fidgeting. Stay here.
Yeah.
Comrade Hugo.
Yes?
You're assigned to Comrade Dora today. What is your report?
Well, Comrade Dora is not to be suspected, Comrade Ralph.
I want a report, Hugo. A report, not an editorial comment.
There's nothing to report.
You're instructed to trace Dora's activities. Did you or did you not obey these instructions?
Yes, of course I did.
Then report on them, please. Quiet. All of you, quiet. Report, Hugo.
Comrade Dora went to work at the mill as usual. She was 5 minutes early, which she spent in conversation with fellow workers.
Go on.
She took a 5-minute break in the middle of the morning. Lunchtime, she joined Comrade Anna in the cafeteria. I sent a message to her about this meeting on a paper napkin.
The napkin was destroyed?
Yes, she burned it. Then she reported sick and was dismissed from work for the day.
No conversations with strangers, no telephone call?
No.
How do you know?
Well, because I work in the same section of the floor with her. I was able to observe her at all times.
Comrade Milo.
Yes?
Give me the report on Comrade Phillips.
I was stationed at the switchboard in our office. I was able to monitor all calls, including those made by Comrade Phillips.
And what calls did he make?
Ordinary business calls. One call to his insurance agent and one to his wife.
What about those ordinary business calls?
Their content was of no concern to the party, Comrade.
The party is concerned with everything, Milo.
Well, these calls were innocuous enough. Salesmen's reports, dickering with out-of-town clients, checking the status of the market, that sort of thing.
Did Philip have any visitors?
Only from persons previously cleared by the party. I'd say Comrade Philip is above suspicion.
Good. Comrade Elliott.
Yeah? Just a minute.
Your report, Elliott.
Now, wait a minute.
There's no time for interruptions, Savetic.
I have a question to ask.
Has it anything to do with the business at hand?
Everything. Obviously, Comrade Rolfe, you've assigned picked men to follow and report on members of this cell.
Obviously.
May I ask why?
That, too, is obvious, Savetic.
Not to me, it isn't.
Well, it should be, after my announcement of a few minutes ago.
You said there was an undercover agent here.
Yes.
You mean exclusive of the picked men you sent out to spy on us?
I don't like your choice of language, Savetic.
Well, comrades, I appeal to you. Some of you are suspected of a grave party crime. You're spied upon, and Comrade Rolfe is collecting the reports. But what about the men who spied upon you? Are they not to be suspected? How do we know they're above suspicion? I was fighting fire with fire, trying to create a diversion, trying to stop Comrade Elliott from giving his report on me. I was fighting fire with fire, all right, hoping to build myself a smokescreen. If I didn't get burned first. I wanted to throw a doubt in every member of the commission before Comrade Elliott gave his report on me, for I was afraid of that report.
Quiet! All of you, quiet, I say! Quiet! Oh, Savetic, am I to understand that you question my men, the men who gathered reports for me?
If you suspected unimpeachable party workers like Comrades Dora and Philip, why couldn't your men be suspected, too?
Comrade Rose!
Yes, Comrade Dora.
May I say, Comrade, that I have nothing to hide. From the moment I joined the party, I became a communist heart and soul. I've never faltered. And I have never questioned the policies of the Politburo. I'm proud to have been investigated and exonerated. I say long live the Workers' Republic!
Comrade Ralph!
What is it, Milo?
I agree with Comrade Dora. I too am proud to have passed the leg. I intend to pass every test the party puts to me. I intend to serve the party with every thought and deed.
This was beginning to sound like a revival meeting. Instead of hallelujahs, the Reds chanted party slogans. They shouted, sang, fought to demonstrate their hysterical dedication to the cause. Maybe if the excitement mounted enough, if Comrade Rolfe was swept along with this wild demonstration, he might forget to question Comrade Elliott about me.
All right, comrades, all right! Order, enough of this! Comrades, enough of it! Now then, we'll continue. Comrade Elliott.
Here.
Your report on Comrade Savetic, please. That is, if Savetic has no further obstructionist tactics for this meeting.
I followed Savetic to the bank. He seemed upset when he saw me. Claimed he'd gone to the bank for change, but He'd taken a taxi to do it. He stood in the wrong line.
Yes, Comrade Savetic is an unpredictable man, all right. Is there more to report on him?
No.
Comrade Peterson.
Yes.
Your report on Comrade Elliott.
I've checked on his actions all week. I've gone through his personal belongings. I've checked his phone calls. Twice this week, Comrade Elliott has attempted to establish contact with a local FBI office.
Comrades, that supports the evidence the Control Commission has on the good Comrade Elliott. Anything to say, Elliott?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
One moment. Savetic.
Yes?
Stand up. This business is far from over, you know. Peterson, bring in the disciplinary squad, please.
The goons were walking in now, walking across the room, headed straight for me.
Your instructions, comrades. You'll take Elliott to the car waiting behind the building. You'll drive him to the Hilton Avenue underpass and take the long way to the usual place. Spend as little time in that miserable cellar as possible, but make the job complete. As for Comrade Savetic, you, Savetic, will see that these instructions are carried out.
Irony. Bitter, diabolical irony. It ties logic into knots, and it twists your nerves till they snap. It turns truth into terror. Comrade Elliott, the man I thought was my enemy, was actually my ally. I was so sure he'd been putting the finger on me that I couldn't see that he was under the thumb of the commie goons. But now that I knew, it was too late. What could I do? How could I prevent the inevitable from happening? I looked at the grim, heavy faces around me. Peterson, the number one muscle man. The three brass-knuckle virtuosos who committed mayhem to his order. I looked at Elliott, but he was staring out the car window, his face expressionless.
There's the underpass, Savetic. The warehouse is just beyond it.
You know the way to the cellar?
I've been there before, you know.
Yeah, I know. You better stop here.
All right, Elliott. Out.
We headed toward the warehouse, through the deserted rooms and into the damp, dismal basement. Execution chamber, I had called it. And now Elliott was about to become the latest victim. Escape? There wasn't any. And Elliott knew that as well as I did.
In here. Through this fire door. Turn on the light, somebody.
Do you need a light for this job, Peterson?
No, but it helps. Here, I'll go.
Never mind the light, gentlemen. We have flashlights.
Who's that?
Over here, Elliot. Now, you guys stay put. You've got the brass knuckles, but we have the guns.
Who are you, cops?
Colleagues of Elliot. We work out of the same office.
But you can't hold us for anything. We haven't done anything.
We can hold you, Svedic. And we can hold Peterson and his chums.
For what? We haven't done anything.
Yes, for murder. The last guy you worked on in this massage parlor didn't pull through. Remember? Come on.
Martin and the other FBI men had waited a long time for the Reds to return to the dungeon scene of their other crimes. They'd been waiting ever since they received my report, the report I almost didn't mail. Naturally, I was hauled in for questioning, too. But I hadn't figured in the killing, so I was released. Still alive, still unsuspected by the Reds. But for how long? One day, I might walk the same path that Elliott did, and maybe I wouldn't be as lucky. Maybe, well, you can't help thinking thoughts like that when you live with treachery, when you mix with commies, when you walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews, friends. A great number of years ago, Daniel Webster stood up in Congress and made a speech about the Declaration of Independence. Whatever may be our fate, he said, be assured that this declaration will stand. All that I have and all that I am and all that I hope in this life, I am now ready to stake upon it. Live or die, survive or perish, I am for the Declaration. It was Webster's attitude, friends, that made our country free. That attitude is the only attitude that can keep it free. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Savetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you?
Program. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir.
You bet. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
Sold American. Remember, sworn records show that among such men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. Jack has invited the gang over for a late Sunday breakfast, and right now he's in the kitchen getting things started.
Now, let's see. I want the gang to have a nice breakfast. I think I'll start them off with some good old California orange juice. No, I think they'd like sliced orange better. Yep, that's what I'll do. I'll slice it. Whew. Well, there's no use stopping now. I might as well slice the other half. Sister, look in the eye. I know what I'm doing every minute, kid. That must be the rest of the gang. Come in. Hiya, Mary.
Well, hello, Mary.
Hello, fellas.
Hey, Mary, who's your friend? Come here, babe.
Phil! Now, cut that out. It's me, wise guy.
Jack, I told you to roll your pants legs down.
I'm leaving them up. It's cooler this way. Come on, let's go in the kitchen and get things... Phil, stop twisting my knee.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the doorknob.
Another remark like that and you won't get any breakfast. Say, Don, you haven't opened your mouth since you got here.
Just put the food on the table and stand back.
That I know, Don. Do us a favor, will you? Give the rest of us a 15-minute head start. Please.
Don, the food isn't even ready yet. Get up out of that crouching position.
Yeah. And, Phil, get the bacon out of the icebox.
Okay.
You'll find it in the lower...
Hey, kids, look at the stuff in this icebox. 3 quarts of cream and 4 pounds of butter.
Yes, sir, and I'm not paying for it either.
You don't, and the milkman will sue you for the money.
Or breach a promise.
What? And them doorknobs ain't going to help you with the jury.
Oh, fellas, lay off of that stuff, will you? Stop kidding around and help me get breakfast.
Do we have to prepare the breakfast, Jack? Where's Rochester?
That's what I'd like to know. I let him have Friday night off. Here it is Sunday morning. He isn't back yet.
Maybe he ran away and got married.
That's what I thought, but I looked in his hope chest, and everything was there.
Rochester has a hope chest?
Well, it isn't exactly a hope chest. He won it from an undertaker and had no other use for it. Anyway, he couldn't have got married. I didn't give him his availability certificate. Come on, Mary, help me with the food.
Look, if you fellas will get out of my way, I'll have breakfast ready in no time.
Mary's right, fellas. Come on, let's go in the other room. Hey, Phil, not so fast. That easy chair is mine.
So, Jack, while we're waiting, do you mind if I turn on the radio?
No, Don. Go ahead.
Never in automobile history have used cars brought such high prices. So if you have a car in your garage that's not working, sell that car to me. I will pay you $8,000 for it, sight unseen. Providing, after selling the car, you will let me live in the garage. The phone number is Granite 864.
Get something else, Don, will you, please? Stop moving the dial so much.
Okay. Here.
The foregoing was a paid political broadcast.
Oh, gosh, my set always does that when something interesting comes on. Get something else, Don.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Is your belt buckle tarnished? Do your suspenders give you that over 35 letdown? Is there a deficiency in your diet? If there is, you need bulk in your hulk. So remember, to avoid these annoyances, use sympathy soothing syrup. Sympathy spelled backwards is your Tepamys. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Yes, your Tepamys. Yes, your Tepamys. Yes, your Tepamys. Drive your blues away.
You know, I gotta try some of that stuff.
Remember, folks, sympathy soothing syrup comes in the 10-cent size, the 25-cent family size, the 49-cent economy size, or for $1.98, we will pipe it right to your house.
Say, fellas, that must be awfully good stuff.
Okay, boys, breakfast is ready. Come and get it.
Okay, come on, Don. Phil, shut off the radio.
And now for today's guest star, we have that lovely singer of songs, Miss Martha Tilton.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't shut it off, Phil. That's Martha Tilton. She was overseas with me in the South Pacific. Let's listen to her.
Martha, before you sing, would you tell us a little something about your overseas trip?
What a show we had.
Well, as you know, I went over with Larry Adler, Carol Landis, June Bruner, and Jack Benny.
Had to put my name last. Oh, well.
Is there any particular incident you'd like to tell us about?
Well, let's see. Oh, yes. One night, Jack and I and a native guide were making our way through a dark jungle in New Guinea.
Oh, my goodness.
Jack was carrying the flashlight, and the native guide and I were close behind. Suddenly, Jack snapped the light off.
What are you laughing at, Martha?
Jack still thinks he kissed me.
Well, how do you like that? She must have ducked.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Martha Tilton will sing the trolley song.
Stop, 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 when's my heart strings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me and his friend, just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the
Hey, wasn't that swell?
Yeah, Martha can really sing, can't she,
You
Jack?
said it. The boys were nuts about her. Hey, that was a wonderful breakfast, Mary. I'll help you with the dishes.
Let me help her, Jackson. We don't want you to get dishpan hands.
Well, if Rochester was here, we wouldn't have to... Don, stop dropping your ashes on the rug.
But, Jack, these are cigarette ashes.
I know they're cigarette ashes, and I don't want them on my rug.
But, Jack, these are Lucky Strike cigarette ashes.
I don't care if they're... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Don. Go right ahead. You see, I got a little excited because this is a very unusual rug. It's real Angora.
Why don't you kill it so you don't have to take it out at night?
Mary, that isn't funny. Say, fellas, I got to go over to NBC and set up the sound effects for the broadcast. See you there later.
Okay, Jackson.
So long, Jack.
You have to go this early?
Yeah, I just have a few minutes to catch the bus. Goodbye. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzz. Gee, these buses are always so crowded. Oh, well, I don't mind standing. Things are sure happening fast these days. Look at these headlines. Japs driven back in Leyte. That's swell. Both candidates winding up their political campaigns. Gee, I mustn't forget to vote. Russians advancing in Germany. They're doing a great job.
Hey, buddy, do you mind if I turn my own pages?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to find out what happened to Snowflake and Shaky. See, that Shaky is some guy. And before him, there was the Brow and Prune Face and Flat Top. Gosh, I'm tired. I wish I could sit down.
Well, here, old man, take my seat.
Thank you very... Why, Fred Allen.
Hello, Jack. Imagine meeting you on a bus.
Why, yes, it's such an amazing coincidence. Here I was just thinking about the Brow, Flat Top, and Prune Face, and I run into you.
Well, that's what I like about you, Jack. You'll say anything for a laugh. And someday you may get one.
Thanks. By the way, Fred, how are you coming along with your picture?
I just finished the picture, Jack. It's called It's in the Bag.
Oh, well, it ought to be a success. You're advertising it under each eye. Anyway, good luck on the picture.
Well, thanks. You know, Jack, people would sure be surprised to hear you wishing me luck. They think our feud is on the level.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder how many of my listeners, my ex-listeners, thought I was serious last year when I said, Benny isn't really cheap. It's just that he has short arms and carries his money low in his pocket.
Yeah. You know, and I bet a lot of my listeners thought I meant it when I said, the way Alan talks through his nose, he's the only comedian on radio who tells them and smells them at the same time.
Yes, that was a good one, too. One of the few. And remember the time on my program when I was kidding about you having no blood?
Yeah.
What a laugh I got that time I said, every time Benny goes out in a polo shirt, he takes a pencil and makes lines on his arms so people will think he has veins.
When Mary explained that to me, I nearly died. Remember the time that I said that Alan had so many wrinkles in his face, he looked like a convertible with the top halfway down?
I was with Muntz the day that you know, when I explained that to my Pontiac, I thought the exhaust pipe on the car had lips.
Oh, gosh, what fun we have on the radio. You know, Fred, radio wouldn't be so bad if I could just find a singer.
Oh, you haven't found one yet?
No, and I'm willing to pay as high as $35 a week. If I could if I could get if I could just get the kind of singer the public likes.
Well, that's just it, Jack. You have to find out what the public wants. Now, you should take a poll, like Dr. Gallup. Ask the man in the street.
The man in the street?
Well, certainly. Now, Jack, if you'll come with me, I know just the place we can get a cross-section of public opinion.
All right, let's go.
Great.
But, Fred, do you think this is the right type of neighborhood for me to conduct my poll?
Yes, Jack. Here we are down in Allen's Alley.
Allen's Alley. We have something like this around my neighborhood, only we call it the La Brea Tar Pit.
I know it. I saw it the day I went over to see your uncle. Well, let's not lose any time. Let's not. He was playing pitch in the... let's not lose any time, Jack. Here's the first house, the little vine-covered, termite-gnawed shack of John Doe.
Yeah?
Mr. Doe, this is Jack Benny. He's trying to find a singer for his radio show.
Oh, yeah? Well, Mr. Benny, who's that jellyhead who's been singing on your show? He always sings the same song. That's what I like about the South.
Oh, you mean Mr. Phil Harris. Do you like Phil singing?
His voice is flatter than a lunch wagon waffle.
Now, look, Mr. Doe.
If Harris don't quit singing about the South, he'll start another civil war.
Forget Mr. Harris. Just tell me one thing. Do you know where I can get a singer?
Oh, why don't you ask the Andrews sisters? Maybe they got a brother.
No, I've tried everybody else, though.
Hey, why don't you do what Frankenstein done?
You mean make myself a singing monster?
Yeah. You could take Singing Sam's mouth, Rudy Valley's nose, Morton Downey's chest, and Nelson Eddy's body.
Say, that sounds good.
Yeah, you'd have 10% Valley, 15% Singing Sam, 20% Downey, and 49% Eddie.
Why not 50% Eddie?
Well, you don't want no half Nelson, do you, Bud? So long.
This is a waste of time, Fred. He didn't help me any.
Now, keep your beret on, Jack. Let's try this next house.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Mr. Skeffington.
No, Mrs. Nussbaum. This is Jack Benny, the radio comedian.
Yes, haven't you ever heard my program on Sunday night?
No, on Sunday nights I'm listening to the other group.
The other Droop?
Droop Pearson.
Mrs. Nussbaum, Mr. Benny's looking for a singer for his radio program.
Who is your favorite singer, Mrs. Nussbaum?
Only one singer I am enjoying, John Charles Shapiro.
John Charles Shapiro?
Yes, he's singing at Goldberg's Delicatessen by appointment only.
And he's good, you say?
Good. When John Charles Shapiro is singing, was you is or couldn't you possibly be my neighbor? I tell you, when he's singing this aforementioned selection, I am going crazy.
No.
Why, Shapiro is positively the world's greatest singer.
The world's greatest singer. Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Nussbaum. Don't forget Sinatra. What about Frankie?
Frankie Schmanky. Shapiro is romantic.
Have you ever heard Sinatra?
Incessantly I'm hearing Sinatra. When he is singing, I am swooning.
Well, if Shapiro is more romantic, how can you swoon at Sinatra?
When I am swooning at Sinatra, I am thinking of Shapiro. Thank you.
That's all I need on my program. John Charles Shapiro by appointment only.
Now, don't be impatient, Jack. We'll find somebody. Let's see who's in here. Mr. Benny, this is Socrates Mulligan.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Mulligan.
Now, wait a minute. He's Jack Benny, the radio comedian. You're Socrates Mulligan.
I am?
Well, certainly you are. What does it say on your birth certificate?
Molly Mulligan. My mother wanted a girl.
Look, Socrates, Mr. Benny is trying to find a singer for his radio program.
Oh, a singer. In the blue of the night, to meet the goal of the day, to Sunday, Monday. Oh, would you rather be a Tuesday?
Wait a minute, Mr. Mulligan. Something tells me you're a great admirer of Bing Crosby.
I always eat his cheese.
But look. While you're talking to us, would you mind taking it out of your mouth?
Yes, Socrates. What about the singer?
Oh, I'm nuts about Bing. I eat his cheese for breakfast, cheese for lunch, and cheese for dinner.
Well, that's a lot of cheese, but Mr. Benny's looking for a singer.
Oh, there's only one singer, Bing Crosby. I got 200 of Bing's records inside.
200 of Crosby's records?
Yeah, and they're all the same song. Mammy, little baby loves you something, and the something. Mammy, little baby loves you something, and the bread. Oh, mammy, little baby loves you.
Wait a minute. Look, what do you do with all that shortening bread?
With cheese, it's delicious.
Allen's Alley, this whole thing is hopeless.
Well, don't give up now, Jack. Let's see what happens here.
Hi-ho all, I'll start my chore. Falstaff's here with poems galore.
Falstaff, this is Jack Benny.
Well, you're just in time, Mr. Benny. I've written some new odes. Have you heard, the rose has gone from your cheeks, darling, but your neck still looks like a stem?
No.
Or perhaps, my mother's a bird in a gilded cage, since they painted the bars of her cell.
No.
Or the Siamese twins are going screwy. One's voting for Roosevelt, the other's for Dewey.
Well, that's done it, Falstaff. Mr. Benny isn't interested in your poetry. He's just trying to find a singer for his program.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
You've written a poem about my problem, Falstaff?
Yes, it's called The Reason.
How does it go?
Mr. Benny, you're haggard and worried as you start your radio season. You wonder why you can't get a singer. I think I can tell you the reason. Other programs have no singer problems, so you know something's radically wrong when all radio rings with fine voices and your show boasts nary a song. The reason you can't get a singer, I'll be frank, Mr. B, here is why. A singer won't work for just LSMFT. You've got to pay MONEY.
No use, Fred. These people didn't help me at all.
Well, I tried. I'm sorry, Falstaff. Thanks just the same.
Well, you gentlemen must have had a long journey. Wouldst join me in a cup of tea?
Wouldst?
Good. This way, gentlemen. Oh, Jeeves, please serve some tea. 2 for these gentlemen and 1 for me.
Your order, sir, will be up in a minute. Do you want it straight or do you want something in it?
Rochester Van Jones, what are you doing here?
Mr. Falstaff gave me a job writing poems.
What?
Have you heard? Take that handkerchief out of my brother's mouth, officer. He can't go along with a gag.
No, I haven't. Besides, I'm not looking for a poet. I'm looking for a singer.
A singer? Well, why did you say so? I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places when you pay me higher wages all year through.
Rochester!
I'll find you in the morning.
Rochester!
And when the night is through.
Rochester! Now cut that on. Come on home right now. Come on, Fred. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny again. Last Friday, October 27th, was Navy Day, and I had planned sort of a little speech about it. But after reading the headlines in the newspapers about the job our Navy is doing in the South Pacific, I decided to throw my speech away because anything I might say would be insignificant. There's just one thing, however. Our men are out there fighting while I'm talking to you now. Navy Day means that we here at home must continue to back those men up by sticking to our wartime jobs and giving through the many channels at our disposal. Thank you very much.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, my good friends, L.A. Speed Riggs and Kenneth Delmar.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
Sold American.
This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
A friendly suggestion. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike.
I want to thank Martha Tilton and Fred Allen and all of Allen. Gee, I hate to thank Allen. I have to, though, I guess, huh? And all of Allen's Alley for being here on our show tonight. Good night, everybody.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Gene Crane, William Holden, and Edmund Gwenn in Apartment for Peggy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen.
I hope you will stay tuned to this station after the Lux Radio Theater to hear President Truman open the Red Cross campaign. But before that, we have a drama right off the front page. It's Apartment for Peggy, a delightful romantic comedy of the war veterans who've gone back to school and of their wives blithely rearing babies in trailers with complete confidence in tomorrow's America. Faith Baldwin wrote the story. 20th Century Fox produced the picture. And our stars are the same trio who made the film one of the best-liked comedies of recent months. Gene Crane, William Holden, and Edmund Gwenn. There are thousands of modern pioneers like the one Gene Crane plays tonight, and they're scattered on campuses from Maine to California. Like other homemakers, they've discovered Lux Flakes. And when they choose Lux Flakes for their households, they're making the right start. Now, Apartment for Peggy and Act One, starring Gene Crane as Peggy, William Holden as Jason, and Edmund Gwenn as Professor Barnes. It's about 10 o'clock at night, and in a small Midwestern college town, Professor Edward Bell, Dean of the Law School, has a visitor, his old friend, Professor Barnes.
Hope I'm not disturbing you, Edward.
Well, No, Henry. Come on in.
You are busy, aren't you?
It's this housing problem.
Oh.
Henry, it's a mess. All these veterans, most of them married, some of them with children. Where are they going to live?
Well, I have a little problem, too, Edward.
You?
Yes. It's just that I'm planning to commit suicide, and I'd like some legal advice about...
Suicide? Henry, is this your idea of a joke?
A joke? Committing suicide is a very serious matter.
Are you insane? Coming here and telling me you're going to kill yourself?
Not so loud, Edward. It's nothing to get excited about.
Henry, to commit suicide is wrong. Morally, ethically, philosophically wrong.
I'm an exception, Edward. Now, firstly, I'm of no earthly use to society whatsoever.
Oh, that's absurd. Society needs men like you desperately.
Well, then society has a most unusual way of demonstrating it. Now, 8 years ago, this university retired me. They put my portrait in the library, patted me on the back, said in effect, "Thank you. You are no longer needed."
But, Henry, even if you are retired, you've things to say, books to write.
Yes, that's true. And I've been writing such a book. If all goes well, I'll have it completed in 3 weeks, at which time I'll do away with myself. You might call it a sort of deadline.
Honestly, Henry, I'm so choked.
No, Edward, be sensible. Why should I continue to consume good food and occupy precious space which would feed a house somebody still capable of contributing to this dubious thing we call civilization?
But you just can't.
Edward, you're shouting again. Now, you simply must calm down.
What if my dearest friend says he's going to kill himself and you ask me to be calm?
Well, you're too upset to discuss it. I'll just run along it.
No. Not until you've promised me you'll do nothing about this horrible idea until I've spoken with you again.
But I just told you, Edward, the date is at least 3 weeks off.
You wouldn't deceive me, Henry.
No, of course not, of course. Now, you try and get a good night's rest now. Now, that's right. There, go on. Oh, dear, I never dreamed he'd take it this way.
Of course, Edward told me. And since I happen to be your physician as well as your friend, Henry, I'm simply amazed at your attitude. You have so much to be thankful for. You're in excellent health. You're on an adequate pension. Now tell me, when did you first become aware of this mental depression, this bitterness?
I'm not bitter. I'm not depressed. Life has been most kind to me. While Cecily was alive, we had a most wonderful marriage. I've had love, companionship, beauty, joy. But that's all past. Well, I'm not complaining, mark you. I'm only being logical. Oh, by the way, I haven't been sleeping too well lately. I'd like to have some sleeping pills.
Now, you don't think I'd be that foolish, do you?
What? Oh, now, believe me, such a method never entered my head.
It did mine.
Oh, very well, then. I'll get them elsewhere.
No. Here. I'll give you 2, but no more.
But if I had a full prescription, I wouldn't have to keep bothering you.
No more.
Very well, Philip.
Where are you going?
Now?
Yeah.
Just for a little walk around the campus. you like to come along?
I'd like to very much, but I have 4 appointments, and then I'm supposed to be at the hospital at
In other words, society needs you, Philip. You're a lucky man.
Mind if I share the bench, Pop?
What? Oh, no.
Gee, I'm sure glad this bench is here. Do my feet hurt?
Well, I don't wonder. Those shoes.
Oh, it's not the shoes. I've been looking for an apartment. Jason and I are simply going nuts.
Apartment? Jason?
Uh-huh, Jason's my husband. We're going to have a baby, too.
Baby? How old are you?
19. You know, you sure remind me of Pop.
My dear young lady, I find great difficulty in following your conversation.
Oh, everybody does. Jason says I play mental leapfrog.
Who is Pop? Your father?
Grandfather.
Oh, that's always the case. I either look like somebody's baby or somebody's grandfather.
Oh, but that's the nicest thing I could say about anybody. Pop was a wonderful guy. He died just before Jason and I got married.
Oh. Well, your husband, is he a student here?
You can say that again. Gee, he's a wonderful guy. Oh, I bet you think I'm wacky raving on about my husband.
Oh, much more laudable than raving about someone else's husband.
You are like Pop. You know, I like you.
Oh, thank you. I'm afraid I'll have to be...
And if you know of an apartment or a basement or a kennel, oh, honest, I'd love you till my dying day. Of course, it can't cost too much because I'm not working anymore. All we've got's Jason's GI allotment, and, you know, that isn't an awful lot.
Oh, where are you living now?
In one of the trailers. But we've got to get out because Virginia's had her baby. With a boy and weighed 8 pounds and 2 ounces.
Forgive me, but I just don't understand why you should be homeless because some infant weighs over 8 pounds.
Well, you see, when Virginia went home to have her baby, Clyde moved in with Jack Hoyt and let us have their trailer. But now Virginia's coming back, so we've got to get out by Saturday.
Oh. For a moment, it sounded as if you could have remained if the baby had weighed only 7 pounds. Well, I can only suggest you consult the housing administrator.
Him? Oh, I don't think the old creep even looks at the application.
Young lady, I am not familiar with your usage of the word creep. Professor Bell is a most conscientious man and a friend of mine.
A friend of yours?
Yes.
You mean you've got suction over there?
Suction?
Pull, drag, you know.
If you're suggesting that I use my influence, the answer is no.
Oh.
However, I'll call Professor Bell and acquaint him with your predicament.
Oh, thanks. Gee, I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Peggy Taylor.
How do you do? I'm Dr. Barnes.
A doctor? Oh, well, then you can tell me. Some mornings I wake up and I feel like I swallowed a bucket of worms, and yet other times...
No. I'm a doctor of philosophy. I once taught here.
You know, you smile just like Pop, too. You should smile more often.
Oh, I wish there were more to smile about.
Oh, no, not you, too. That's what half the people around here are saying. Whole world's going to the dogs. Nobody's got a chance. Might as well commit suicide.
Well, in many instances, I consider suicide completely justifiable.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How can suicide be a solution of anything?
Well, I'll give you an example. A hypothetical case. An old man is alone in the world. His work is finished.
Uh-huh.
He's contributing nothing.
Yeah?
His only future is a daily repetition of the useless present. Why not suicide?
Well, that's easy, because it wouldn't change anything.
The gentleman would be dead. Most people consider that quite a drastic change.
Well, what makes Mr. Hypothetical think he's living now?
I just said he is living.
I mean really living. Well, if he's just sitting around moping, thinking of reasons why he should knock himself off, well, he's dead as a dodo already.
Yep.
Keepers the time. Well, don't forget to call the housing administrator. Be seeing you, Pop.
Huh? Oh. What makes Mr. Hypothetical think he's living now?
And I wouldn't be seeing you now, Mrs. Taylor, if Professor Barnes hadn't asked me to.
He recommended me, huh? See, I told you he was a friend of mine.
Even if he were your own father, I'd be just as helpless. There simply are not enough rooms to go around.
Maybe you're not aware of this, Professor Bell, but a recent survey among the students showed that 27% of us expectant mothers on this campus have no real place to live.
27%? Good heavens.
I don't want anything elegant, just a roof and 4 walls. Well, Grace Lovett told me that during the war you had 680 men here. Where did you put them?
In garages, backs of stores, basements. But where they stayed could hardly be called living quarters. As a matter of fact,
well?
A couple of Navy boys lived for a while with your friend Dr. Barnes.
What?
They stayed in his attic. Wasn't livable.
Why, the old fraud. What do you mean to tell me he's got an empty attic and he didn't even tell me about it? What's his address?
Now, not so fast. Dr. Barnes wants to be alone.
Oh, my grandfather used to get like that once in a while, too. Why, sometimes I'd cheer him up half a dozen times a day. Oh, you're an angel, Professor. Thanks, Lois.
Sorry I'm late for lunch, honey. Well, how do you feel?
If I were having twins, I'd feel twice as good.
Oh, you're wonderful, Peggy. In a couple of days, we'll be out on the street, but you...
Jason, maybe we won't be out on the street. I've got a prospect.
Oh, sure, I know. It's an old phone booth, and we only have to share it with 4 other couples.
It's an attic.
An attic? Great. You know why I was late just now? Professor Collins wanted to talk to me. He said if I come back to school next year...
If you come back. You mean when you come back.
Well, there's plenty of time to talk about that.
Oh, no, sir. We'll talk about it right now. If you think for one little second after all we've done...
Well, let me tell you what Collins said, will you? He said if and when I come back to school next fall, he thinks maybe he can wangle me a job as a teaching assistant.
Jason!
Well, just a minute. You know what a teaching assistant gets? They pay him off in box
Oh,
stocks.
I don't care if you have to pay them. They want you. It's a start.
Yeah. Then on the way here, I stopped by the post office. Got a letter from Bill Dudley.
Bill Dudley's a dope.
Bill Dudley happens to be averaging $150 a week selling used cars. And he thinks he can get me a job at the same place.
So what? Well, do you know in a recent survey, 64% of all the used car salesmen said they wish they'd gone into some other field.
You made that up. You're always making up statistics. Why?
You'd be surprised how many arguments I win with my statistics. I get in a spot and I just say 36% or 400 million. Nobody ever bothers to check up. They just say, my, I never realized it was that much. Then when I walk away, they think I'm very smart.
And a little wacky, too. Come to think of it, you're completely wacky. But don't ever get sane, darling. Don't ever change.
Jason, my husband wants his coffee.
The heck with him. Let him wait.
Young lady, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, imagine you all alone in this great big house.
It happens to be a rather small house.
Professor Barnes, why didn't you tell me you had room for Jason and me?
But I haven't. No one could possibly live in that attic.
What about during the war?
Well, that was an emergency.
Well, what do you think this is?
They stayed up there for just 1 week. Months later, those 2 boys wrote to me from Iwo Jima. They said life there was terrible, but not nearly as bad as my attic.
I'll bet they never lived in a trailer.
All right. Now, come on upstairs. I'll show you the attic. There. Now, see for yourself. There's the attic.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Oh, it's nothing but the inside of a dirty roof. Too cold in winter, too hot in the summer. It's utterly impossible. Well, you satisfied?
Am I satisfied? Why, it's perfect.
No. I didn't mean that. This attic is not for rent.
You mean we can have it for free? You won't take any money? Oh, you're an angel. I knew you were like that.
Mrs. Taylor, the attic is not available. Not for gratis and not for money. I'm leaving here in 3 weeks. I'll be gone by the 1st of March.
Oh, we'll be caretakers then. Oh, I promise to keep the house spotless, and when you get back...
I'm not coming back. I'm leaving permanently.
Oh, well, we'll just have to make it sort of a temporary arrangement then. Tell me, do you like organdy curtains or dotted splits? Now, Jason always says that he...
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus...
What'd you say, Doctor?
Deuteronomy, I didn't say anything. I was swearing.
Yeah, Jason always swears when he hangs curtains, too. Now, let's see. The first thing I'll have to do is...
Fine thing when a man can't write in his own house. Oh, this is ridiculous. It's... Mr. and Mrs. Taylor! Can't you please be a little quiet? I'm trying to... Oh, no, the lights have gone out. Oh. Who turned the lights up? Oh, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth. I'm down here.
On the first floor?
That's exactly where I am, on the floor.
Gee, I'm awful sorry, Pop. I think we blew the lights out.
We blew the lights out. I told you it wouldn't work.
No, I asked you. I had one of those three-way plugs. It took 2 extension cords, all right? But when I tried to put in the third one, something went...
Now, wait a minute. What did you have on the other ends of those 3 cords? You had 3 more 3-way plugs. You had a 9-way plug, that's what you had.
Well, there are some candles on the mantel, if you don't mind striking a match.
Oh, sure, Professor. There we are.
I guess your lights blow out all the time, huh?
The lights never blow out.
So why do they call it a three-way plug if it won't take three? Why don't they just put a sign on it and say, you can use these two, but this one is for decoration or something?
Look, it will take 3, but you had 9.
Oh.
Yeah, oh. Well, it's easily fixed. Where's the fuse box?
Fuse box? Oh, well, I guess it's one of those thingamajigs on the kitchen porch.
Oh, let me borrow one of these candles.
Yeah.
You know, it's really a good thing this happened. You should always know where the fuse box is and inspect it regularly.
Oh.
Why, do you know that 22% of all fires in homes are caused by worn-out fuses?
You don't say. My, I guess it was a blessing in disguise then, eh?
The basement lights are still working, but I can't find a fuse.
Oh, he can't find a fuse.
Well, I'll go down to the drugstore and get one.
Drugstore? Young man, you don't buy aspirin from an electrician, do you?
Well, any place that sells tires on credit is bound to carry a fuse or two. I'll be right back, honey.
Gee, Pop, this is a pretty room.
Yes. Yes, it was our living room.
But I do think the sofa would look much better closer to the window. Look, I'll show you.
My dear young lady, this room was decorated and arranged by my wife. She was a woman of great taste and culture, and to me, this room reflects her character. Also, it represents a portion of my life during which I was most happy. It will not be changed.
Okay, Pop, okay. I'll move it back.
Thank you.
Shall I light the fire? It'll give us more light.
Oh, well, it might be rather nice. I'll do it.
Who's this, Pop? This photograph, I mean.
Oh, it's my son.
Where's he now?
Dead. The war.
Oh, this war?
No, the other one. But aren't all wars the same?
That's what Pop always said, and ain't it the truth? Do you mind if I play the piano?
Oh, no. No, my dear, I'd rather enjoy it.
Oh, I'm not very good, really.
Huh?
What'd you say, Pop?
It's a dog. Come on, you boy. Come on. Peggy, look at him. Who does he remind you of?
Nicodemus. Whoa. Well, look at him, Pop. I had a dog exactly like this once. He came to our door one night, so Pop called him Nicodemus, because like in the Bible, Nicodemus came to... Well, Jason, who does he belong to?
Well, that's a wonderful part of it. Nobody. Druggist says he just hangs around the store.
You mean we can have him?
You may not have him, at least not while you're in this house. There are too many distractions here already.
I'll teach him not to bark. Oh, I promise.
Yeah, don't worry, Professor. She has a way with dogs.
Good. Then let her show him the way out of here.
Oh, Pop, please. At least for a couple of days until I can find a home for
very
him.
well, very well. Then fix the lights so I can at least see what the beast looks like.
Oh, sorry.
Does he have to make all that racket? What's the matter with him?
Oh, it's nothing. He probably just smells the cat.
Cat? Do you mean to tell me you have a cat up there?
Oh, sure we have. We have one in the trailer. We have mice.
There are no mice in this house.
Oh, wouldn't be too sure about that, Pop. I think I saw one in here before.
Young woman, if you saw a mouse, you brought him along, too. And if you have any statistics on mice, you can just...
Oh, a telephone, Pop. Want me to answer?
Well, if you just direct your attention to keeping that dog quiet... Hello.
This is Philip, Henry. What are you mad at?
Oh, Philip, I'm sorry.
Did I interrupt your writing? I was just curious about what Edward told me. He says you've taken in a GI couple.
I have not only taken in a GI couple, I have also taken in a GI dog, a GI cat, and very probably a GI mouse. And you can tell Edward if he's any friend of mine, he'll find me a room to live in.
Our stars will return with Act Two of Apartment for Peggy in a moment. Now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
John, can you imagine a man winning a modern house with every kind of push button imaginable and wishing it had been a tobacco pouch instead?
What does his wife say?
Well, of course, she and their 15 children move right in. And there's just one reason Universal International's new picture, Ma and Pa Kettle, is so terribly funny.
Percy Kilbride as Pa and Marjorie Main as Ma make a great comedy team.
And when the Chamber of Commerce gets interested in the Kettle family, lovely Pat Alphin, the secretary, is fascinated by these bewildering people.
Pat is a fascinating personality herself.
She always looks so trim, the way a perfect secretary should.
But how about those sheer nylons she wears? Aren't they a bit extravagant for every day?
Oh, no, indeed. Even sheer nylons last amazingly long with gentle Lux Flakes care. It's a fact. Stockings washed with tiny diamonds of Lux last twice as long as those washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap.
I know that's true. Scientific strain tests prove it.
The tiny Lux diamonds are wonderful. They bubble up into thick, billowy suds the minute water touches them. And the suds are so rich and creamy, they float out soil in a jiffy. Yet they're ever so gentle. Your hands tell you that.
And here's more proof how safe they are for stockings. Over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux Flakes. Now, our producer, William Keeley.
Act 2 of Apartment for Peggy, starring Gene Crane as Peggy, William Holden as Jason, and Edmund Gwen as Professor Barnes. 3 weeks from now, Professor Henry Barnes plans on being dead. But meanwhile, he's finding life suddenly active again. Much against his better judgment, he's turned over his attic to Peggy Taylor and her husband, Jason. 2 days of chaos have hurtled by, and now the professor has ventured up the stairs to behold Peggy's handiwork.
Oh, it's incredible. Simply incredible. Why, you've made a room out of it. It's charming.
Everything but the kitchen sink, Professor. Oh, we have to go downstairs to do the dishes. That is, if you don't mind.
Not at all, not at all. I simply can't figure out you young people now. You're ingenious, you're resourceful, and yet none of you seems to have any purpose. What's your goal?
Well, my goal is to become a teacher.
Well, you don't have to say it as if you were learning to be a pickpocket.
Yeah, but most people figure you're a teacher because you're not smart enough to be anything else.
Well, when did you first decide to teach?
Oh, it was during the war, right after my ship was sunk. I was floating around the Pacific one day, asking myself how I could wind up 6,000 miles away from home, hanging onto a hunk of life raft.
Mm-hmm.
And I sort of figured that it all began with ignorance. And then it went from ignorance to suspicion. And from suspicion to hate. And from hate to war. But it all starts with ignorance. Well, right then and there, I promised a flock of seagulls that if I ever got out of that spot, I was going to do what I could.
Well, I think that's rather a lofty ambition.
Yeah. But the other day, I was reading a magazine down the drugstore. You know what it said?
No.
We spend more than twice as much money on liquor than we do on education.
Oh, statistics, huh?
Yeah, but these are on the level. You know, Professor, when we don't consider our kids as important as liquor, well, I begin to wonder.
Yeah, but wondering is very important. It sometimes leads to a few of the answers.
Well, the only answer is to do what you think is best, and the best you can. That's why I want 9 kids.
Now, just a minute.
I want to teach them to be decent and honest and to understand the other fellow.
Go on, Peggy.
Well, I think too many of us just sit back and expect the kids to learn everything in school. But most of the time, that's too late. They're little heels already. Now, take those 9 kids I'm going to have. Maybe 7 of them will turn out to be horrible little beasts, but maybe 2 of them will be good. And like Pop used to say, maybe their kids and their kids will be even better. And my gosh, if it keeps snowballing like that, maybe someday it'll be just natural to be tolerant and kind and good.
And how long do you think that'll take? And meantime, where's the money going to come from?
You're looking for a fight.
No, I'm looking for an answer.
Okay, give me a $50 and I'll show you.
What do you want with a $50?
Just give it to me.
Okay. Here.
All right. Now, I'm holding it right in front of your eye. Now, what do you see?
I see my $50.
Okay. Now, I'll go back a few feet. All right. Now, what do you see?
The same $50.
But what else?
Well, I see you and Professor Barnes and the chair over there.
That's exactly what I mean. Never hold money so close that you can't see anything else. If you do, you're a cooked goose. Gee, Pop, honest, I just don't know how to start thanking you for everything.
Oh, no. I want to thank you. I've learned quite a lot. Yeah, good night. Good night, Jason.
Good night, Professor. say that half-dollar trick works all right.
Oh, it's no trick. It's just common sense.
Oh, no. It's a trick. Especially when you keep the half-dollar. Come on now. That's half of my allowance.
Oh, a girl can't make a nickel around here. Incidentally, what do you really think of your new home?
What do I think? Well, it's swell.
Only
it's still just an attic. I want to give you so much more than this, Peggy. I've been thinking about Bill Dudley's letter and that job.
I know you haven't, and I wish you'd stop.
But, Peggy, it's going to be 2 more years before I get my master's degree. 2 more years of attics and trailers.
And each other.
Oh, you always say the right thing at the wrong time. Here I am, all set to convince you, and... well, it's over before I know it. Give me a kiss.
Hey, you know you could stand a haircut?
Okay, give me 6 fits and a kiss.
Come to think of it, your hair looks fine the way it is.
Hello?
This is Philip, Henry.
Oh.
I got your message.
Yes, the drugstore just delivered the sleeping pills, Philip. 2 miserable sleeping pills.
And that's all you're going to get at one time. Have they been doing you any good?
Yes. But the druggist must think you're crazy, Philip. 2 pills at a time.
I don't care what the druggist thinks. I'm just not going to be a party to your insane idea of doing away with yourself.
Well, may I have some more pills on Thursday?
If you think you still need them.
Oh, I shall, Philip, I shall. I'm trying to finish my book, and unless I get adequate sleep...
All right, Henry, all right. 2 more pills on Thursday.
Oh, thank you, Philip. Bye. Oh, poor Philip. I hate so to deceive you. I'm saving the pills, Philip. Only 2 at a time, but I'll have enough one of these days. Quite enough.
Jason, he kicked me. The baby just kicked me again.
Well, why didn't you call me?
I did. Oh, gee, he's stopped now.
Oh, go to sleep, honey, please. Incidentally, you didn't take your pills, did you?
Pills?
Now, look, how much trouble is it just to take a simple little pill?
I ran out of them yesterday, but don't worry, I'm not anemic.
Well, the doctor said to get some more. Well, why didn't you?
Well, I just forgot.
How much they cost?
Well, around $5, but the reason that I didn't...
You didn't have the money, did you?
Oh, stop looking so serious. Your allotment check will be here in a day or so, and then...
Oh, it's no good, Peggy. It won't work.
What are you talking about?
It's time for me to stop this nonsense and get a job.
But you've got a job, an important job. Wait, you're going to be a teacher.
Yeah, and how am I doing it? By making you live in a place when guys on relief do better.
Oh, darling, please. You're just tired.
You bet I'm tired. Tired of feeling guilty. Tired of watching you make a dollar bill do the work of 10. It's not just the pills. Last month we had to wait for my check before we could get your teeth fixed. And the month before that, we had to leave your shoes at the shoemaker's for a week because we didn't have the money to pay for them.
I haven't complained, have I?
Oh, no, you haven't. You're wonderful, darling, and you deserve so much better than this. And I want to give you everything
but
that...
I've got everything. Everything I want.
Oh, but don't you see what I'm talking about, Peggy? It's tough enough getting along with just the 2 of us, but when the baby comes, well, it just won't work. Look, when we came back here to school last fall, I wanted to talk things over with you, but you were so happy that I just...
Well, why don't you say it, Jason? You don't want the baby, is that it?
Oh, Peggy, I didn't say that I...
You didn't have to say it.
Oh, Peggy, darling, please. I didn't mean it that way. Honest, I didn't.
Go away. Just let me alone. Let me alone.
You don't understand chemistry, Jason. I simply fail to see where I don't think it's going to matter now, Professor Collins. I'm going to quit school. In a few weeks, my wife's going to have a baby, and we're living in an attic, and we can't even have it.
He's been nagging you or something?
No, sir.
And you mean you're just quitting?
I don't think that's quite fair, sir.
I told you I'd try and get you that teaching job.
It won't pay enough.
It won't pay enough. Well, maybe it's just as well you do quit. Feeling the way you do, you wouldn't make a very good teacher.
Excuse me, Professor. You have a Jason Taylor in your class?
I'm Taylor.
You want it right away, Taylor. At the hospital.
Well, that's all right, Jason. No need to worry about her.
But, well, the baby came prematurely. The baby's dead.
Dead? Philip, can he see Peggy now?
In a little while, Henry. Maybe in about an hour.
Oh. Well, let's take a walk, Jason.
Sure, anything.
Professor. Yes?
Why?
Why?
I've been here a week, Pop. What kind of hospital is this? I want to go home.
Don't worry. They'll get rid of you just as soon as they can.
That afternoon nurse. She's the worst of all.
Oh?
It's time for our pill. Have we had our lunch yet? Shall we brush our teeth now? They're my teeth, but the way she talks, you think half of them belong to her.
Well, I think you are getting better. You know, you're an amazing girl, Peggy. I'm proud of you.
Oh, no, Pop. I'm not really the courageous little woman you think I am. I tried that the first couple of days. It didn't work.
Huh?
Locked everything up inside of me like a safety deposit box, and I felt awful. Then Dr. Conway came in, and we were talking about the baby, and he gave me a pinch, a real hard one, and made me cry. I bawled for 2 hours, almost floated out of here, but I felt good afterward. I can think and talk about it now without getting all bitchy inside.
Peggy, I don't know if it'll be of any consolation or not, but I want you to know that although you've lost a child, a life wasn't lost. It was merely exchanged.
Exchange?
Yes. Yeah, that day we first met on that bench on the campus, remember? We were talking about a Mr. Hypothetical wanting to commit suicide.
Uh-huh.
Well, I want you to know, Peggy, that I was Mr. Hypothetical.
Oh, Pop, no.
No.
Oh, no.
Now, Peggy. Here, where's that box of tissues?
I don't need any.
Well, maybe you don't, but I do. I You know, I feel like one of those twice-born people Henry James wrote about. Through you and Jason, well, I've learned that despite all of my fancy degrees, I was never an educator, only an instructor.
Oh, now, wait a second.
No, you wait a second. It's the same as that $50. I held up the book too closely. An educator isn't one who gives lectures and examinations, but someone who lights up dark places, and that can happen anywhere, and never too soon or too late. My hopes are your hopes now, Peggy. And with you and Jason to help me,
Here I go again.
Now. Here, I've got a surprise for you. I'm going to move into the library, and you and Jason will have my room. I think we can fix it up so that you'll be...
Oh, Pop Jason's leaving tonight.
Huh?
He's going to Chicago to take that job.
No. Oh, he still feels it's all his fault, is that it? I tried to explain...
Oh, that's not it. He's just using the attic and the baby as an excuse. He's running away from himself, Pop. Oh, well, after all, he has a right to live his life the way he thinks is best. His way may be right. I just don't know.
Good afternoon.
That's the nurse, Pop. That's the one.
I'm sorry I'll have to ask you to leave, sir. We've got to take our bath now.
This'll be fun. Oh, nurse, do you think we can both get into that basin?
Now, look here, Philip. Peggy's been home from the hospital for over a week. What's wrong with her? Why doesn't she get better?
But she is better. Physically, she's fine. She misses her husband. What's he doing in Chicago?
Selling used cars, working for some fellow called Careless Carson.
Pop, Dr. Conway, look. It's a letter from Jason from Chicago.
For heaven's sake, woman, don't scare me like that.
Oh, it's a letter. Oh, Pop, it's wonderful. Look, a money order for $50, and he's found a cute little apartment, and his job gives him plenty of spare time, so he can take some courses at night and get his credits just the same. Of course, it'll take a little longer that way, but you know that 41% of all GIs who...
Well, my dear?
Oh, I'm such a rotten liar. The letter's from Jason, all right, but not one word about coming back here. Oh, I wouldn't mind if only he were doing what he wants to do, but, I know he's not. Well, I guess you can't expect miracles in a couple of weeks, can you? It'll all work out somehow.
Peggy, it's time for me to pinch you again.
Peggy.
Right where you are, Henry. Let her go.
I've sat where I am too long. You tell Peggy I'll be back tonight.
Tonight? But where are you going?
To Careless Carson's used car lot. I'm going to Chicago.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
During the intermission before Act 3 of Apartment for Peggy, I'd like to introduce our special guest, Kathleen Hughes, talented 20th Century Fox actress. Kathleen, I understand your training includes a study of wardrobe problems. Do you think that you could visualize a character from just seeing clothes for the part?
I certainly do, Mr. Keeley. Clothes can express character just as much as a gesture or a hairdo. A perfect example is the difference in the negligees worn by the three girls in Letter to Three Wives.
Let's see. Jean Crane plays a wholesome young girl not accustomed to luxury.
So she wore a simple flower dressing.
But not Linda Darnell, the ambitious gold digger. Hers is distinctly glamorous, I remember. What about Anne Southern, the career girl?
A simple tailored robe was a perfect selection for her. But the wardrobe mistress told me that all three of the negligees worn in Letter to Three Wives had one thing in common that will interest Mr. Kennedy.
All of them were Luxable?
That's right, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, smart girls everywhere use Lux Flakes for pretty slips and nighties, so they're right in character, too.
The negligees looked lovely all through the picture.
Naturally. Gentle Lux Flakes care keeps undies color fresh and new-looking 3 times as long. Tests prove it, you know. That's why it's foolish to risk wrong washing methods that may fade colors or weaken fabrics.
Lux Flakes seem especially easy to use these days.
Aren't those tiny diamonds of Lux wonderful? The minute you turn on the water, the suds billow up in a flash. Thick, rich suds that last and last. Soil floats right out. In fact, these tiny diamonds of Lux remove soil which other types of suds can't. Leave things cleaner, fresher. They're so gentle, colors stay lovely far longer. No wonder makers of nice things recommend Lux Flakes 33 to 1. Thank you for coming tonight, Kathleen Hughes.
It was nice being here.
Here's our producer, William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Apartment for Peggy, starring Jean Crane as Peggy, William Holden as Jason, and Edmund Gwenn as Professor Barnes. In pursuit of Jason, Professor Henry Barnes has gone to Chicago, specifically to a large used car lot filled with shining automobiles and banners bearing the name of Careless Carson.
Hello, Jason.
Oh, Professor Barnes. How's Peggy?
She's worried, Jason. Why haven't you sent for her?
Oh, I will eventually, Professor. It's just that right now, every time I think about her, I feel as guilty as if I...
Is that why you haven't even telephoned?
I keep seeing that attic and those stairs she had to climb a dozen times a day, and well, maybe if I'd been able to offer her a decent place to live in, it wouldn't have happened.
No. Be honest, Jason. It's not the baby that makes you feel this way. You know, you and Peggy had some wonderful ideas. Sound ideas on how to live and what to live for. And they imposed a responsibility on you. And now you've deserted that responsibility. Isn't that why you feel guilty?
Maybe. I don't know.
I had a talk with the dean, Jason. He said if you came back now, you could take makeup examinations, and if you passed them, you'd not only be reinstated, but the instructorship would be a certainty.
Oh, even if I wanted to, I doubt whether I could pass that chemistry exam. As for teaching, I make more here in 2 months than I would in a year.
Is that so important?
Yes, I think so. Look, Professor, I've got a line on an apartment. It has 4 rooms. You can walk around in it. It's a place where a fellow can live with his wife without feeling that he's letting her down. Now, is it so wrong to want to feel that way?
No. No, but I thought you once promised a flock of seagulls you were going to teach and try to help people be more understanding.
Sure, and lots of others made promises, too. When I got out of the service, there were millions of them. This time it was going to be different. But why should the finger point only at me? Why is it my responsibility?
Well, simply because you realize that it is a responsibility. Not enough people do.
Yeah, but I think I've got a right to ask the same question everybody else is asking. What do I get out of it?
Well, if you're a teacher, you'll be underpaid, taken advantage of, and be at the mercy of the trustees. If you adhere to the educational status quo, you'll be considered archaic. And if you have any progressive ideas, there's no telling what they'll call you. You'll write a book or two which no one will read, and just when you're beginning to enjoy all this, you'll be retired.
That's really something to look forward to.
Yeah, but strangely enough, if you don't outlive your usefulness, you'll be happy. You'll leave a few people here and there through the years a little more enlightened than when you met them. You'll feel that you've made a contribution. That's all you'll get out of it.
And it's not enough.
You know, I find it singularly curious, Jason, that if a doctor tells us that peanut shells are good for us, we eat them. If a chemist maintains that one gasoline is better than another, we use it. We're guided by experts on everything, from breakfast cereals to foreign policy, and yet, on the most important thing of all, how to live, we pay no attention. No. Ever since man began to think, great minds have been telling us that the pleasure in living is in helping, that happiness comes from a simple, useful, constructive life. But yet we call all this advice infantile, impractical, and hopelessly idealistic.
Oh, Taylor.
Don't you see, Jason?
Hey, Taylor just came in, Taylor. As soon as you're finished, he wants to see you.
I'm finished now. I'll be right there. Goodbye, Professor. Thanks for dropping over.
Yes. Yes, Jason. Yes, Goodbye. And then I remembered your mentioning the University of Chicago, Peggy. So I suggested it to Jason. He thought it was a wonderful idea. He went straight over there and...
You're not a very good liar yourself, Pop.
No. No. Guess I'm not.
Oh, don't worry. It isn't as if I hadn't expected it. I wrote my sister, Pop. I'm going to go stay with her for a while.
No, Peggy, you can't. You can't do that. This is your home now as well as mine. You must stay.
I'm sorry, Pop, but there are just too many memories around here. Gee, the way I feel, I get on your nerves, something fierce. Nope, I better get quick or I'll go batty. I'm practically all packed. I thought I'd catch that 7 o'clock train in the morning.
Oh, very well, dear. If you think that's best.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pop. Well, there's just nothing else to do.
Professor Pavin, and, well, I quit my job and I'm here.
Oh, I am so glad to see you, Jason.
Oh, thank you. Anyway, Professor Barnes told me the dean said I could take some makeup exams.
Of course. We have talked to all your professors, Jason. You came back with Henry?
Oh, no. He doesn't know I'm here. Neither does my wife.
Oh, well, then we must tell him right away.
Oh, I'd rather you didn't, sir. I don't know whether I can pass the exams, and I'd rather not raise her hopes too much.
Now, come along with me, Jason. I will call all the other professors and arrange for your examinations immediately.
You'll give me the physics exam yourself,
Of
won't you?
course. Come, Jason, come.
I'm doing the best I can, Professor Pavin. It's just the way you keep looking over my shoulder.
Oh, you will forgive me for distracting you, Jason. That's too bad. Now you will have to figure that last part all over again.
But why? Oh, I see what you mean. Where's that eraser? Now, how could I have made a mistake like that?
Yeah, that is better. You receive 86%. I have it all figured. That is all, Jason. Into Professor Jensen's office now. Mathematics, Jason. Mathematics.
Well, Professor Jensen, do I pass mathematics?
I'm not through correcting your paper. Now, let me see. And find the period of vibration in both spheres. Yes, this is correct, Jason. Absolutely correct.
But, Professor, that's the question you're marking correct. My answer's on the other side.
Young man, I have been correcting examination papers for 22 years. Kindly allow me to mark it my own way.
Jason, shh. I think you are going to pass.
You received 84%. I have it all figured. But here, you better check it yourself. I was never very good at adding.
Later, Professor Jensen, later. Jason now goes to chemistry. Professor Collins is ready in the laboratory.
That's the one that really worries me. Well, let's go. Well, don't take all day with it, Taylor. Nervous, Taylor? Just leave it there. No setup over here. Try it again. Yes, sir. You were in the Navy, weren't you, Taylor? Yes, sir. What sort of duty? I was on the Vincennes till she went down, and then later... That was a little tough. I was on the Boston. Oh? I guess that wasn't exactly a picnic either. Nothing worthwhile ever is. Yes, sir. I'm just beginning to find that out. Don't worry, son. Now, finish that formula. You're doing fine. I am? I'll be in Professor Pavin's office. Just telephone when you're finished. Oh, incidentally, a couple of your friends are there, too. Dr. Conway and Professor Bell. Of course we're doing the right thing. Well, Jason has to pass. For his sake, for Peggy's sake, for Henry's sake.
Besides, it isn't as if he didn't know his subjects. He does know them. Yeah. Under normal conditions, he would pass easily. So we just have to help him.
That's probably Taylor now.
Oh, yes. Hello?
Professor Pavin, is Dr. Conway there?
Dr. Conway? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Doctor.
Hello?
This is Peggy, Doctor.
Peggy?
Oh, something terrible has happened. It's Pop, Doctor. Professor Barnes. He's swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills.
Sleeping pills? Henry?
I don't know how many there were, but he's...
I'll be right over, Peggy.
How many did he take? Oh, this is awful.
He took 16.
Good heavens.
How do you know?
I gave them to him.
You? But why, Philip? Why?
If I hadn't, he would have gotten them someplace else.
You gave him sleeping pills, knowing Henry's talked of suicide. But don't just stand there. He may be dead.
No, Edward, I doubt it. I gave him those pills, yes, but only 2 at a time.
Didn't it occur to you that he might save them up?
Yes, I was positive he was doing just that.
But you kept on prescribing them. Oh, you fool, you blithering fool.
Edward, they were not sleeping pills.
But what kind of pills were they, then?
Harmless, Edward. A little annoying, maybe, but harmless.
You've got to keep walking, Pop, please. Oh, please.
Oh, I feel awful.
Lift your legs up. Walk around the room. Faster.
But all I want to do is...
No, still, I had enough trouble getting you down here. If you won't walk, at least drink some more coffee.
Oh, but you've poured 7 cups down me already. Oh, Peggy, please. Oh, I'm not sleepy. Just let me go upstairs.
Drink this coffee. Mrs. Landon, make another pot.
Oh, no, not her coffee, Peggy. No. I'd rather die, really.
Come on, Pop. We've got to walk.
Peggy?
Jason, you're back home.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Jason, I love you, but we haven't got time for that sort of thing now. Pop's taken a whole bottle of sleeping pills.
What? Well, what'd you do that for?
Because you 2 left me, that's why.
Well, how do you like that? So you're going to pick up your toys and go home, huh? You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
You're slowing down, Pop, faster. Oh, where's Dr. Conway?
Professor, this morning you told me about my responsibilities. What about yours? You've got what millions of people are begging for, education, knowledge. And you're trying to destroy it all with a few rotten sleeping pills. Why, you're no better than...
Stop talking, Jason. Make him walk. If he doesn't keep walking, he'll die.
Now, look here, Professor. I can think of an awful lot of fellows that would have liked to have had the choice that you have now.
Oh.
Maybe your son was one of them. Well, what are you going to do? Walk or go to sleep?
I'll walk. I'll walk.
Get going, then.
Yeah.
Fast.
Yeah.
Let's Al's legs up.
Yeah.
Get faster. Now run. Well, Jason, where's the patient? Oh, he's better, thank goodness. Peggy took him upstairs. Hey, what is this?
Well, we just brought our musical instruments along, Jason. You see, we have a string quartet, and Professor Barnes is our viola player. And we have not practiced for a long time.
Well, let's get set up, gentlemen.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't get it. Doesn't he have to go to the hospital?
Oh, those sleeping pills were nothing more than, well...
Uh-oh. That's a fine trick to play on that nice old guy.
Incidentally, Jason, you will start regular classes tomorrow morning. You have passed chemistry, too.
I did. Oh, gosh, wait till I tell Peggy.
Jason, do you know what? Oh, good evening.
Hello,
Jason,
Peggy.
I'm going to have a baby.
You're what?
I mean, I've been thinking it all over, and I think we should have one. And then 8 more, God willing. And do you know something? 27% of all women who...
Yeah. We know all about it.
What's the matter with everybody? Can't you wait for your viola player? Yes, that's for you, Dr. Philip Conway. I'm filing charges against you in the morning for malpractice of medicine.
Better make it the next day, Henry. You'll be more comfortable by then.
Oh, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy...
Start again, gentlemen. From the beginning.
stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, our audience really knows a bargain. Thousands of orders are pouring in for those original Rogers silver plate teaspoons we offered last week.
Well, no wonder. I've seen the spoons. They have the beauty and feel of sterling.
You can still get 3 original Rogers silver plate teaspoons for only 50 cents with the top from a box of Lux Flakes.
But hurry.
The spoons are silver plate and made by the world's largest silversmiths. The same extra heavy silver plate that Lux Flakes offered before the war.
I love the design. The simple wheat motif goes beautifully with any other silver.
Here's the address. For every set of 3 teaspoons, mail 50 cents and the top from a box of Lux Flakes to Lux, Box 31, Wallingford, Connecticut. With your spoons, you'll get an order blank so you can send for matching pieces.
Imagine, you can build a service for 6, 39 pieces for only $10.25 with Lux Flakes box tops.
I'll repeat that address. Send 50 cents with a Lux Flakes box top to Lux, Box 31, Wallingford, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the continental United States, including Alaska and Hawaii, and is subject to all local and state regulations prohibited by law in Montana. Back to our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
And here, once again, are the stars of a charming play. 3 charming people: Jean Crane, William Holden, and Edmund Gwenn. Quite a coincidence that since playing a young mother so beautifully in Apartment for Peggy, you've given a similar performance in real life.
Yes, Mr. Keeley. I have a brand new son, just 6 weeks old.
I hope you don't take all your roles so seriously, Jean.
Well, not quite. Mr. Gwen, we're all very happy that you got out of the hospital in time to join us tonight.
So am I. Even though I achieved no such interesting results as you did, my dear. Tell me, what did you name the young man?
We call him Michael Anthony, which his big brother has revised to Mike.
You have quite a whole household now, Jean.
Yes, indeed. And with 2 small children, Bill, I must say that I find Lux Flakes indispensable.
The same thing goes at our house, Bill. What's your play for next week?
It's one of the big hits of the year on the screen. First, I'll tell you the star, because he'll be making his first appearance on this stage next Monday night. It's John Wayne. And with him, we'll have Joanne Drew and Walter Brennan. The play is a roaring action drama of the Old West, the popular Red River. And it's great entertainment for everyone in the family.
We'll all enjoy that, Bill. Night.
Good night, and thank you all. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents John Wayne, Joanne Drew, and Walter Brennan in Red River. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Jean Crane appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Down to the Sea and Ships, starring Richard Widmark and Lionel Barrymore. Edmund Gwenn appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison and Peter Lawford. William Holden will soon be seen in Paramount's Technicolor production Streets of Laredo. Heard in tonight's cast were Griff Barnett as Dr. Conway, Alan Reed as Bell, Bill Johnstone as Collins, Howard McNear as Paven, Herbert Butterfield as Jensen, and Eddie Marr, Eleanor Audley, Gil Stratton Jr., and David Light. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear John Wayne, Joanne Drew, and Walter Brennan in Red River. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Family Theater presents Otto Kruger and Jeff Chandler. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, brings you Jeff Chandler in Henry Van Dyke's The Other Wise Man. To introduce the drama, your host and narrator, Otto Kruger.
Thank you, Gene Baker. Friends, you all know the story of the three wise men of the East, how they traveled from far away to offer their gifts at the manger cradle in Bethlehem. But have you ever heard the story of the other wise man, who also saw the star in its rising and set out to follow it? The story of the fourth pilgrim, whose great desire to pay tribute to the King of Israel was denied, yet accomplished in the denial. Allow me to tell it to you then, as Henry Van Dyke first told it in his beautiful and touching tale of the other wise man. The story that we first heard in the Hall of Dreams, in the palace of the hearts of man. In the days when Augustus Caesar was master of many kings and Herod reigned in Jerusalem, there lived in the city of Persia a certain man named Artaban the Median. Tall he was and dark, with brilliant eyes, his brow that of a dreamer, his mouth that of a man of war. And upon the night that we now tell of, he was seated in an upper chamber of his house, speaking gravely to some visitors, men who, like Artaban, wore the long white robe and pointed cap of the fire worshippers, the garb and dress of the ancient priesthood of the Magi.
Tonight, my father and friends, let us speak of the new light and truth that lie in the prophecies of the ancient wise men of Chaldea.
The prophecies of the Chaldeans, Artaban? Who is there among us able to unravel their mysteries, to read meaning into words dimly foretold and impossible of understanding?
Is it difficult, Rhodaspes, to understand the prophecy of Avesta, who said, "One shall arise from the prophets of the east country, and around him will shine a mighty brightness, and he shall make life everlasting, incorruptible, and immortal"?
This is a dark saying, Artaban, and one best forgotten, for it would presage the relinquishment of the powers of the Magi to some stranger from the east.
Then, Tigranes, one must also forget the prophecy of Balaam, who said, "There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall arise out of Israel."
All these sayings are obscure and mystical, my son. None can interpret them or find the key to their meaning.
I have been able to interpret them, Father.
You, Artaban?
Yes, Father. For I and my three companions among the Magi, Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar, have searched the ancient tablets of Chaldea, and are now convinced that this is the year in which the Anointed One, the Prince of Princes, the King of Israel, shall be born.
They looked at Artaban, his father and friends, with mingled feelings. Looked at him with doubt, with wonderment, with scorn, and with disbelief. And the words he continued to utter fell upon ears that listened, but did not hear.
It was this very spring that we saw two of the greatest stars draw near together in the sign of the fish, which is the house of the Hebrew. And we also saw a new star there, a star which shone for one night and then vanished. Now, once again, the two great planets are meeting. This very night is their conjunction.
And if it is, Artaban, what of that?
My three brothers are watching at the ancient temple of the seven spheres in Babylonia. I shall watch here. If the star shines again, they will wait 10 days for me at the temple. And then we will set out together for Jerusalem to see and worship the promised one who shall be born King of Israel.
You will but strain your eyes with wasteful watching, Artaban.
Nay, Rhodaspes. I believe the sign will come.
I have sold my house and possessions and have bought these 3 jewels, a sapphire, a ruby, and a pearl, to carry with me as a tribute to the king. And I ask all of you to go with me on the pilgrimage, that we may have joy together in finding the prince who is worthy to be served.
As he finished speaking, Artaban placed 3 great gems upon a linen scroll before him. One blue as the fragment from a night sky. One redder than the ray of sunrise. One as pure as the peak of a snow mountain at twilight. His friends glanced at the jewels, then at each other with looks of wonder and of pity.
This is a vain dream, Artaban. No king will ever rise from the broken race of Israel.
My time will be wiser spent gathering money for the new fire temple at Kalam.
This is what comes of too much looking upon the stars. This quest is not for me.
And so they left him, one by one, and went out of his house. Thus it was that Artaban left in solitude, gathered up his jewels, the sapphire, the ruby, and the pearl, and placed them in his girdle. Then quietly left the room and went out upon the terrace on the roof. Far over the eastern plain, a white mist stretched like a lake. But where the distant peak of Zagros serrated the western horizon, the sky was clear. And Jupiter and Saturn rolled together like drops of lambent flame about to blend into one. And as Artaban watched them, behold, an azure spark was born out of the darkness beneath, rounding itself with purple splendors to a crimson sphere, spiring upward through rays of saffron and orange into a point of pure white radiance. Tiny and infinitely remote, yet perfect in every part. It pulsated in the enormous vault as if the 3 jewels in the Magi's breast had mingled and been transformed into a living heart of light. And Artaban bowed his head and covered his brow with his hands.
It is the sign. There is no longer any doubt. The king is coming, and I shall go to meet him.
Before the birds had fully roused to their strong, joyful chant of morning song, the hooves of Vazda, the swift and faithful steed of Artaban, were beating a spirited music upon the road, and over the fertile fields of Kankabar and the rich gardens of Bagistan, through the rocky passes of Zagros and the swirling floods of the river Tigris, those gallant hooves made their rhythmic song. And upon nightfall of the 10th day, they trod the lush earth by the waters flowing near the shattered walls of populous Babylon.
Oh, courage, Master. It is yet 3 hours' journey to the Temple of the 7 Spheres. We must reach it by midnight if we are to find my companions of the Magi still waiting. We dare not stop for anything lest they depart without us to find the king with... What is it, Master? What startles thee? What...
And then in the dim starlight, he saw the form of a man lying still across the road. Swiftly, Artaban dismounted and went over to the man. His face bore the marks of a deadly marshland fever, and the chill of death was in the lean hand lying motionless on his breast. And Artaban's heart leaped into his throat as his mind whirled feverishly with the implications of the problem that now beset him.
If I linger here but an hour ministering to this dying stranger, I cannot reach the temple in time. My companion shall leave without me. I would lose my quest. But if I do go on, the man will surely die. O God of truth and purity, direct me in the way of wisdom which thou only knowest.
And Artaban turned back to the sick man and carried him off the road to the foot of a palm tree. The Magi swiftly prepared a draught of potent remedy he carried in his belt. Then hour after hour, labeled as only a skillful healer of disease can do. And at last, the man's strength returned. He sat up, looked about him, and spoke.
Who art thou? Why hast thou sought me here? To bring back my strength?
I am Artaban, the Magian, hurrying to Jerusalem in search of one who is to be born king of the Jews.
And despite your holy quest, you still stop to aid one whose death would no more be noticed than if a grain of sand had disappeared from the desert?
I could do no less, my friend.
Then may the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob bless and prosper your journey. But before you depart again, you should know this. Our prophets have said that the Messiah will not be born in Jerusalem, but in Bethlehem of Judah.
Bethlehem, thou sayest?
Aye. Now leave me and resume thy journey. And may the Lord bring thee there in safety, because thou hast had pity upon the sick.
And so it was that when Artaban reached the Temple of the Seven Spheres, the three wise men had gone, leaving behind them only a piece of parchment under a small cairn of broken bricks.
We have waited past the midnight and can delay no longer. Follow us across the desert. We go to find the king. How can I cross the desert with no food and a spent horse? I must return to Babylon and sell my sapphire, so I might buy camels and provisions for the journey. I may never overtake my friends. Now only God the Merciful knows whether I shall not lose sight of the king because I tarried to show mercy.
So it was that Artaban the Magi, the other wise man, with but 2 gems remaining now to offer as tribute to the king of Israel, followed Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar across the desert. And at the other, and weary but full of hope, bearing his ruby and his pearl to offer to the king, he finally entered the streets of Bethlehem and inquired his way of a woman he heard singing within a stone cottage.
May the blessings of the day be upon thee and thy child, good sister.
And upon thee also, stranger.
I seek 3 brethren of mine who should have arrived here in Bethlehem a few days ago. Would you have knowledge of them?
If it is of 3 Magi you speak, they did appear in this village 3 days ago.
Yes, that is they. What has happened to them? What did they do here?
They told how they had come from the Far East, and how a star had guided them to the place where Joseph of Nazareth was lodging with his wife and her newborn child. They paid reverence to the child and gave him many rich gifts.
Oh, then the prophecy has been fulfilled. The king was born. Now may I offer my ruby and my pearl to him as tribute. Where may I find my friends, good woman? Where may I find this Joseph and his wife and their newborn son?
My reply will disappoint thee, Magi, for the 3 strangers disappeared as suddenly as they had come here.
Disappeared?
And the man of Nazareth took the babe and mother and fled secretly away that same night to the distant lands that are called Egypt.
Egypt? Then once again I have arrived too late. My quest is not over, but barely begun. It does not seem good to the God of wisdom to reward my search so soon and so easily. Now I must follow the king to Egypt. Bless thee and thy child, good woman, and may peace and...
Those trumpets! They have within their throats the cry of doom. My child.
Wait here, woman. Wait, I shall look through the doorway for the meaning of this. What is transpiring here? Why the fearful cries of terror and alarm?
The soldiers of Herod. The soldiers of Herod have come to the village. They're killing our children, slaughtering our babes. Fly to the hills with your children. Fly.
Herod's soldiers killing our children. Oh, no.
Oh, wait. Take the child to the darkest corner of the room. Cover him with the folds of thy robe and quiet his cries. I shall speak to these soldiers of Herod when they arrive.
Artaban stood there in the doorway as soldiers filling the portal from side to side as the armed men of Herod came hurrying down the street towards him with bloody hands and dripping swords.
Out of our way, Magi. We seek the children who dwell within.
And if I were to tell you that I am all alone in this place?
We shall learn that for ourselves. Stand aside, lest we run our blades through your body, too.
Oh, wait. I am all alone in this place. And I am willing to give this jewel to the prudent captain of Herod's men who will leave me in peace.
The captain looked down. Within the hollow of Artaban's hand lay a ruby, glistening there like a great drop of blood. The soldier paused for a long moment, then suddenly stretched out his eager hand and snatched up the ruby.
March on, men! This house is still. There is no child here.
And as the clangor of arms passed by and swept down the street, Artaban re-entered the humble little cottage, looked down at the joyously weeping woman and the again smiling, happy infant clasped to her breast. Then he turned his face to the east and prayed.
God of truth, forgive my sin. I have said the thing that is not to save the life of a child. And 2 of my gifts are gone. I have spent for man that which was meant for God. Shall I ever be worthy to see the face of the King?
So Artaban the Magi, Artaban the other wise man, began his weary travels once again, seeking him who had been born in Bethlehem, seeking the Anointed One, the King, to lay before him his tribute, the solitary gem that now alone remained, the pearl. Among the throngs in populous Egypt did he seek the King, through countries where famine lay heavy upon the land, and in plague-stricken cities he visited the oppressed and afflicted in the gloom of prisons, in the wretchedness of slave marts and the weary toil of galley ships. And in all this world of anguish, he found none to worship, though he did find many to help. For he fed the hungry, and clothed the naked, he healed the sick, and comforted the captive. Thus, 33 more years of the life of Artaban passed away, and he was still a pilgrim and a seeker of light. With the last of the jewels, his pearl, still held in his secret resting place in his bosom. And now, worn and weary, ready to die, but still looking for the King, he had come for the last time to Jerusalem. But there, the streets, Artaban found flowing movement of multitudes, a strong tide of people sweeping irresistibly along the ways leading to the Damascus gate.
Your pardon, worthy friend. Could you tell me the cause for all this tumult? And whither all these people are going?
Why, everyone is going to the place called Golgotha, Magi, outside the city walls, where there is to be an execution.
Aye, 2 famous robbers are to be crucified, and with them another, called Jesus of Nazareth.
Jesus of Nazareth?
Aye, a man who has done many wonderful works among the people, so that they love him greatly.
But Pilate has sent him to the cross because he said he was the Son of God, because he said he was the King of the Jews.
King of the Jews? Can it be that I shall find the King at last in the hands of his enemies, and shall come in time to offer my pearl, my last remaining gem of tribute, to pay his ransom before he dies?
Artaban's heart beat unsteadily with excitement as, slowly, with tired and painful steps, he followed the multitude toward the Damascus gate.
You cannot take me with you, then.
But as he reached a point just beyond the entrance of the guardhouse, some Macedonian soldiers came down the street, dragging with them a young girl with torn dress and disheveled hair. And as Artaban paused in compassion, she broke from the hands of the tormentors and threw herself at the wise man's feet.
Have pity on me, wise man, for the sake of the God of purity. For I, too, am of the Magi, seized for our father's debts and about to be sold into slavery. Oh, save me, wise man, save me.
Artaban trembled. It was the old conflict in his soul, that which had come to him in the palm grove of Babylon and in the cottage at Bethlehem. The conflict between the expectation of faith and the impulse of love. Twice the gift which he had consecrated to the worship of God had been drawn from his hand to the service of humanity. This was the third trial, the ultimate probation, the final and irrevocable choice. Artaban slowly removed the pearl from his bosom. Never had it been so luminous, so radiant, so full of tender, living luster. And he laid it in the hand of the slave girl.
Here. This is thy ransom, my daughter. The last of my treasures which I kept for the king.
With a mighty, unbelievable shock, a shuddering tremor ran through the earth, heaving convulsively like the breast of one who struggles with a mighty grief. The walls of the houses rocked to and fro. Stones were loosened and crashed into the street. But Artaban and the girl fell helplessly to the ground.
Magi. Magi. Speak to me, Magi. Speak.
But the old man lay there, unanswering, his gray beard resting on the young girl's shoulder. Blood trickling from a wound in his temple where a falling tile had struck him. Now, there was nothing more to live for. He had given away the last remnant of his tribute for the king. He had parted with the last hope of finding him. The long, weary quest was over. And it had failed. Then, as the alarmed girl bent over him, there came through the twilight a sound, like a voice, very small and still, like music sounding from a distance, in which the notes are clear, but the words are lost. And the girl turned to see if someone had spoken to them. But there was no one there. And then the sound was gone. But the lips of the Magi, of Artaban, the other wise man, trembled, moved, and then spoke as though in answer to that voice.
Not so, my lord. For when saw I thee hungered and fed thee, or thirsty and gave thee drink? When saw I thee a stranger and took thee in, or naked and clothed thee? When saw I thee sick or in prison and came unto thee? 33 years have I looked for thee, but I have never seen thy face, nor ministered to thee, my king.
And the sweet voice came again. And again the maid heard it, very faintly and far away. But now it seemed as though she understood the words and repeated them to Artaban.
Verily I say unto thee, inasmuch as thou hast done it unto the least of these, my brethren, thou hast done it unto me.
Calm radiance of wonder and joy suddenly lighted the pale face of Artaban like the first ray of dawn on a snowy mountain peak. One last long breath of relief exhaled from his lips, and his journey was ended. His treasures had been accepted. The other wise man had found the king. This is Otto Kruger again. Well, this week, with Christmas coming closer and all of us busy with preparations for that most joyous day of the year, we of Family Theater have a suggestion for you. No, not a suggestion about what to buy, where to buy it. We'd only like to remind you that while Christmas is a time for giving and receiving, it is above all a time for faith and prayer. Christmas will be empty, just another holiday, unless our hearts are in harmony with Him who can bring peace to men of goodwill. So, during this Christmas season, will you remember, no greater gift can come to you and to your home than that deep and lasting peace which prayer alone can bring. The family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Jeff Chandler in The Other Wise Man, with Otto Kruger as your host and narrator. This adaptation of Henry Van Dyke's great classic was written by Sidney Marshall, by special arrangement with the copyright owners, Harper & Brothers and Tertius Van Dyke. Music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman, and the production was directed for Family Theater by Jaime Del Valle. Others in our cast were Norman Field, John Daner, Robert Griffin, Harold Deerenforth, Gloria Hunter, Mary Lansing, and Virginia Island. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who have so unselfishly given of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Gene Baker inviting you to join us next week at this time when your Family Theater will present Miss Loretta Young in Charles Tazwell's beautiful story of The Littlest Angel. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and is broadcast to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of The Soul of Democracy and many other books. In his talks, Dr. Griggs will build a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages and how each one influenced his own and future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss Dante, supreme interpreter of the medieval world. We present Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, from St. Francis initiating the spiritual awakening at the beginning of the 13th century, we turn to the culmination of that epoch and to the world poet Dante, supreme voice of 10 not silent centuries, creator of the Italian language and unifier of Italy, with all great timeless interpreter of the eternal problems of human life. 3 dates place Dante in the stream of history. Born in Florence in 1265, exiled in 1302, he died after 19 years of wandering at Ravenna in 1321. Thus, at the close of the 13th century, he was in the middle of the pathway of our life, as the first line of the Divine Comedy states it. The spiritual awakening, centering on the mission of St. Francis, was a profound influence on the artistic and intellectual awakening. As is always the case, a high epoch of art and intellect springing from some deep stirring of the waters of the spirit. The great phase of medieval culture culminated in the period of Dante. All things of time were viewed under the aspect of eternity. A terrible moral dualism prevailed. Sin meant death, and virtue life eternal. Nevertheless, the Greek ideal was never wholly lost. It is evident in the awakening hunger for knowledge, the love of war and adventure, the feudal loyalties and chivalry toward women. The contrasting tendencies found a curious union in the Crusades, religious wars, undertaken in the name of the Prince of Peace. Dante is the loftiest expression of both aspects of the Middle Age. He embodies its vast spiritual aspiration, its hunger for mystical union with the divine, its somber moral dualism and sense of sin. His aim in the Divine Comedy is to take every fact of sin and virtue and discover its final working out in the soul of the doer of the deed, pictured on the threefold screen of eternity. At the same time, Dante embodies all that other contrasting phase of medieval life. For the Divine Comedy is not only the greatest of all interpretations of the moral life, but a love poem written to glorify the memory of the woman Dante loved. In Dante's time, all Europe was divided into 2 political camps. The Guelph party viewed the Pope as supreme head of Christendom and therefore superior to all earthly potentates. The Ghibellines, while recognizing the Pope as Christ's vicar in the spiritual realm, held that the Emperor, regarded as legitimate successor to the old Roman Empire, was supreme in the temporal sphere and so coeval with the Pope. In the centuries of this struggle, Italy fell between, and while repeatedly ravaged, her cities were enabled to develop that remarkable individuality which flowered in her art. Florence was far enough from Rome and strong enough in her democratic independence to fear seldom the papal temporal power. On the other hand, she was directly in the path of the emperors when they descended on the south to reclaim the garden of the empire. Her sympathies were thus dominantly Guelph for the sake of maintaining her own independence, and early in the 13th century, the Ghibelline party was expelled from the city. The party remaining quickly broke into bitterly opposing factions, Neri and Bianchi, the blacks and the whites. This was complicated by the struggle of the lesser with the greater arts, and the streets of Florence were recurringly reddened with blood shed in civil strife. All this was greatly stimulating, but quickly exhausting. The period of artistic awakening for Florence was in Dante's youth. The great structures that adorn Florence today, the cathedral, the Palace of the Signory, the Church of the Dominicans, Santa Maria Novella, that of the Franciscans, Santa Croce, the startling bell tower Giotto raised, were all begun or erected before Dante's exile. Cimabue and his great pupil Giotto were breaking with 1,000 years of religious symbolism in Byzantine art and expressing the Christian ideas in forms graceful, beautiful, and true to life and nature. In this environment, Dante grew up, a thoughtful lad, tender in relation to his second mother. We have for his youth the strange and beautiful Vita Nuova, written to tell the story of the new life that came to him through love. He relates how love became his Lord at his first sight of Beatrice, the one who makes blessed, so called by many who knew not wherefore. He gives the tender poems love-inspired, tells of his device to conceal the real object of his affection and of his consequences, then follows the dream of her death, and not long after, the dream's fulfillment, and the whole city, as well as Dante's heart, was left sorrowing. There's the further story of the Lady of the Consolation, who looked out of the window pitying his distress, of Dante's struggle between the two leadings, with the devotion to Beatrice conquering. It is all of the spirit, with perhaps little dream of earthly fulfillment. The conditions of feudal society, together with the medieval faith, had separated from natural human relations the love that is a pure consecration of the spirit, and given it expression above and apart. Our time is turning away from this to the more natural and biological aspects of the love relationship. What would happen should we lose entirely the consecration of the spirit and the worship of woman? At the close of the Vita Nuova, Dante tells of a vision that came to him so wonderful that he vowed to write no more of her until he could write more worthily. To this end, he says, I labor all I can, and it is my hope that I shall yet write concerning her what hath not before been written of any woman. That vision was undoubtedly the first conception of the Divine Comedy. After Beatrice's death, Dante turned to philosophy and statesmanship, married Gemma Donati, and had a considerable family of children. He advanced in public affairs and became one of the rulers of the city. Suddenly, with a change in political control, and possibly when he was away on an embassy, Dante was banished from Florence and his property confiscated. So began his 19 years of exile, to end only with his death. At first, he had good hope of return. He joined the exiled Ghibellines, but was so disgusted by their tactics that he was compelled, he tells us, to make a party by himself, a conclusion to which many an honest man has been driven in later political life. In a letter to a Florentine friend explaining why he could not take advantage of a law just passed, permitting exiles to return as pardoned criminals under certain degrading conditions, Dante says, This is not the way to return to my country, O my father. If another shall be found by you or by others that does not take away from the fame and honor of Dante, that I will take with no lagging steps. But if Florence is entered by no such path, then never will I enter Florence. What? Can I not elsewhere look upon the face of the sun and the stars? Can I not anywhere under the heavens meditate upon most sweet truths, unless I first make myself inglorious, nay, ignominious, to the people and the state of Florence? Nor indeed will bread be lacking, nor indeed was bread lacking, but alas, it was the too salt bread of patronage he ate by climbing other people's stairs, with none of his own to climb. When the Emperor Henry VII descended upon Italy, Dante wrote letters to the Florentines urging them to submit to their lawful overlord. This offended freedom-loving Florence and lessened his chance of return. To understand his action, turn to his treatise on monarchy, where Dante develops his political philosophy. He believed that lasting peace could come only if Europe became a sort of crowned republic of nations, with the emperor, Christ's vicar in the temporal field, as the Pope was in the spiritual. Dante, as excoriating passages in the Divine Comedy show, was bitterly opposed to the temporal power of the papacy, regarding it as chief cause of the evils that had come in the history of the Church. The treatise on monarchy, by the way, is the one of Dante's works afterwards placed on the index. So the wandering exile continued. Dante refused the laurel crown in several cities, always hoping to receive it in Florence. In a northern city, he was walking slowly with bowed head in a monastery cloister. A brother approached and asked, "Stranger, what seekest thou?" Dante lifted his head, and with a voice that echoes poignantly across the centuries, answered, "Peace." He did not find the peace, wandering on and on. Finally, he settled in Ravenna as guest of Guido da Polenta, lord of the city, perhaps living in the very house from which Francesca da Rimini, whom he sadly celebrates, had gone out as bride of the cruel Lord of Rimini. He wandered out from the city to the pine forest along the Adriatic shore, making himself lean, he says, working over the stanzas of his great poem. Out of it all, the homeless exile, the spiritual struggles, the defeated longing, uprose this poem of the earth and air, this medieval miracle of song. For Dante, the Divine Comedy was another way of life through which he achieved the moral harmony, the truth that is the saving good of intellect, the love and wisdom, the peace that in the world he sought in vain. For Dante, preeminently, art was for life's sake. Among the great masters, Dante is thus distinguished by his profoundly earnest ethical aim. I suppose no other world poet ever began with such a statement as Dante makes in his letter to Con Grande della Scala, to whom he dedicated the Paradiso, saying that the work, if considered in its allegorical meaning, the subject is man, liable to the reward or punishment of justice. Now, the kind of philosophy under which we proceed is moral philosophy, because the whole was undertaken not for speculation but for practice, to find the redeeming truth for himself and show the way to others. Such was his aim. Dante rigidly observes the curb of art, which so much modern verse carelessly ignores. He carries it into the mathematical structure of the poem and to the verse form, that Italian terza rima, itself a symbol of the Trinity. Beginning in the dark forest of doubt and questioning because of a disordered world, with evil in high places and good oppressed, Dante's problem in the Divine Comedy is to find the moral harmony, proving this to be God's world. To discover it, his pilgrimage takes him through the three spheres, in each of which a saving truth is taught. In the Inferno, sobbed out in the moan of Francesca de Rimini, hissed through the shut teeth of Ugolino, voiced in the multitudinous wailing of the lost, is just one lesson: sin is death. So in the Purgatorio, taught by the figures on the pavement and the statues on the walls, by the voices in the air and the songs that greet Dante as he climbs, is again one lesson: sin repented of may become education. In the Paradiso, revealed in the light multiplied into light, in the exultant songs of the redeemed, in the teachings from the beloved lips of the regained Beatrice, is once more a crowning lesson, that life means the spontaneous reception of God's light and love as these irradiate the spiritual universe. These are the saving truths that put moral harmony into the seeming chaos of life, revealing the inexorable but beneficent laws that make this world God's world. Thus the poem rises to the music of the sublime, Dante annulling image with ever higher image in the effort to portray the transcendent, until he attains that acme of medieval aspiration, the momentary beatific vision of God. In that instant he saw, bound up by love together in one volume, what through the universe in leaves is scattered. The highest poet, the Italians justly call him. As for Dante, his poem was another way of life, through which he achieved those ends of the spirit he sought in the world in vain. So is it for us who follow in his footsteps. If we can face our still more disordered world with something of his tragic earnestness, if we also will view the things of time under the aspect of eternity, if we will climb with him the mountain of purification, wander with him in the garden of rest and peace, take our flight to the heaven of light multiplied into light, and music deepening to celestial harmony, for us as for Dante, the Divine Comedy will prove to be art for life's sake.
Dante, supreme interpreter of the medieval world, has been the subject of this second program in a new series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author. Copies of last week's talk on St. Francis of Assisi and tonight's discussion of Dante may be obtained by addressing the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York, or the station to which you are listening. This broadcast has reached you from the studios of WDAF, Kansas City, through the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I See the Moon at Noon. You know, ladies and gentlemen, along about this time each year, folks seem to appreciate a lovely Jell-O dessert even more than usual. For Jell-O, with its vivid, shimmering colors, seems almost like a preview of spring. Its glowing beauty makes you forget that winter is still with us. It adds a special note of gaiety and good cheer to any March meal. And the refreshing, extra-rich flavor of Jell-O gives you a welcome foretaste of next summer's fruits with all their tantalizing, juicy, ripe goodness. So brighten up tomorrow night's dinner with a brilliant Jell-O dessert. Order several packages from your grocer the first thing in the morning, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And be especially sure to include strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O, for each has a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something mighty swell, a unique and delightful flavor that you'll find better than ever. Enjoy a tempting Jell-O dessert tomorrow. That was I See the Moon at Noon, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a month's vacation in Palm Springs, we bring you a man who looks a month younger, as if that made any difference, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I may only look a month younger, but believe me, I feel like a kid. If there was anything I needed, it was those 4 weeks on the desert. Roughing it really did me a world of good.
Roughing it? Well, I wouldn't exactly say that you were leading such a rough life there, Jack.
Oh, you wouldn't, eh?
No, I saw you out many a night in Palm Springs, and you were wearing a tuxedo.
Yes, but it wasn't pressed. And if you'd have looked close, you'd have noticed that carnation in my buttonhole was a cactus blossom. And full of stickers. Don't tell me I didn't rough it. Why, I'm as hard as nails.
So you feel pretty rugged now, huh, Jack?
Do I, Don? You remember how soft and flabby my arms used to be?
Uh-huh.
Well, wait till I roll up my sleeve. I'll make a muscle for you. Wait.
Oh, Jack, you don't have to bother. I'll take your word for it.
No, Don. You know what a liar I am. No, I want to show you. Now, watch. I'll raise my arm. There. How's that, Don? How's that muscle?
Where? I don't see it.
Right there on that tattoo. See how fat the eagle is now? See?
Eagle? I thought that was a sparrow.
With E pluribus unum on it? What are you talking about? I tell you, Don, I feel so good I like to get in a scrap with someone. Wait till Dennis Day comes in, I'll straighten him out fast. He'll never know what hit him.
Now, Jack, wait a minute. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. I've got a muscle, and I'm going to use it. That kid has got to learn how to behave himself.
But, Jack, you're being unfair. Ever since Dennis has been on this program, he's been a perfect little gentleman. Well-behaved and well-mannered.
Well-mannered? Let me tell you something, Don. Last Monday, when I gave Dennis his salary check, he looked me straight in the eye and said, "Thank you very much."
Well, what's wrong with that?
Don, with the check he gets, that very much is pure sarcasm. Teach that kid to thank me. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing with your fist up in the air?
I made a muscle for Don, and I can't get my arm down. See? See the muscle?
Where?
Right there.
Some muscle. Looks like a marshmallow with a hangover.
The hardest marshmallow you ever saw. Boy, there's a real muscle.
What are you going to do, stand there like a baking soda ad?
No, help me get my arm down. Here, pull. Ooh. Well, the eagle's a sparrow again. But just the same, wait till Dennis gets here. I'll fix that kid.
What about Dennis?
I'm going to beat him up, that's all. He's been acting too fresh around here lately, and it's time I straighten him out.
Straighten him out? Why don't you do something about Phil Harris? He's the wise guy.
Mary, Phil is nothing but a big, playful kid. But Dennis is a real troublemaker.
And he's smaller than you are.
That's merely a coincidence. Let me ask you something, Mary. How about when we were driving back from Palm Springs in the Maxwell? All that kid did was complain all the way in.
Well, who wouldn't complain? It's a 3-hour trip, and it took us 4 days to make it.
Well?
4 days from Palm Springs to Los Angeles? Why, it's only 120 miles.
129. We came by way of San Bernardino. Besides, we stopped to enjoy the scenery. It was lovely down with those snow-capped mountains and beautiful orange groves.
Oh, you and your orange grove. That's all we had for 4 days, orange juice.
Never mind.
The sign got 'em. All you can drink for 10 cents.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. Don't give Don any false impressions. There was food, too. What about that delicious pressed chicken we had?
It had to be pressed. You ran over it.
All right, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
An accident?
Yes.
And why did Rochester yell tally-ho and chase it clear through a cornfield?
That never happened, and you know it. Would have been a very pleasant trip if you and Dennis hadn't been beefing all the time. I'll fix that, kid. By the way, Don, how did you come back to town?
Well, the little woman and I took the train. It was a very nice, restful trip.
Oh, the train is swell, Don, but I prefer motoring myself. I don't know, you see more of the country that way.
But, Jack, even allowing for sightseeing, I can't understand why it took you 4 days to come from Palm Springs to Los Angeles.
Oh, 4 days isn't so bad.
That's progress. It used to take the covered wagon 6.
And they didn't come by way of San Bernardino like I did. Anyway, Mary, you had a swell time in Palm Springs. You're back in Hollywood safe and sound, so forget it.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, here he is. All right, kid, put him up. Put him up. You've been aching for trouble, and you're going to get it.
What's going on here?
It's a long story. Jack found a muscle.
It's not it at all. Come on, kid, up with your dukes. I'll teach you to be careful.
Well, gee, I didn't mean to run over that tin can with the lawnmower.
That's not what I'm talking about. A small fine covers that. I just don't want you to go around complaining about your trip home from Palm Springs. I was nice enough to invite you.
Gosh, I drank so much orange juice, I feel like a sunset.
Well, let me tell you something, Dennis. Orange juice is not only nourishing, but it's very good for you. It'll keep you from catching a cold.
I won't sneeze till 1980.
Well, that does it. All right, Dennis, put up your due.
Oh, Jack, will you stop being so childish? You're just picking on Dennis because he's the smallest one in our gang.
Mary's right. It's not like you, Jack, to be a bully. Why, in your physical condition, you could mangle the kid.
I could? Gee.
Certainly. You're a gorilla. You don't realize your own strength.
I don't? Well.
No. Now, the least you can do is apologize to Dennis.
Well, all right.
You don't have to, Mr. Benny. I'm a rat, and that's all there is to it.
No, you're not a rat, kid.
Well, one of us is.
Look, Dennis, you better sing your song before I lose my temper again. I don't know my own strength, like Don says. Now, what's it going to be?
I'm going to sing In Dublin's Fair City.
Good. Oh, Mary.
What do you want?
Help me get my arm down. It's stuck again.
Okay.
Ooh. Thanks, Mary. Sing, kid.
In Dublin, fair city, where girls are so pretty, I first set my eyes on sweet Molly Malone. As she wheeled her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She was the fishmonger, but sure it's no wonder, for so were father and mother before. They wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She died of a fever, and no one could save her. And that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Her ghost wheels her barrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh.
That was In Dublin Fair City, sung by Dennis A. And very apropos, Dennis, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Sure it is.
Yes, sir.
You tell me to put up my dukes tomorrow, and I'll knock your block off.
Dennis, I'm not going to all the bother putting my arm up again. So control yourself.
Oh, Jack.
What is it, Don?
Tomorrow being St. Patrick's Day, I have a great treat for our audience tonight.
A treat?
Yes, I prepared my commercial this evening with a Gaelic slam. I'm going to deliver it with an Irish brogue. I do it very well.
No kidding. Well, that really is a treat, Don. Any novelty is always welcome on this program. You say you do it with an Irish brogue, eh?
Yes.
Swell. Now, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O? It is not only economical and easy to make.
Where's the brogue?
But comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Don, where's the brogue?
So always insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box. Be Gora.
Oh! There it is! Oh, that's it!
Oh, I didn't know we were going to have... Well, you did that beautifully, Don. Oh, that's a marvelous brogue. How did you ever acquire it?
Oh, I do several dialects, Jack. Would you like to hear me read the same commercial as the Swede would do it?
Don, if you think I'm going to listen to that whole thing again just to hear you say yump and yiminy at the end of it, just say... Now, go away. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. You back in town already?
Yeah, I got in last night. But you know, I don't know, I wish we could have stayed in Palm Springs a couple of more weeks. It's wonderful there.
Well, personally, I'm glad to be back in the city.
What's the matter, Phil? Don't you like the desert?
No, that fresh air gets under my eyes and puffs them up.
Oh.
And I can't stand that hot sun beating down on my head.
Well, why don't you wear a hat?
Look, Jackson, I got gorgeous hair, and it would be sheer madness to hide it.
Well, that's the most conceited thing I ever heard. You know, Phil, I could have gorgeous hair, too, if I got it marcelled every week like you do.
Well, why don't you?
Well, maybe I will.
If you can get a Marcel, so can a coconut.
What? What did you say?
Should I put my jokes up, Mr. Benny?
Not this time, kid. This is strictly between Miss Livingston and me.
You want to step out in the alley?
Oh, quiet. We're talking to Phil about Palm Springs. Now, how long did it... Mary, put your dukes down. Phil, how long did it take you to drive back?
Well, with all this traffic and everything, about an hour and 45 minutes.
Only an hour and 45 minutes?
Yes, and I stopped for a rumble lesson in Pomona.
Well, I'll be darned. An hour and 45 minutes.
That's what I can't understand, Jack. Why in the world it could take you 4 days to drive that distance?
Well, we had a lot of tough breaks, Don, and hard luck all the way.
I'll say, just as we were pulling into Beaumont, all the tires blew out.
Yeah.
All 4 of them?
All 4 in the spare. They've got a union.
Wait a minute, you're wrong, Mary. We had that tire trouble in Banning. Beaumont is where we ran out of gas.
We ran out of gas in Azusa.
No, Mary, I think it was Arcadia. Yeah, we ran out of gas in Arcadia.
Arcadia's where the top blew off.
The top didn't blow off. It shook off. Besides, it didn't happen in Arcadia. It was Pasadena.
It was not.
It was, too.
Pasadena's where we hit a bump and the headlights changed places.
Oh, yes. We had motor trouble there, too.
Motor trouble? Were you held up very long?
Yeah, we had to stay overnight, so Jack and Rochester made a personal appearance at the theater.
That's right, Don. I figured as long as we had to stay there, we might as well do our act.
How was the business, Jackson? Did you pack 'em in?
Well, it was on such short notice, Phil, and then it was raining, and besides that, we were bucking a terrific picture that was playing right across the street.
Yeah? What was the name of it?
The Puppets of Passion, starring Ronald Glick and Heather Noodleman. Adults only. But we did pretty well at that. Anyway, enough of our adventures getting back home. What do you say, Phil? How about a band number?
Okay, Jackson. What do you want us to play? Something popular or something classified?
That's classical. Classified. Oh, brother, what a dodo.
Well, it ain't my fault. You dragged me down to Palm Springs, and I missed 4 weeks of night school.
Oh, that's right. You did miss night school. Did it set you back any?
Yeah, the teacher's going around with another guy now.
Oh, she is. Say, your teacher must be good looking.
Jackson, she's pretty enough to be a cigarette girl.
I see. Well, Phil, let me know when you graduate from school, will you? I want to send your diploma to Ripley. Now, let's have a number. I don't care whether it's classified or classical. Just play it. Wait a minute. Come in.
Pues bueno, muchachos, estamos esperando aquí mucho tiempo. No vale la pena. Mira la molestia que ya nos ha dado. Esperamos por tanto tiempo. Ya voy a pedir a Jack Benny que nos pague enseguida, pronto.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, who are these 3 guys?
Those are the boys that sang on the program last week.
Oh, the Guadalajara Trio from Palm Springs. Well, I paid them their money. What do they want?
More.
More. I gave them plenty. I gave you mucho pesos, boys, remember?
Pero queremos más dinero, por eso estamos aquí.
Look, fellas, if you want more money, I'll straighten it out with you tomorrow. Mañana. Mañana.
Why don't you pay them tonight?
I don't know the word. Mañana, boys. All right, go ahead and play, Phil. Hey, fellas, adios, will you? Adios. I wish I knew a good Spanish lawyer. That was Darling Nellie Gray, played by Phil Harris and his Classified Orchestra. Classified meaning I'm going to put an ad in the paper. I've had enough of them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oiga, Jack Benny, ¿por qué no la arreglamos ahora?
Oh, please, fellas, I'll pay you pronto. Pronto.
Pronto means right now.
Oh. Mañana, fellas. Mañana. Adios, will you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday night for our feature attraction, the Benny, We Know Our Business, but We're in the Wrong One players, will present their version of 20th Century Fox's version, of Jack Kirkland's version, of Erskine Caldwell's famous book, that sensational and daring saga of the Georgia Hill Country, Tobacco Road. Thank you, Cupcake. I should have hit that thing. I've got a muscle. Now, this great American classic will be the outstanding effort of our next Sunday's broadcast.
I haven't seen the picture yet, Jack. What's it like?
Well, it follows the play pretty closely, Mary. And just think, the legitimate show is still playing at the Forest Theater, New York. Remember the time I took you to see Tobacco Road when it first opened?
Oh, yes. Gee, that was a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
I'll never forget that night. You wore a derby hat, white spats, and a checkered suit.
And a bamboo cane. You know, in those days when I'd walk down the street, I wanted people to know I was an actor.
You never could tell in the theater.
Oh, yes, they could.
Say, Jackson, I remember Tobacco Road in them days.
Oh, did you see it, Phil?
No, I lived there.
Oh, that's right. Well, Phil, you can be our technical advisor and tell us when to take our shoes off. Anyway, folks, tonight, as a trailer to this outstanding dramatic vehicle, we are going to present a few of the highlights that will... Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bay. Guess who this is?
Well, really, I haven't the slightest idea.
I'll give you a hint. Who works harder than anybody in the world?
Not you, Rochester. I bet $12 you're laying down while you're talking to me. You got the phone in one hand and a chicken sandwich in the other.
White meat or dark meat?
Never mind. I'm very busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, I'm over here in Pasadena to pick up the Maxwell, but you didn't give me enough money.
Rochester, I gave you $20 to have that motor fixed. And that's plenty.
I know, but complications have set in.
What do you mean?
You remember how the motor used to backfire just before it blow up?
Yes.
Well, now it whistles 8 bars of there I go and boom.
Well, that's only because it's overheated. Is the fan turning over?
What's that, boss?
I said, is the fan turning over?
How can it? You've been wearing the belt for 2 weeks.
Well, that's your fault. You gave me a buckle for Christmas. Now tell the man to put on a new fan belt and have him fix that little leak in the radiator.
Little leak?
Yes.
Boss, that thing drips like a California sky.
No, it's not that bad. Now have it fixed and pay the garage man. And Rochester, if I didn't give you enough money, pay the difference and I will reimburse you.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'll reimburse you. That means I'll pay you back.
I know what it means. I just want to hear you say it.
You'll get it. Don't worry. Now see you at home.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I read in the paper where you signed a contract to make another picture pretty soon. Is that correct?
Yes, why?
I wish you'd speak to me about those things.
That's none of your business. Goodbye. To speak to him about it. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I start to announce, we will now have a preview of Tobacco Road. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Tobacco Road, a few of the highlights from this sensational production. First, romance.
I love you, Ellie Mae. What do you say we get hitched?
You mean get married?
No, get hitched. I want to plow the field.
Drama.
Hey, Jeter, ain't the crowd fleecy tonight?
That's the mattress. You're under the bed.
Intrigue.
Is there anybody home?
Yes. Come in, Tree.
Comedy.
Why does a hen cross the road?
So Jack can have pressed chicken.
Now cut that out.
Suspense. Estamos cansados de esperar aquí. Queremos el dinero.
I told you, fellas, mañana. Mañana.
Technicolor.
Oh, boss.
Rochester. These are only a few of the highlights of dramatic thrills that are in store for you next Sunday night. Don't forget to tune in, folks. Tobacco Road.
Bigger than puppets of passion.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Many folks find that Sunday evening is a swell time for writing those letters they've intended to write all week but just haven't got around to. So if you haven't yet written for your copy of General Foods' new dessert recipe book, as I know you've meant to, why not do it tonight? Just address an envelope to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Then place a dime in coin or stamps in the envelope, together with your name and address, and mail it right away. In return, we'll send you a copy of our new dessert recipe book, a big 48-page recipe book so beautiful that you'll never tire of looking at it, and so convenient that you'll use it not just once or twice, but all the time. It's a new idea in recipe books altogether because it's designed to give you a different idea for dessert every single day of the year. There are tempting suggestions and recipes for 365 luscious desserts. Pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and every other kind of treat you can think of, including lots of desserts made with rich, shimmering Jell-O. And this grand book is simply full of colorful, fascinating pictures, lovely photographs, and clever, attractive paintings. Page after page of them. So don't wait another day to send for this useful and beautiful book. Tonight, take a few minutes to write for your copy. Just send 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Be sure you remember the address. Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan.
Number of the 24th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure to tune in and hear our version of Tobacco Road. Say, Mary, I'm going to be a hillbilly next week. I better dig up some old clothes.
Why don't you wear that checkered suit? You still got it.
Oh, yes. But the coat is so tight on me now. I'll never be able to get my muscle in it.
Oh, just wear the vest. That hollow chest of yours will fit anything.
Not when I inhale. Good night, folks.
Rochester, step on it, or we'll be late for the broadcast.
Okay, boss.
Don't turn here. We got to pick up Miss Livingston.
Pick up Miss Livingston?
Yes, then we've got to pick up Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson. This is our first program, and it's up to me to gather my little group together.
What are you, mother hen?
Never mind what I am. Be careful of those bumps. No wonder you wouldn't put a little air in these tires.
There's plenty of air. There just ain't enough tires.
Now, don't be so funny. I've got a brand new one on the front.
Sure stands out, don't it?
Rochester, just drive. Take it easy. Here we are at Miss Livingston's house now.
There she is, waiting for us.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't she look cute? Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Gee, Mary, I called you only 10 minutes ago. I'm surprised to see you all dressed up and waiting for us.
I owe it all to zippers.
Well, they are very handy. Well, hop in the car. We got to get to the studio.
Okay. Hold those springs down. I don't want to tear my new dress.
All right, get in. There you are.
Ouch, they got me.
Isn't that awful? Rochester, how many times have I told you to fix these seat cushions?
Either 9 or 10.
Well, I wish I knew what number was bingo with you. Now get going. We still got to pick up Phil and Don.
Okay, boss.
This motor's a little cold.
Gee, Jack, I thought you told me you bought a new car this year.
I said nothing of the kind. I said I was looking at new cars.
That'll never start a boom.
Rochester, this is a two-way conversation, so keep out of it.
Oh, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Still driving a 1920 Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute. It's a late 1920. Anyway, in a couple of weeks, I may trade it in on a new model.
Don't do anything rash. I hear the horse is coming back.
Well, thanks for the tip. Now, turn here at this corner, Rochester. We got to pick up Mr. Harris.
I think we better stop and get some gas.
Yeah, so we can make it. We only got about 5 more blocks to go.
I know, but we've been riding on borrowed time all week.
What are you talking about? Look at that gauge. The needle says full.
You glued it there.
I did not. Now, hurry up. We got to get to Mr. Harris.
Where are we going to meet Phil?
Well, he told me to pick him up at Maisie's beauty parlor. Probably getting the bags under his eyes pressed.
Oh, Jack, you're always running him down.
I am, eh?
Yes. You're just jealous because Phil's handsome and you're you.
Look, Mary, if you think I'm homely, why don't you come right out and say so?
It was perfectly clear to me.
Rochester, when I want anything decoded, I'll ask you. Until then, hush your mouth. Now pull over. There's the beauty parlor. Rochester, run in and get Mr. Harris. We haven't much time.
Never mind. Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Phil.
Well, how do I look?
Oh, just like Ann Sheridan. Now get in the car. Move over, Mary.
Boy, what an afternoon I had, sitting under that hot dryer.
Gee, I can imagine.
Who does your hair, Phil? Gladys or Maybelle?
Oh, I always use Goldie. She can curl rings around the other girls.
You know, Phil, if you'd wave your baton more and your hair less, I'd be a lot happier. Have you any good orchestra numbers prepared for our first show?
Darned if I know. I haven't seen my boys in a month.
Why, Phil Harris, you mean to say you haven't even rehearsed for our opening program? We'll be on the air in 5 minutes.
All right, so my band will sound spontaneous.
Spontaneous?
Yes, Mary, that's French for lousy. Can you imagine that? A guy has all summer to get a couple of numbers ready and doesn't do a thing about it.
Ah, stop worrying. My orchestra will sound as good as last year.
Well, Phil, for your information, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, orchestra better get better, or orchestra better get. Get it? I'd remember that, Phil. Who are you tooting at, Rochester?
There's Kenny Baker.
Kenny Baker, where?
There he is, sitting on his front porch.
Oh, yes. Hello, Kenny. Oh, Kenny.
He can't answer. He's on another program.
Oh, that's right. Say, Rochester, you better step on it. We still have to pick up Don Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, my.
Well, what are you my about? This car seats 5, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Mr. Wilson seats 2.
Now, there's plenty of room, Rochester. He can sit in front with you.
You know, boss, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when fat man sit down in small car sit down also.
All right, Confucius, just drive.
Hey, Jack, isn't that Don Wilson's house there on the corner?
Yeah, there it is.
Look, there's his mother in front selling Jell-O.
Oh, loyal, isn't she? Slow down, Rochester. Oh, Mrs. Wilson! Mrs. Wilson!
What flavor, please?
Strawberry, and where's Donald?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Don's gone ahead to the studio.
Oh, he has. Well, thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Jell-O, get your Jell-O here. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Oh, isn't she a sweet little lady? Huh?
Hey, Jack, look what time it is.
Oh, my goodness. Step on it, Rochester. We'll be late for the first broadcast.
I told you we better get some gas. This miracle can't last.
Oh, it's downhill from now on, so hurry.
Okay, boss.
Not too fast. There's no top on this car.
There was when we started.
Oh, did we lose that again? Faster, Rochester, faster.
Darn it, my hair's blowing all over the place.
Well, stop complaining. So is mine.
Yeah, but yours blows right off.
Is that so? Come on, step on it, Rochester. We'll be late. Step on it.
K-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Merry O Land of Oz. Well, here we are again, folks, beginning our 6th year on the air for Jell-O. Sounds like a long time, but speaking for myself, I never knew time could go so fast. Why, it's disappeared before my very eyes, the way a Jell-O dessert disappears when you serve it to the family. For Jell-O has been good news to families ever since your grandmother brought home her first package of it, more than 40 years ago. And it's better news than ever today, for Jell-O has been constantly improved. It's quicker and easier to prepare nowadays. Dissolves instantly and sets quickly. It's far less expensive to buy, one of the most economical desserts you can have. And that wonderful Jell-O flavor has been made extra rich, made so full-bodied and tempting that it rivals the real ripe fruit. So remember what I've been telling you for the past 5 years. Those big red letters spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. Played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as this is our inaugural program of the new Jell-O series, I would like to present our master of ceremonies. Who is he?
Who is he?
To begin with, he's a star of stage, screen, and radio. Plays the violin and was born in Waukegan, Illinois.
Oh, it must be me.
He spends money like a drunken sailor.
Now that throws me off. Oh, well.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, there you are. It's up to you. Who is he?
Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. For heaven's sake, Jack Benny. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm simply amazed at our audience. I've only been off the air 14 weeks. You'd think that somebody would have recognized me.
Well, Jack, you can't exactly blame our guests here tonight. After all, they're strangers.
Well, my father isn't a stranger. Look at him sitting in the second row. He's still guessing. Well, anyway, Don, it's sure good to be back on the air again, isn't it?
It certainly is. You know, Jack, I'm much happier when I'm working than when I'm laying off.
Me too, Don. I hate just walking by the bank. What have you been doing this summer, Don? Did you have a nice vacation?
Well, Jack, I didn't do much of anything. I just got on my yacht and took a cruise up and down the coast. It was a lot of fun.
You got on your yacht? Why, Don, do you own a yacht?
Oh, sure. I bought one last July. It's a tremendous thing.
Well, that's quite a surprise. You mean to say that you bought a yacht on what I... Well,
I was pretty lucky in the stock market this summer.
Oh, you must have been, Don. You must have been. Well, that was nice, Don. I'm glad you had such a grand summer. And, you know, I've never seen you looking better. You've lost weight, haven't you?
Yes, floating in the salt air will do that for you. I've lost 5 pounds.
5 pounds. That's like a centipede losing a toenail. 5 pounds.
Well, it's a start. By the way, Jack, what did you do on your vacation?
Well, I wanted to do something different this year, so Rochester and I just piled into my car, took a tent along, and toured the whole country. You know, we sort of led the gypsy life.
The gypsy life, huh?
Yes, Rochester read tea leaves, and I played the fiddle. We did very well in Memphis. And, oh, Don, I must tell you something. Just a second. Come in.
Pardon me. Is this the Aldrich family?
No, this is the Benny family. The Aldrich family has moved to another station.
Well, turn my dial. Goodbye.
Oh, how I'd love to. Well, anyway, Don, say, what was I talking about?
You were telling me about your vacation, Jack.
Oh, yes. I must tell you what happened when I was... Oh, wait a minute. I'll tell you later. Here comes Mary.
Hello, Joe. What do you know? I'm back again on the Jell-O show. I hope I make you laugh and giggle. Chop, 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 and dig, dig, diggle.
Well... Well, it was certainly nice to you, Mary. I didn't get a reception like that.
Hello, Mary. It's sure good to see you again.
Oh, hello, Don. Say, what happened to you? You look marvelous.
Well, thanks. I've been taking good care of myself this summer.
Yes, Mary. Don lost 5 pounds on his yacht.
His stomach looks thinner, too.
Certainly does. Say, you got quite a nice coat of tan, Mary. What'd you do all summer?
Well, I stayed right here in Hollywood until we had that awful heat wave. Good thing you missed it.
Yeah, they tell me it was pretty bad here.
Jack, it was simply unbearable. It was 107 degrees in my shade.
Well, you must have been in demand, Don. Say, Mary, you didn't stay in town during that hot spell, did you?
No, I went down to Laguna Beach and spent 2 weeks with my aunt and uncle.
Oh, is your uncle in business down there?
Yes, he's a shill for a lemonade stand.
Well, that's quite a novel occupation. So you were down at the beach, huh?
Yeah. And, oh, Jack, I must tell you.
What?
I met the cutest lifeguard down there.
Yeah?
What a doll.
Uh-huh.
He saved my life 4 times.
Mary, how could he save your life? You always wear water wings.
I bit a hole in him.
Well, that was using your teeth. So you found a new romance, eh? What's his name, Mary?
Barracuda Jones.
Oh, I'd like to catch him, or meet him sometime. Bring him over. Well, Don, I think it's about time that Mr. Harris got here. Where's Phil?
Here I am, Jackson.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. This is Smiling Phil Harris, back on the good old Jello program. Yeah, make it Jello. Back at the NBC studio, which is just a mile and a half from the Wilshire Bowl, no cover charge. Yeah.
Don't humor him, folks. He's conceited enough. Well, Phil, that's quite an entrance you gave yourself. Music and everything.
Well, I had nothing to do with that, Jack. The boys planned it themselves. It was spontaneous.
Is that from the French?
Definitely. Well, Phil, at that, I don't blame you for giving yourself a build-up on the first show. And now that you're here, how about a number?
Look, I'm an actor. I ain't playing till I get a little dialogue.
Oh, a little dialogue, eh? All right, then. Tell me, Phil, what'd you do this summer? Did you have a nice vacation?
I certainly did.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, Phil Harris.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I told you I'm not playing a number until I get a couple of laughs here.
Phil, the easiest way for you to get laughs is to play a number. Now, go ahead.
Okay, Jackson.
Oh, by the way, Jack,
Yeah.
I meant to ask you, aren't we going to have a singer on the show this season?
Oh, of course, Don. I'm trying out a young tenor. He's a kind of a cute kid, too. He should be here soon.
Say, Jack.
What?
Tell him about that other singer you wanted to get.
What other singer?
You know, the one you thought you could put over on the sponsor.
I didn't try to put anything over, so don't...
What was it, Barry?
Well, after Kenny Baker left, Jack thought he'd save a little money this year.
I did not.
What happened, Mary?
He tried to get his canary on the program.
Well, I just figured it'd be a novelty for a couple of weeks. Besides, Dickie Boy can whistle Sunrise Serenade with the best of them. Believe me.
What's the name of this young fellow you're trying out?
His name is Day, Dennis Day. His mother's here with him.
How old is she?
It's none of your business. Anyway, you'll meet him soon. Now, go ahead, Phil. Let's hear a good, hot tune.
Would you like to hear something about 107 in the Shade?
As if you could, brother. Play anything. We can take it. Hold it a minute. Answer the phone there.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes. It's for you, Jack. It's Mrs. Day.
Oh, Dennis's mother. Give me that phone. Oh, boy, what I've gone through with her already. Hello, Mrs. Day. How are you? Yes. Uh-huh. Yes, we're expecting you right away. Well, look, Mrs. Day, can't Dennis take his bath later? I mean, we're on the air now. We need him. Fine, he's been in town 3 weeks, and he has to take a bath today.
That'll never hurt the program.
Quiet. Now, look, Mrs. Day, I'm not trying to run your affairs, but you see, this is our first program of the season, and Dennis should be here on time. You know, this isn't a clam bake. We're established. Now, please hop in a car and rush Dennis over here immediately. What? Should he wear a blue suit or a gray suit?
Tell her to wrap a towel around him.
Mary. He can wear anything, Mrs. Day. Now, hurry, won't you? Goodbye. Oh, boy, what a lilac she is. Play, Phil. That canary wasn't such a bad idea after all. was Go Fly a Kite from the Star Maker, played by Phil Harris and his spontaneous orchestra. Say, Phil, that number sounded a lot better than I expected. Wasn't it good, Mary?
Yeah, that was swell, Phil.
Oh, it was all right, but personally, I thought the boys played a little too pianissimo.
Too what?
Pianissimo. Too loud.
Phil, even though you carry a union card, for your information, pianissimo means soft. Fortissimo is loud.
Is that so? Would you like to make a little bet on that?
Would I like to? I'd love to.
Then you must be right.
You're darn right I'm right. You know, I didn't study music 15 years for nothing.
No kidding, Jack. Did you study the violin for 15 years?
I certainly did.
He admits it yet.
Listen, Mary. Mary, you can joke about it now, but when I was a young fella, I was torn between two loves. In fact, it was a toss-up whether I'd become a concert violinist or a comedian. I didn't know which path to take.
Don't tell her finish. I'm reading the book.
That's very amusing, Mary. However, if you'd like to know the truth, the first time that I... Hey, that must be Dennis Day and his mother. Now, listen, fellas, before they come in, I want to tell you something. While they're here, I want you to show me a little courtesy and respect. I'd like to get this kid started out on the right foot. Now, remember that.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And that's more like it.
There's somebody at the door, kind sir.
All right, don't overdo it. Come in. Well, how do you do, Mrs. Day? How do you do? Come right in.
Thank you. Come along, Dennis.
Yes, come in. Well, I'm glad you found the studio all right, Mrs. Day. Did you take a cab like I told you to?
Yes, it was $1.65. Here's the slip.
Oh.
You sure walked into that one.
Oh, well, I don't mind.
Then smile.
Mary, I'll mind my face and you mind your business. Oh, Mrs. Day, I want you to meet the members of my cast. This is Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, and Phil Harris.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Day? How do you do, Mr. Day?
And this is her little boy, Dennis.
Say hello to the people, Dennis. Hello to the people.
Oh, fine.
Well, naturally, Mary, he's a little nervous, aren't you, Dennis?
Am I, Mother? Certainly not.
Oh. Now, Dennis, I want you to feel right at home here. After all, I know you must be a little bit nervous. We're all your friends, and we want to help you in every possible way.
I'm indeed grateful, Mr. Benny.
That's sweet. And now, Mrs. Day.
Yes?
How can a basso profundo like that have a tenor for a son? Now, Mrs. Day, I realize this being Dennis's first time here that you're not aware of our schedule. You see, we have a very definite starting time.
You have?
Yes. We do our first broadcast at exactly 4 o'clock Pacific time, and our repeat broadcast at precisely 8:30. Now, is that clear?
Perfectly. And when is payday?
Payday?
That's not so definite.
Miss Livingston, please. Oh, he'll get paid, Mrs. Day. Don't worry about that. Now, Dennis, I think that about covers everything. That's all there is, and that's all you have to know. You're here to sing, so just be on time and do your best. Now, are there any questions?
Yes, when do I get some funny lines?
Funny lines?
I know how you feel, Bub.
Phil, you complain once more, and you'll be known as the silent maestro. Now, Dennis, what song have you selected for your debut on our Jell-O program?
He's going to sing a delightful new number called Good Night, My Beautiful. It's becoming very popular.
Yes, I know. It's a grand number. Now, before you sing, Dennis, I thought our audience would like to know something more. Know your age. How old are you?
59, including Mother.
Well, that's not what I meant, Dennis. How old are you by yourself?
Dennis is just 19.
19. Well, 19 from 59. That makes you 40, doesn't it, Mrs. Day?
I'll take that.
Take it. You snapped at it. Now, just one more question, Dennis. Where is your home? That is, where were you born?
Dennis was born at Cairo, Illinois.
Oh, Cairo, eh?
Whoop, an Egyptian.
Bill, the boy was born in Cairo, Illinois, not Egypt.
Well, a comedian like me overlooks them details.
I'd like to catch you overlooking the Grand Canyon someday. Now, go ahead, Dennis. We're all waiting and anxious to hear your song. Now, This is the microphone.
How do you do?
You are nervous, aren't you? Well, go right ahead. You haven't a thing to worry about. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his first song on the Jello program, Dennis Day will sing Good Night, My Beautiful from George White's Candles. Take it, my boy.
Now remember, Dennis, breathe deeply.
Yes, Mother.
Don't forget the words.
No, Mother.
Come here, let me fix your tie.
Oh, don't bother, Mrs. Day. You know this isn't television.
You're quite fortunate, Mr. Benny.
Very good, Mrs. Day, very good. Sing, Dennis. Oh, boy, I'd love to give her a hot foot.
Good night, my beautiful. The night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dream of you. Darling, someday I hope that bidding you good night will mean nothing more than turning out a light. Someday good night will bring me closer to you. But in the meantime, this will have to do. Good night, my beautiful. Just being with you is so beautiful, and tearing away from your arms is not easy to do. Good night, my wonderful. There's nobody who is so wonderful. Each moment with you is like living a dream come true. So hold me close to you. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Your love is all I have to waken for tomorrow. Good night, my beautiful. The night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dreams of you. My wonderful dreams of you.
Dennis, that was very, very good. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. You've made me the happiest girl in the world.
Oh, he is nervous, folks. Play, Phil.
Want to enjoy real delicious old-fashioned goodness and a new-fashioned dessert, a dessert that's quick and easy and inexpensive, here's the answer. Jell-O chocolate pudding. Yes, ma'am, there's the answer to your family when they ask you for something new for dessert. Jell-O chocolate pudding is the best-tasting dessert you ever dipped a spoon in. Rich and creamy with a satin smoothness, with an old-fashioned chocolate flavor, and a rich, full chocolate flavor that's tempting and delicious. And best of all, Jell-O chocolate pudding is just one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, mellow tasting and smooth. It has a delicious taffy color and a real true butterscotch flavor as appetizing as old-fashioned butterscotch candy. And there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, delicate and inviting, always a family favorite. All 3 Jell-O puddings are quick and easy to make. The simple directions are in every package, and the easiest and most economical way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding.
This is the last number of the first program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, our first program is over. Aren't you happy?
Yeah. Just think, only 38 more weeks and we can take our vacation.
That's right. Gee, I don't know where to go. Do you?
Oh, we'll someplace think of...
Gee, I don't know where to go. Do you?
Oh, we'll think... I'm nervous, Jack.
Oh, we'll think of someplace. Yeah, good night, folks. See you next week.
News. There'll be another Jell-O product on the air starting next Tuesday night, October 10th. Jell-O Puddings. Jell-O Puddings will bring you the Aldrich family, and if you've enjoyed the adventures of Henry Aldrich all summer, we think you'll be mighty glad to know that he'll be with you this winter, too. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. Next Tuesday, October 10th.
The merry old land of Oz is from the Wizard of Oz. Go Fly a Kite is from the Star Maker. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Young, and Frank Lovejoy in Goodbye, My Fancy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that if you had a choice of going back into the past and reliving a part of your lives, a great many of you would pick your college days. Or perhaps rather than relive them, you'd just like to return there now, be awarded an honorary degree for your present accomplishments, and maybe rekindle an old romance. That's what our heroine does in tonight's play, which is based on the stage play Goodbye, My Fancy by Fay Kanan. As our stars of this intriguing story from the Warner Brothers Studios, we have one of Hollywood's finest actresses, Barbara Stanwyck, and co-starring in their original roles, Frank Lovejoy and Robert Young, who make it, rather difficult for Barbara to make up her mind between the old romance and the new. And for romance, a young man's fancy naturally turns to lovely girls with perfect complexions. We'd like to recommend Lux Toilet Soap for that fine beauty care. There is no better guarantee for romance than a radiant complexion. Now, Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. Among the members of the United States Congress, few are more widely respected and certainly none is more attractive than the Honorable Agatha Reed. Miss Reed has just returned to her office, lightly battle-worn, after another harrowing day in the cause of better government.
All right, Woody, what's the mail?
Another 1,000 or so letters. Make another speech like that last one, and you'll get the post office out of the red.
What's this one?
Marion Dennis, radio interview about your book.
Oh, I've been avoiding her for weeks. All right, but not before the middle of June.
What about this invitation? It's from Good Hope College.
You know I haven't time to... Why, it's from Good Hope.
Yeah, that's what I said. Then you said...
Woody, they want to give me an honorary degree.
Well, what's so special about that? You turned down Wellesley without blinking an eye.
But you don't understand. I went to Good Hope.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, take a letter.
Shall I type it on parchment?
Special delivery to Dr. James Merrill, President, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. My dear Jim, I can't tell you how... No, you'd better make that... Dear Dr. Merrill, I can't tell you how happy I was to receive your gracious invitation to return to Good Hope for an honorary degree. Good Hope has always been close to me, and nothing short of a congressional crisis will keep me away. And if I may be sentimental, it would give me great pleasure to be able to stay in my old rooms. Sincerely, Agatha Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Griswold.
Is he in? Dr. Merrill in his office?
I believe he's alone, Mr. Griswold, but perhaps I...
Never mind. I'm going in. Jim, I've got to talk to you.
Good. Well, sit down, won't you?
Last night, I wrote a letter to Agatha Reed. As chairman of the Board of Trustees, I thought it would be nice to let her know how happy we all are that she accepted your invitation.
Well, that was very thoughtful.
Then 10 minutes after the letter was mailed, my wife told me.
Your wife told you what?
That she used to be Agatha Reed's classmate.
Oh, I thought you knew.
And that Agatha Reed was expelled for staying out all night.
Yes, she was.
We're giving an honorary degree to a woman who was once expelled from here? Now, look, Jim, we're going to call the whole thing off.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Claude. I've given the announcement to the papers. And Real Magazine is sending a man up to cover the commencement.
Real Mag? Oh, that's great. If they ever find out about her being expelled, we'll all wind up on the cover. There were a dozen women to choose from, but you've got to pick a hot potato like Agatha Reed. Why?
Well, Good Hope meted out some pretty harsh punishment to her. I think it's time we told her we were sorry. What's more, she's one of the most outstanding women in the nation. A woman who's won recognition as a columnist, war correspondent, and author.
We've got to go through with it, huh?
Yes, and stop worrying.
And it's entirely in your hands, Jim. She's your baby till after commencement.
Thank you, Claude. I find the prospect very interesting.
You may as well go on home, Woody. Our train doesn't leave until midnight. You can meet me at the station. What about my warm milk?
Room service is sending it up. Maybe I should tell him to put it in a baby bottle.
Meaning what?
Oh, this trip back to the cradle. A crowded calendar, 2 important bills coming out of committee, election 4 months away, and we're off to braid a daisy chain at some college.
Now, look, Woody, I'm going to enjoy this weekend. I'm going to be sentimental. I'm going to cry. I'm going to walk barefoot down memory lane with ivy entwined in my hair. And if you don't like it, you don't have to look.
I'll bring my dark glasses.
Do that. Oh, and leave the door unlocked for room service, will you? The door's open. Just put the milk on the table, please.
Just milk today? No butter, eggs, yummy yogurt?
Matt!
That's right, Aggie. Real Magazine's favorite photographer. And yours.
Matt!
You just said that. Usual greeting after 5 years is, well, this is a surprise.
I'm sorry you caught me off guard.
I didn't think that was possible.
I see you haven't changed.
Oh, neither have you. A little more dignified, perhaps. A little more, shall we say, refined. But just as attractive as ever.
I thought you were in Europe.
Well, I got back this afternoon. I thought I'd find out about that date we had in Paris. When you didn't show up for 5 years, I began to wonder, is it on or off?
I'm sure you didn't come here to dig all that up.
You mind telling me why you didn't show up?
Well, does it matter now?
Well, of course it matters. When a woman runs out on a man, he ought to know why. Helps him the next time.
I suppose it never occurred to you that I might have been in love with someone else.
Well, it occurred to me, but I rejected it.
Really? Why?
Well, because I've kept tabs on you, Aggie. That hasn't been hard, not with a congresswoman. Congratulations. You're doing a great job.
What about before I was a congresswoman?
Well, those were my years.
And the years before that?
Oh. Well, why haven't you done something about the guy?
Maybe I will. Now, do you mind, Matt? I'm in the midst of packing. I want you to leave.
Did you ever get those pictures I sent you from China?
Yes, I did.
Did you like the one of yourself? The one on the Orient Express near in Paris.
No, I didn't like it.
Why not?
Well, the one time you don't expect to be photographed is asleep in a train compartment. Besides, the occasion wasn't exactly the kind of thing I wanted recorded for posterity.
That's funny. I thought it had the makings of one of the big moments of history. Come to think of it, you did, too.
Oh, Matt, please. It was fun, but war has a way of making little moments seem big at the time.
Well, that's very penetrating. May I quote you sometime?
Well, I'm sorry if I said it badly, but it's true. We were a nice snapshot, but never a family portrait.
Oh, I get it. It's subtle, but I get it.
You've got to go now. I have to catch the New Yorker at midnight.
The New Yorker?
Yes, and I haven't even started to
The
pack
New Yorker. Here I've been holding you up with idle chit-chat, and all the time we're going to be traveling companions.
You're going to be on that train?
Happy coincidence, just like the good old Orient Express.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I know what trains do to some people. So long, Aggie. I'll see you on the New Yorker.
Western Union, please. This is Agatha Reed. I want to send a straight wire to Dr. James Merrill, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. Have you got that? Please don't have anyone meet train. Have decided to come by plane. Sign it, Agatha Reed. Thank you. Yes?
Room service, Miss Reed.
Come in.
Your warm milk, Miss Reed.
I've changed my mind. Just bring me a double brandy. So this is it, huh? Dear old school days. Oh, Woody, just look. Oh, this wonderful, wonderful dormitory. My old room, the same furniture, the same pictures, everything just the way it was. Looks fierce, doesn't it? Do you know what those girls told me? They moved all these things up from the basement just for me. Oh, I haven't cried in years. It feels wonderful.
Look, if you're such a big shot, how come nobody bothered to meet you?
Because I purposely stopped the taxi 2 blocks away. That was Memory Lane we walked through.
That alfalfa field is Memory Lane?
I'm sorry for you, Woody, if you don't have something like this to remember. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Reed.
Oh, I'm the one who should be sorry, dear, putting you out of your rooms like this.
Oh, no. Mary Nell and I think it's the greatest honor we've ever known. It's this, Miss Reed, your book, Women in the Vanguard.
If you'll pardon me, Agatha, I'll run out and tear down some ivy for my hair. A wreath, you know.
Oh, Woody, really. And now, what about the book?
Well, Dr. Pitt said we all ought to read it.
Your political science teacher?
No, physics. In his classes, you learn about everything.
Well, it sounds as if I'd like to know him.
I was wondering if you'd autograph it for me.
I'd love to. Now, what name do I write?
Virginia. Would you make it Ginny? Ginny Merrill.
Ginny Merrill. Will your parents be here for commencement?
There's just my father. Mother died 4 years ago.
Oh. Does your father have to come very far?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, he's...
You're Jim Merrill's daughter, aren't you?
Why, yes.
Oh, I might have known. I knew your father very well. He was my favorite professor.
What was he like, Miss Reed?
Oh, he was very handsome. All the girls were in love with him.
They still are. But that's not what I meant. Was he a good teacher?
He was a wonderful teacher.
I wish he were still a teacher.
Oh? Is being president of a college so bad?
It's different.
Different?
I'd better be going, Miss Reed. Is it all right if I tell my father you're here? I'm sure he must be anxious to see you.
Perhaps I'd better walk over to his office.
Oh, no. He'll want to call on you. And thanks again, Miss Reed. Oh, excuse me.
That's all right. We just had a phone call, Real Magazine. They're covering your weekend here.
Oh, how nice.
Oh, it's better than that. They're sending Matt Cole.
Who did you say?
Matt Cole, the war photographer.
You're joking. Why should they send him here? This isn't his type of thing at all.
Yeah, but why the blood pressure?
Get Real Magazine on the phone immediately. I'll put a stop to this right now.
Why bother?
I want to bother, and don't argue.
Okay. Hello, get me New York. Yeah, Real Magazine.
I want to speak to Bronson personally.
Make that person to Mr. Bronson, will you? That's right. He owns the magazine. Is this a matter of life and death?
I asked you not to argue. Just get Bronson on the phone.
I can't. The circuits are busy.
Give me the phone. Hello? This is Agatha Reed. On that call to Real Magazine, it's most important.
This is a crisis?
I'd appreciate it if you do everything you possibly can. Come in. Jim.
Agatha, it's been a long time.
20 years.
I'm taking advantage of my position. The entire college is waiting to meet you.
I'm overcome. I mean it, Jim.
My daughter mentioned your secretary was with you.
Woody's downstairs with the telephone operator. There's an important call I'm trying to put through.
Oh, I'm glad we're alone. You're looking very well, Agatha.
Thank you, Jim.
I suppose you realize you're in for quite a weekend.
Yes, I've seen the agenda.
We start in an hour with your official reception. I can turn my back if you'd like to escape.
I wouldn't think of it. Vanity, I guess. I suppose everyone dreams of coming back for an honorary degree. It's a popular ambition, like wanting a mink coat.
Or to be president.
Yes. How does it feel?
Well, it's never dull. The faces change so often. And with so much youth around, you actually get the feeling you're preserving your own.
Well, your daughter should keep you young. She's a lovely child. No, that's wrong. She's not a child. What are we at that age, Jim? That wonderful, terrible in-between time. You've seen so many of us.
Yeah, well, tell me about yourself, Agatha. Have you been happy?
Well, I've been busy.
Yes, I've followed your career very closely.
In that case, I won't have to bring you up to date on the past 20 years.
No, only the first year. I've never quite caught up with that first year. Perhaps it's my vanity. But all these years, I've wondered what happened. Why you just disappeared.
Oh, it was very stupid of me to get caught climbing in my window at 5 a.m. I hope the girls are more expert now.
I wouldn't know. I'm not up on the statistics.
Listen, Jim, it would have made no difference to the trustees that you were the man and that we were planning to be married. I would have been kicked out anyway, only you would have been kicked out with me.
I thought we decided to take that chance.
I couldn't let you do it. They were already eyeing you for the presidency.
Well, where did you go? My letters came back. When I phoned your home, they said they didn't know where you were.
Yes, I made them promise. Once I weakened and started to write you a letter, but I never did finish it. And then later on, I read about your marriage.
Yes. Did Ginny tell you anything about her mother?
No.
She was a wonderful woman. We had a lot of things in common. That helped to balance the things we didn't have. She died 4 years ago.
Why did you feel that you had to tell me that?
I don't know exactly, I suppose.
What are you trying to say, Jim?
You came up here this weekend. Why?
Well, don't you remember? You invited me.
I carried that invitation around for 2 years before I sent it.
Oh, that was silly, Jim. I answered it as soon as I got it.
Bronson's in Chicago. I just told... Oh, sorry if I interrupted.
That's quite all right. I was just leaving.
Dr. Merrill, my secretary and right arm, Miss Wood.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Reed, did I tell you it's wonderful to have you back?
Yes, you did, Dr. Merrill. But it's good to hear it again.
I'll see you at the reception. There'll be a committee calling for you at 4 o'clock. Oh, it's nice to have you here, too, Miss Wood.
Thank you. Rexy's nice looking, isn't he?
Yes, isn't he?
Looked mighty cozy just now, talking over old history exams.
Do you know what's wrong with you? You're so used to having your thumb in every Washington pie that you can't...
stop filibustering.
All right, Woody, it's so.
What so?
Just what you're thinking.
Oh.
He's the first man I ever loved.
He's what?
Maybe the only one. The truth is, I'd marry him tomorrow if he asked me.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
What's the matter? Are you against marriage, too?
Well, of course not, but you're smack in the middle of an election campaign and 100 other things. Your life's too busy.
Oh, there's quite a difference between a busy life and a full one. I thought you'd be happy for me.
Well, what do you expect? I don't even know the guy.
Well, I know him. Well, this isn't just a whim, Woody. This is something I've waited for and thought about for 20 years. Maybe the most important thing in my whole life. That's why I don't want anything to spoil it. That's why I don't want... What about the phone call?
Phone call?
Mr. Bronson, Real Magazine.
Oh, that. They're expecting him back at his hotel.
Anything I can do?
Oh, all right, Matt. Come on in. What do you think you're doing here?
My job. I'm a photographer.
You don't expect me to believe they picked you for an assignment like this, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I asked for it. I had a great idea for a layout. The Honorable Agatha Reed and How She Grew.
Don't try anything. I'm warning you, Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
This is my secretary, Miss Wood.
Hi.
Oh, it's a real pleasure. Would you mind directing me to the president's office?
Why?
I'm supposed to check in with the old codger.
Well, you'll probably find the old codger in the administration building.
Now, where might that be?
Woody?
Let's go, Mr. Cole.
Thanks, Woody. I wouldn't want him to get lost.
Well, if I do, I'll send up a flare.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Bronson. We've been trying all over to find you. I mean, well,
Well, say something.
we just wanted to tell you we decided to renew our subscription. You can tell me something, Mr. Cole. Why was the Honorable so upset about you coming up here?
She thinks I'm in the employ of a foreign government.
Oh, come on, Gid. You're about as innocent as a rattlesnake.
All right. I'm here because I think she's on the verge of making a big mistake.
What kind of a mistake?
For a man, there's only one kind of mistake a woman can make. Another man.
Why should that bother you?
That shouldn't be hard for a smart girl like you to figure out.
Oh, no. Now I know who you are. You're up here to make trouble. That's who you are. But no fisticuffs when we get there. This is supposed to be a happy weekend.
When we get there? Wait a minute. Don't tell me he's the president of this seminary.
I thought you knew.
No, thanks for telling me.
You tricked me. Wild horses wouldn't have dragged that out of me.
Forget it. What am I worried about? If I can't take her away from some old Mr. Chips, I'll quit the business.
Ha!
What does that mean?
Get out that flare, Mr. Cole. You're going to need it.
Act 2 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole, and Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill. The faculty reception in honor of Agatha Reed is in full progress. Among those present are Matt Cole and a professor of physics named Dr. Pitt.
You care for a cup of punch, Mr. Cole?
Oh, thank you. You have to go through this every year, Dr. Pitt.
Occupational hazard. But I'm rather enjoying it.
You mean it can be worse than this?
It's just that this is my last faculty reception. Good Hope and I'll soon be going our separate ways. I haven't been exactly happy under the present management.
With Dr. Merrill?
Oh, no. Claude Griswold, our illustrious chairman of the board.
Ah.
Meanwhile, Mr. Cole, let's drink to Saturday morning.
What's with Saturday morning?
Oh, that's when I'll be asked to resign. I shall take my departure in a blaze of futile glory.
You're going to blow up the physics building?
Not exactly. But there will be an explosion of a kind.
What kind, Dr. Pitt?
That's my little secret, Mr. Cole. Oh, this punch, it's not very stimulating, is it?
Oh, you're wrong, Dr. Pitt. I feel a noticeable lift. As a matter of fact,
Is there something wrong, Mr. Cole?
Seems our guest of honor has disappeared.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Miss Reed and Dr. Merrill walk out there to the terrace just a moment ago.
Well, that should make a charming picture for the magazine. Excuse me, Dr. Pitt.
I suppose I had no right to take you out here, Agatha. But there won't be many opportunities to be alone. And there's so much I want to say.
We had the same problem 20 years ago, Jim. Until we discovered the amphitheater. Remember?
I was just about to suggest it. The usual time, the reception will be over by then.
The usual time. And thank you for remembering.
How could I ever? Oh, Mr. Cole.
I'm sorry if I startled you, Doctor, but the layout wouldn't be complete without a picture of the president and his #1 graduate.
Might have been a better picture if you'd given us a little warning.
Mr. Cole specializes in catching people off guard.
So, there you are, Jim. Now, look, I've been working on Jeff Barnes. He's just about ready to fork over for the new library. I'll talk to him in the morning, Claude. Take my word for it and do it now. But we were just...
I'll be all right, Jim. Mr. Griswold, your wife was telling me that you just gave the college a projection room and motion picture equipment.
I don't mind saying it cost me a young fortune. Claude's one of the best friends this college ever had.
I'm honored, Mr. Griswold. You see, Miss Shackelford was saying that my film will be the first to be shown.
Your film?
Oh, just something I assembled a couple of years ago to illustrate a lecture. Miss Shackelford thought it might interest some of the students.
Sounds fine, Miss Reed. Fine. Well, Jim? Yes, of course. We mustn't let Mr. Barnes cool off.
Heavy odor of orange blossoms in the air.
You haven't wasted a minute, have you, Matt?
Merrill must be quite a guy to keep a woman like you on the hook for 20 years.
Yes, he is. Quite a guy.
Or else you must be getting tired.
Now, what does that mean?
Oh, this overwhelming desire to return to the past. Girlhood memories, old rooms in the dormitory, old furniture, old sweethearts, old hats.
You've been on war fronts for so long that a decent atmosphere is bound to seem a little incongruous.
Who are you kidding, Aggie? Take a good look around. Talk to some of the students. Talk to some of the professors. This is a lost world up here, and Merrill is the perfect president for it.
That penetrating analysis of Jim Merrill is based on one, how do you do?
Is it? You used to be a pretty good reporter, Aggie. You talked to some of the teachers. Dr. Pitt, for example. You might get an earful.
The old amphitheater, Agatha. Looks just the same, doesn't it?
Just the same.
I was late, wasn't I?
Oh, a little.
On my way, Dr. Pitt stopped me. He said you had quite a talk with him.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I was meddling. I had no right to.
In this case, you had every right.
What did you tell him? Is he going to resign?
No, I asked him to remain here. That's what you expected, isn't it?
Well, that's what I hoped for, but what about Mr. Griswold?
Well, I imagine there'll be some tearing of hair. But I'm sure I can manage the situation so that both sides appear to win.
Oh, Jim.
Remember the last time we were here? We were very young, very much in love.
And you proposed to me.
Agatha, if I were to ask you again, is there any chance your answer might be the same?
Oh, always on second proposal.
This time you won't run away?
No.
Well, then I can tear this up. It's the note you left for me.
You kept it.
I've never quite forgiven myself for introducing you to the beauties of Walt Whitman. Goodbye, my fancy. Farewell, dear mate. Dear love.
The note. May I have it? Thank you. Hello, my fancy.
Agatha.
Aggie?
Woody's the name.
Oh, it's you.
That's the answer I always get.
Well, I'll stick it out for a couple of hours longer. If she doesn't show up by morning, I'll leave.
Got it bad, haven't you? Look, I'm not being nosy. I think Aggie's making a mistake, too. I don't just work for this woman. I like her. I care what happens to her.
So do I.
What was it with you and Aggie, anyway?
Well, I hadn't seen her since the day Paris was liberated. And before that, not for months. I knew I was going to ask her to marry me. I think she did, too. We made a date for that night. I rustled up 8 red roses, a bottle of champagne, and a ring. I tore the petals off the roses and sprinkled them in the doorway. I put the ring at the bottom of the glass. She'd drink the champagne, see the ring, and catch on that I was proposing. Nice idea, wasn't it?
Yes, very.
Only Aggie never showed up.
Too bad.
Well, the evening wasn't entirely wasted. I learned something that's been invaluable to me ever since. You know it only takes 3 hours for roses to turn brown around the edges?
I'm sorry, Cole.
What are you sorry about? Now that I've seen her dreamboat in action, I'm not worried. He's a memory, something she pressed in a book through the years like an old rose.
You're expecting an awful lot of her in one short weekend.
That's why I'm going to give her a little help. Right before your very eyes, I'll turn that memory into a man.
Very clever, if it works.
Oh, it'll work. Oh, you leaving?
Wouldn't you rather? I hear the approach of familiar footsteps.
Well, good evening. I was just about to put a light in the window.
I'm glad you didn't bother. I know exactly where I'm going. Good night, Matt.
Aggie, I want to talk to
Oh,
you.
yes, of course, about Dr. Pitt. You'll be very unhappy to hear that any difference of opinion is now a thing of the past. Dr. Pitt will remain here.
Oh, well, that's one thing in the Prexy's favor. He doesn't want to lose you. I don't blame him.
He's not going to lose me.
And it's all set?
All set.
Well, congratulations.
You just can't take it, can you, Matt? That he could be more exciting, more desirable than you.
Well, that's right. I'm as vain as the next guy. Since you've gone in for collecting memories, here's another one. I'm sorry if I smeared your lipstick. Good night, Aggie.
Why, it's